make an announcement first.
Oh,
Take it easy.
look after that thing.
I will.
There you go.
I've got to set its roots in.
Yeah. I'll you don't have to water them much.
God, is one a little bit more than you think?
Susan Gray.
Susan Bray. Yeah,
Was
Bray.
it found?
Just up behind the chairs there. So it must be somebody who used to work.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First announcements, of course, welcome to Riders Week today, and we would ask that you all remain COVID aware and keep your masks on when you're moving around. It's not mandatory, but it is recommended. We would also ask that you do not move any of the chairs and do not sit in any of the aisles. Try to stay with your group. Avoid touching strangers because you may pick up all sorts of viral bugs. Is there a Susan Bray here? Because if Susan Bray is here, could she please come to the mixing position, which is in the centre of the aisle? Susan Bray, if you are here and can hear me, please come to the mix position. We've found your wallet.
So,
How does Susan Bray identify herself?
that's the thing.
I will ask her.
It's the wallet, yeah.
What colour is the
Hang on. Tell me about
Yes, Susan Bray. Yeah.
Yes. What colour is your wallet?
What colour is my
Wallet. We need to identify you because you could be a stranger trying to steal Susan Bray's wallet.
my wallet? Did I? Oh, yes. I'll give you. Look, I've got
Let
so
me
many
hold the
things in
copy.
my hand.
No, you tell me what colour it is.
Hang on. Well, it's brown. It's got my. It's only quite smallish,
Yeah.
and it hasn't got a lot of cards. It's got about
What
6
else
cards.
can you tell me about it besides it's being
Huh?
brown? What else can you tell me about it besides it's being
Let me
brown?
see what else I can tell you about it.
This is awkward, isn't
It's got a Paddington Library card in it. Yeah, definitely.
What else can you tell me about the outside?
Is that your phone, Susan?
That's my phone.
Does it say Susan?
Oh yeah. Where do you find that? Where did I find my name?
Okay. Who do you
That
bank
certainly
with?
is. Yeah. Look, you know, isn't it funny? It's so much part of me
Is
that
that
I
it?
wouldn't know what it looks like. Gonna leave it in the coffee shop, did I?
No, it was found on the ground back there, but...
Oh, for God's sake.
There we are, that's Paddington.
There's my Paddington one. Willara Libraries.
Yep, look,
Yeah.
of course it's you.
Yeah.
But we didn't
Could
have to
only
check.
be you.
No, but we
Fancy
didn't
it,
want to.
look, you know, fallen out of my bag. Oh,
We just
God.
didn't want to give it. to the
Sorry,
first
I just
person
wanted
who
to
came
ask
back.
who sang that
That's
song,
why the
that
question.
Very
Wild Side
nice.
of
Which
the
one?
Day. Just this song that is
found me.
finishing.
That would have been a disaster.
Shade of Grey.
Oh, this is Annie Lennox.
Was it Annie Lennox?
Oh,
But there was
I'll
a
take my
male
coffee
singer.
back,
That's
I
why
think.
we were arguing about it. It's okay.
No, this is Annie Lennox doing Whiter Shade of Pale,
Is it?
the old Eurythmics singers.
Well, that was easy. What the hell's going on? Whoa, you just about touched that. What, for why?
It was my birthday last week.
Okay. And what did you come in at 48? Again.
Little Olivia knows me as Cactus. My nickname's moved to 3D radio.
Yeah.
So she's got a friend of hers to paint this, which is a cactus smoking a joint.
What, I'm with a community radio station in McLaren Bar, and we run those road dynamics. Costs us less than
The
costs us less than
NT5?
200. No, big fat things. They're not the Procaster, they're not the Broadcaster, they're the something or other.
Like the NT2s or something.
They're big fat things.
Yeah, but they look like a U87.
Nothing like
Oh,
that.
the ones that are...
Big barrel, size of your fist, easy. Size of my wrist.
Yeah, don't the ABC use them? They used to have one at the town hall as well.
Yeah, no, they use the next model up so that when you turn the mic on, a little LED comes on top of the. No, we got the next model down, but they're dynamics, not condenser.
Well,
But for under $200, they beat a bloody 58 pound can.
I'm actually quite partial. I listen to 3D a bit.
Yeah.
I think they're all pretty alright. It's more to do with the announcement.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I had a look at. I bottles of beer and cups of water right next to the console. Our studios, you can only bring in a sealed container of water.
Yeah, yeah, well, they're the same as 3D.
Well, it was all there, my friend.
All right, I better go and talk to these people and make sure they do the right thing. Give me plenty of volume.
I love it when you talk dirty.
Oh, did I mute the Q&A after I
Gana Muna, Gana Yurta. I'd like to just begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land we are on today and pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and also to pay my respects to any First Nations folk here today. This land was never ceded. Before we go much further, I'd also like to flag with all of you that the audio for this session is being recorded by the ABC, by my colleague, Jack Connell over there. He's waving. Thank you so much, Jack. My name is Smriti Daniel, and today we're in conversation with Lucia Osborne-Crowley, a journalist and the author of the memoir, I Choose Elena, and more recently, My Body Keeps Your Secrets. I haven't been able to stop thinking about Lucia's books since I read them, and I suspect they have that effect on many people. There's a raw courage and a vulnerability there, and she pairs this with extensive research, exploring how the body holds trauma and remembers shame even when the conscious mind cannot bear to look. I'll admit that I found these books really hard to read. I cried sometimes. But they also left me with hope, and they moved me deeply. And that's why I'm so looking forward to talking to all of you today about the book. And Lucia, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for having me. And thank you all for being here at 9:30 in the morning.
I know.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed that I'm awake at 9:30 in the morning. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you so much for those beautiful words about the book.
Oh, Lucia, I actually wanted to start, I forgot to do this earlier, but I wanted to start by wishing you a belated happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
So you turned 30
I turned
week.
30 last week, yes, which is terrifying. So I'm still in the process of having that particular crisis. So thanks for being here for that as well.
That's a kind of an important year for some people. Does it feel like that for you?
It does. I mean, it's a very strange one. Mm-hmm. I expected to have more of an existential crisis about turning 30 than I did. And when I've been worrying about turning 30 since I was about 18. Because that's just how my mind works. But I'm much more relaxed about it than I thought I would be, which is because I've had a lot of therapy in the last 10 years and read a lot of really good books. And so by the time I actually got here, I was feeling pretty calm about it, surprisingly.
Oh, I love that. I feel like that's what we should tell all young people.
Oh, yeah.
Have a lot of therapy, read a lot of books.
Yeah.
So Lucia, actually, I'd like to just kind of dive in because I have so many questions for you. And my first question is really about both books, and this, your relationship to your body is central to these books. And I wanted to go way back to really talk about you as a very young, very serious gymnast. Mm-hmm. You had been for world championships and you had performed at that standard. And what was your relationship to your body at that time?
This is such an interesting question because if you'd asked me when I was a bit younger, I've always dreamed of writing a book, but this is the body and connecting to the body is definitely the last thing I ever would have expected to write a book about. Because when I was young, I was so determined to kind of not think about my relationship to my body too much. Because as a very young person, starting when I was 3, I was a gymnast, I was an athlete. It was kind of the focal point of my identity, really. It's what I did with most of my time. And what they teach you as a kind of serious athlete is to just not think about it too much. Everything is muscle memory. You get taught how to do your tricks, and they're very, very dangerous, and you can't let your mind get in the way. So my mind and my body were very, very separate. And that is what I was taught, because as soon as you let yourself think about it too much, sometimes you get scared and you find that you can't do things. So I just had this I had this relationship with my body where I kind of trusted it to do what it needed to do. I knew that it was good at what it needed to do, and that was all that mattered to me about it. It was powerful, it was strong, it was flexible, it was the things that I needed it to be in order to kind of live this dream that I had of being a gymnast. And outside of that, I didn't think about it, which was the perfect relationship to have as a teenage girl, because it kind of sheltered me from a lot of the really awful and complicated ways that teenage girls are taught to think about their bodies. So there was a time when I was really focused on being an athlete that I was really shielded from that. And I didn't know how lucky that was at the time, because I just really appreciated my body. I just thought it was great. I thought it was good at doing what it needed to do. And it wasn't any more complicated than that. And then my gymnastics career ended very suddenly because I was injured. And so it was kind of this really strange, now I think this is really interesting to analyse. It was this kind of almost literal overnight shift where I was an athlete one day, and then the next day I had a sports doctor telling me, you'll be lucky if you ever go for a run again, this is over. And then my world kind of filled up with all the messaging that teenage girls get about their body and about shame. All these things that I kind of had a barrier from before that moment. So it was really interesting to experience that shift, and all of a sudden I was in the same world as my friends at school, with that kind of really negative messaging, because I didn't have a separate world anymore to live in. So it's almost, it's a unique kind of way to analyse those two things, because it happened to me so quickly, and I had to get used to kind of then thinking, what does my body look like to other people who aren't, the judges at the World Championships or whatever? What does it look like to people at school? How do I change it? How do I change it aesthetically? What should I do with my hair? All of these things that as an athlete you don't think about. So it's, I feel that I was really lucky in having to have those years when I just appreciated my body so much for what it could do rather than what it looked like. And then having that change so suddenly was a really interesting experience.
And then your relationship to your body changed again when you were raped.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to ask you, you write about shame being transmitted at that moment. And what did that mean for you?
Yeah, so I love this idea of shame transmission. I think it's, I didn't come up with it. It's something that Mira Atkinson wrote in her book Traumata, which is absolutely brilliant. And she talks about shame being transmitted, and I think that's the perfect verb, because shame is so often, and this is how Mira writes about it, it is handed to a person by someone who doesn't want to carry it themselves. So if we're talking about sexual violence, and sexual violence and shame have such a close relationship to one another, and perpetrators of this kind of violence very rarely feel ashamed. Or very rarely feel shame about what they've done to another person. And what that does, and that the more I research shame and how it works in terms of the neuroscience of shame, a person kind of gives it to you by doing something terrible to you, especially as a young person, as a teenager or as a child, because it's very hard for a young brain to think to themselves, this adult has done something very bad. It's hard to think that adults are bad, so instead you think, I am bad, and I have done something to deserve this. And that's how shame is transmitted, by someone committing, a shameless act that you as a young person take on, and then believe that you deserved somehow. And you combine that with the world that we live in, which shames victims of sexual violence every day, all the time. When I think back about what I was watching on TV, what I was hearing on the radio, what I was taught in at school, when girls would be abducted when I went to high school, I went to a mixed high school, and when girls would be abducted, the boys would be sent out to have an extra half day of sport. They'd just go and play football, and the girls would be sat down and told not to wear short skirts when walking home, or, to be really aware And so, there's so much messaging that tells girls that you are to blame in some way. And it's not necessarily intentional. These things can be very, very well intentioned, but they do have this kind of underlying quality to them, which is that, you deserve this somehow when these things happen to you. So when I was assaulted, there's a combination of kind of an interpersonal transmission of shame, this person making me feel like, I was worthless and I had done something bad in order to attract violence. And then you continue living in the world and you hear that same message again and again and again in movies and everywhere, that, victims of sexual violence in particular are to blame somehow. So that, again, was an almost overnight shift in the way I felt about my body and the way I felt about myself, because all of a sudden I was kind of infused with this sense that there was something bad about me. There was something about me that attracts bad things, or there's something about me that attracts violence. And that, this is the other really interesting thing about shame, is that it's a very physical emotion, so it's not cognitive. It happens in the amygdala and it happens in the body, and so you can't necessarily think your way out of it. You don't know that this is what you're thinking all the time, and so it's very easy if the world doesn't correct you, if the messaging you're getting is reinforcing this idea that you should be ashamed or that you are bad in some way, then the infusion can become so complete that it becomes part of your personality because it's not cognitive, and then you can kind of go about the world thinking that you just happen to be someone who feels very bad about themselves, or who feels a lot of shame all the time. And you start to think that that's innate somehow, rather than that was caused by something that someone else chose to do to you, rather than something you chose or something you were born with. And so I think, shame behaves in really interesting ways in that respect. And so, yeah, as you said, I had another very stark shift in the way I felt about myself when I was assaulted, as all people do, but we're not really allowed to talk about that. So I just started to think that as I was growing up, I was just becoming a more fearful person. I just started to think that I was constitutionally afraid or constitutionally weak or something. And none of that was true, It was just a symptom of something that someone else had chosen to do.
One of the things that you write about is you say that you want to keep looking at the woman after the bad thing has happened, after the secret has been locked away. Mm-hmm. And in I Choose Elena, the woman you're looking at is yourself. But when it comes to My Body Keeps Your Secrets, you threw open that door. You had that conversation with so many other women and with non-binary folk. And I was curious what you learned across this process and what kind of patterns you saw that were shared among all these people.
Yeah, so I was really conscious, I'm trained as a journalist, and one of the things, especially 10 years ago, if you're kind of learning to be a journalist, one of the things they tell you is to never make the story about yourself, which is exactly what I did. And so I never imagined in a million years that I would write a book about myself. And so, and I think I Choose Eleanor had to be that in some ways, because it was my way in. It was the only way in I had to these kind of bigger concepts. But when I finished it, it struck me that I really wanted to kind of go both deeper and wider into these concepts, because the story of I Choose Eleanor, and that is, my own experience, is actually not very common. So, I was assaulted by a stranger in the night. It's the kind of monster myth idea, and what we know statistically is that that's quite an uncommon experience. Most people are assaulted or shamed by people they know, people they trust, people who are supposed to protect them, and those dynamics are much they're very different to what my story is. And I felt that I really wanted to explore these concepts in relation to lots of different stories, so that it wasn't as though I was saying, this applies to this very specific and quite stark experience. These concepts, shame and trauma, and how trauma affects the body, they apply to so many different experiences, and it's all on a continuum. And also, the more I read, the more I realised as well that trauma, we think about trauma because we're taught to think about trauma in the context of war. So we think about it as being one event. And, that was kind of what I Choose Eleanor framed it as well, because that was what it was like for me. But trauma can also be a series of events, or a series of small amounts of shame, or neglect over a long period of time. It can be lots of different things. So I wanted to write a book that reflected that. I also, I heard from so many people after I wrote I Choose Eleanor who wanted to share that it felt real to them, but felt that they had to qualify that by saying, what happened to me isn't as bad as what happened to you. And so I really wanted to communicate that that's not the case, that it's not, there is no objective kind of scale of some things being worse than others. Trauma affects us all in the same ways, and trauma can arise out of many, many, many different experiences. So I wanted to write something that was more inclusive, that didn't leave people feeling like they had to qualify their experience in that way, and because it always made me sad when I read that people felt like they had to say to me, this wasn't as bad, because the thing is that it impacts us all the same. And so I wanted to reach out to lots of different people who've had lots of different experiences, and talk to them and try and bring those stories together, and weave these concepts through those stories. And interestingly, in terms of what you asked about patterns, it is amazing how much so I interviewed more than 100 people, and the amount that they have in common in terms of the feelings that they were left with, the physical sensations that they were left with, was beyond what I had imagined. So I believed, that these concepts hold true and that they would be shared among many, many, many different stories, but I did not think I didn't think the patterns would be as strong as they were. And I had 100 people who will probably never meet each other. They're mostly anonymised. They could be standing in the same room and not know it. But they're also, in Ireland and the north of England and in Australia and, in lots of different parts of the world. And they will probably never cross paths. But they expressed things to me, sometimes in the same words, and they had these experiences of kind of the impacts of trauma that were so similar to one another. And it was really remarkable to me that they could be using the same phrases, the same adjectives, the same feelings, even though they've never met each other. And I found that really remarkable, that they had so much in common, and that I was able to what I really wanted is to kind of create a community between these people, even though without them needing to share their stories publicly. So they're anonymised, but in the book they are together, if that makes sense. So it's almost, I wanted it to feel as though in the book they could be in the same room, even though in the world that requires you to kind of speak really openly about terrible things that have happened to you. And so I wanted to create a way to be able to create that community without the pressure of disclosure and of identifying yourself. And so, these patterns, the way that people with unbelievably different stories, they were talking about completely different experiences, but they were left with the same feelings.
And I mean, the thing that's interesting is that a lot of these kind of ephemeral experiences, these things that, happened when they were young or, way back in the past, have this tangible and continuing effect over their lives. And so you also see, chronic eating disorders. You see disease actually manifest, very painful disease. Yep. And you also see these things go untreated, and the impact of that.
Yes, exactly. And this was a really interesting learning moment for me with this book, is kind of thinking about the patterns over a life in terms of the way trauma impacts the body, not just in the kind of physical dimension. So things like chronic pain, multiple sclerosis, diabetes, all of these things have been linked to either chronic stress or post-traumatic stress syndrome. But also things that are even more complicated than that relationship, which are things like chronic eating disorders, things like substance abuse, which, there's so much research out there about the connection between shame and trauma and those things, because the psychological impact of trauma is that we have these memories or these experiences that feel to us to be unbearable. And the brain, it's doing its best to protect us, and it doesn't want to remember those experiences. And so we go out in the world and we find ways to numb those experiences. And, that's the brain's best response to this situation. And I read this, so Gabor Mate is someone who works with patients who have chronic eating disorders and substance abuse problems, and he talks about numbing and how many ways there are that we do this, that we try and avoid memories of things when people have done terrible things to us. And it just occurred to me that these things, these are two good examples, eating disorders and substance abuse, are things that we are then again shamed for. So it's like a shame double whammy. Like you have the first thing, and then the way you cope with it is some form of numbing, which is a very normal response. But we stigmatise those responses as well. So then people who have those responses, people who rely on substances or people who have eating disorders, and there are so many examples of this in the book, they try and get help and they're sent home because those responses to shame and trauma, we are very scared to see them for what they are, which is that, they're responses to these terrible things in society that we don't want to look at. So instead we blame the individual, and we say, go home and pull your socks up and get yourself together. So it means that, these people, I think, were failed by society and then failed again when they tried to go to doctors and said, I have a problem with eating, or, I have bulimia. And doctors would say, oh, well, you're a teenage girl, so no surprises there. People would go to their teachers and be ignored by their teachers, and it's the same with addiction, is people really stigmatise it rather than kind of asking someone what they need, and perhaps, asking someone, did something bad happen to you? Because that's the way you kind of heal and treat those things. And so it was interesting speaking to all these people who had kind of lived this pattern, and then being able to read someone like Gabor Mate or Bessel van der Kolk and for them to say, I know this from a research perspective, that this is what happens. This is how we cope with these things. And the more we stigmatise those responses, the more we're kind of leaving victims and traumatised people out in the cold to try and deal with something that they don't have the tools to deal with on their own.
And Lucia, when you were in the churn of this, when you were, really struggling to even understand what was happening to you, anyone who's read the book is going to have this sense that Lucia is kind of thrown this lifeline by Elena Ferrante and by Leslie Jameson and Adrienne Rich and, Mira Atkinson. Like, there's this real sense, like she quotes extensively from these writers in her book, and there's such a sense of connection to these writers. And I wanted to ask you what you saw, that they were doing that was really useful to you in that moment and that resonated with you in this way.
Yeah, so I think this is the thing I really love about writing and reading, and it really was a lifeline for me, because when any of these writers, Leslie Jameson, for example, her essay collection, The Empathy Exams, it's narrative nonfiction and it's quite personal, and you can sit and read it, and when you kind of commune with literature in that way, it's a really safe space because no one's expecting anything from you. You can read and absorb things without anyone demanding that you respond. And I think there's very few spaces like that in the world, you know. Even in therapy, you still have to be engaging with someone. And I'm a big introvert, and, you know, processing things happens, you know, in a very introverted way for me. And books are perfect for that because you can be on your own, in your own space, feeling safe, and be able to read something that's confronting and not have to respond to it straight away. And, you know, a book can, you know, you can sit there with it for hours and hours and hours. And that process can be very, very healing, I think, because you can have a number of realizations, some of which are very uncomfortable, but you're able to do it, you know, in this very safe environment. And so I just really wanted to kind of communicate that because I think it's a really useful tool. And, you know, people have different ways to kind of try and deal with the emotions that come up from trauma. You know, I have a friend who just needs to be in a body of water. You know, she's a swimmer and she'll sit in the bath or she'll just go and sit in water, and that's how she can kind of sit through really toxic emotions. And for me, reading is that thing because I think it has that really special quality to it. And so I really wanted that to be in both books, just in case that works for other people too, you know, so that people could think, if I'm really struggling with this emotion, one option would be to pick up a book that I really love. And sometimes you only need to read, you know, like the third book in the Neapolitan series. It's my favourite one in that series. And I pick it up and sometimes I only need to read 2 paragraphs and I feel better, you know, and I feel able to kind of re-regulate myself. And it's about the autonomic nervous system, and it's about kind of being able to regulate your emotions. And I find that other people's writing does that for me. And then, you know, on another level, I also, I just think it's really important to kind of recognise in this kind of writing the people who have influenced you and helped you, because writing is so important to me, and you know, I don't think I would be the same person if I didn't read Ferrante or if I didn't read Leslie Jameson. And I want to make that explicit. You know, I really wanted to put that in there, and make it, you know, put it front and centre, to kind of, be really forthright about the fact that, you know, this is a joint effort. You know, it's a community, and it's a community of readers and other writers, and we're all kind of thinking about the same things, but we're doing it sitting alone reading books, and I think, you know, that's a really nice thing.
I feel like we're a community of readers and writers right here as well. For anyone just joining us, we're at the Adelaide Writers' Week with Lucia Osborne-Crowley, the author of I Choose Elena and My Body Keeps Your Secrets. Lucia, I would actually like to talk about another aspect of your career that really fascinates me. As a journalist, you've been covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and you've said that this is the most important trial of the Me Too era so far, you know, in your opinion, and why is that?
So I think this trial is really interesting and significant for a couple of reasons. I mean, we've had the Harvey Weinstein trial, and we've had a couple of moments where the justice system tries to reckon with this kind of abuse and with sexual violence. But the Ghislaine Maxwell trial has interested me for a while, and I chose to cover it. You know, when she was first indicted about 18 months ago, I thought to myself, this is going to be really important. And that is because there are a lot of complex dynamics at play in this story. So, you know, it's very easy with this story, I think, to get caught up in the sensationalism of it, you know, because there's lots of money involved and Prince Andrew's involved and, you know, Bill Gates is involved, you know. But what's important to me is the fact that, you know, there are a number of girls who were groomed by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and grooming is something that we haven't got to grips with yet, I don't think, as a society, and I think it needs to be the next step. So the idea of being hurt by someone you trust and hurt by someone you love is really complicated, and the law is not very good at dealing with that. And, you know, that's what is at play in this trial. We have girls who, when they were 13, 14, 15 years old, met adults who promised that they could trust them and who promised that they could help them, and then, turned that into an abusive, these adults turned that into an abusive situation. And that kind of predatory behaviour, the criminal justice system is very bad at, which, we saw, I think, in this trial. And so there's that aspect to it. And there's also a coercive control aspect to it that I think is really important for the justice system to reckon with. So what we heard day in, day out of this trial was the defence getting up and saying, oh, well, to these women who were girls at the time, saying, well, actually, you could have left at any time. No one was holding a gun to your head. You could have walked away. And the concept of coercive control and being in a relationship where you are being controlled without without being physically restrained. It's remarkable to me that we're still quite behind on that. And the way that these women were impugned for kind of not leaving, when A, they'd been groomed for years and years, B, they were 13, 14, 15 years old, and C, they were in abusive relationships with adults who made them feel that they couldn't leave. So it struck me that, having a trial that would really have to grapple with those things would be a really important one to cover, because I suspected, and this is what happened, it would show where the cracks are. It would show where the issues are that we really don't understand, and certainly that the legal system hasn't worked out a way to deal with. And so instead of dealing with them properly, we had 5 weeks of the 4 victims who testified being really, shamed and re-traumatised again and again and again. So I think it's really important to pay attention to this story and to this trial, because these women have fought tooth and nail to have this story believed and to have it understood. And I think we're not there yet, So going back to what we were saying before, all 4 of these women struggled with substance abuse, both when they were involved with Jeffrey Epstein and afterwards. And again, every day, the defence got up and said, well, you have struggled with opioid addiction, so we can't trust you. That was literally said to them. We can't trust you, right? Because, you've been addicted to painkillers. And they had to try and explain the connection between abuse and substance abuse. And the prosecution didn't give us a witness to explain that for them. There was a lot that should have been explained through expert witnesses that wasn't. So these women had to try and explain it to the jury themselves, which they shouldn't have to do, especially not while they're being attacked in this, really awful way about things that they've struggled with in the past. So all these things that came up in My Body Keeps Your Secrets were really big parts of this trial, and to have a kind of public reckoning with those issues, those really complex issues, I thought it would be a useful way to kind of, again, go deeper and try and expose where the gaps in knowledge still are, and then how we can make that process easier for victims who testify in the future in these kinds of abusive situations that involve grooming, that involve coercive control.
It's kind of interesting. Okay.
Thank you.
I love that resonates, because it's such a complex, ambiguous space that, as you say, we haven't paid enough attention to. But, speaking of witnesses, one of the witnesses was Elizabeth Loftus. And I was fascinated by that piece you wrote. And I wanted to ask you what, Bugs Bunny and rectal enemas had to do with traumatic memory, and why do you find Loftus so problematic?
So, for those who don't know, Elizabeth Loftus is a memory expert. She's a psychologist, and she spent the last 30 years researching what she calls false memory. So, this idea that kind of first emerged when Freud started talking about repressed memories, but has really kind of morphed into a very different concept, especially when Elizabeth Loftus presents it. So what she argues is that a victim can have a memory of ongoing abuse that is completely implanted. So something that has never happened, but she argues is implanted by what she calls post-event information. So movies, TV, that kind of thing can convince you that you have a memory that you don't have. And she has become a career defence witness for people who are accused of sexual violence. So she testified for Harvey Weinstein, she testified for Bill Cosby, she testified for R. Kelly, she testified for Michael Jackson. And basically what she does, and what she now is paid to do, so she now doesn't conduct very much research. What she does with her career is get up and say, these victims have memories that are essentially made up. And it's problematic for a number of reasons. So she presents research which is, absolutely real, and talks about kind of memories that are slightly incorrect. So she does this process of attempting to implant memories. So that her most famous one is she gets a group of people, and there are only 24 participants in this study, so, it wasn't a particularly wide study, but she gets these 24 adults and she says to them, and this is a lie, but she says to them, I've just spoken to your parents and they've written down 3 memories from your childhood. And she gives those 3 memories to the participants. And so there's one of those memories on there that's not true. So they get the parents to write down 2 true memories and one that's not true. And the one that's not true is that they once got lost in a shopping centre. And so she gives them this, and a certain number of participants will say that the getting lost in the shopping centre memory is real. So she uses this to prove that you can come up with fake memories. And then she does this other one with Bugs Bunny, which ended up becoming a kind of focal point in the trial, and the prosecution did a great job with this. She has another one where she says the same thing, your parents have written down 3 memories, but in this case the false memory was meeting Bugs Bunny at Disney World. So some percentage of the participants, and it wasn't all of them, it was often kind of 25% of people would say, yes, I met Bugs Bunny at Disney World. And then she turns around and the big plot twist is that Bugs Bunny is a Warner Brothers character, so you would never meet him at Disney World. And when she said that on the stand, I was like, I didn't even know that. It's like this huge, oh my God, big reveal. Of course they didn't meet Bugs Bunny at Disneyland because he's Warner Brothers. So she's trying to say these people have attested to a memory that couldn't have happened. And the thing that is problematic about that is that both of those memories are quite benign. So meeting Bugs Bunny at Disneyland is, the memory was that they met him for about 5 seconds, and not even that they got a picture with him or anything. So they're very benign memories, and also they've been given information by their parents. So she's saying to them, your parents have this memory. So it is quite an aggressive implanting of the memory. You can see why people would think, oh, well, if my parents have that memory, then it's probably true. That's very different from inventing 5 years of sexual abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Those two things are not equivalent. So the research is not proving what she says it's proving. Firstly, because there's this kind of aggressive implanting, which... there's no suggestion that these girls' parents came to them and said, did you know that for 5 years you were involved in this abusive relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? What she was trying to say is that the memory had been implanted just kind of naturally. Somehow they just all came up with this same story. And that's a real stretch. And in terms of the law, we introduce expert evidence to kind of testify about science, and this is not that. They're there's a false equivalence between what the research shows and what she is saying about these victims. And she does go further than an expert witness is supposed to, and she says things like, yes, this victim could have in fact invented this memory. And the other thing is this idea of benign and traumatic memories. You know, we know that traumatic memories behave and are retrieved very, very differently to benign childhood memories like meeting Bugs Bunny. They are stored in a very different way. They're not processed properly. They're not processed cognitively. So the equivalence between meeting Bugs Bunny and, you know, being 13 and being assaulted by a middle-aged man is really, you know, it's hard to see how that kind of equivalence is allowed to be made in the justice system. And so the prosecution's closing argument was very clever. They really focused on this because Elizabeth Loftus was the defence's star witness. You know, they knew that if they could get the jury to believe that these women came up with these memories, you know, out of nowhere, then that's the ball game. They're done. But the prosecution got up and said, this is not a case about Bugs Bunny. And they said it 5 times in their closing arguments. They said, you know, don't be fooled. We're not talking about Bugs Bunny. We are talking about memories. You know, with a traumatic memory, we know that the details can get very confused because of the way your brain can't process memories cognitively and narratively. But the core of the memory, the sounds, the smells, certain images, are implanted, you know, as in, that's confusing, I'm using the same word that she uses. I mean that they are kind of seared onto the brain, and you can't make those memories up. And there is no evidence to suggest that you can. So what the prosecution did was they stood up and said, you know, these women have come here and talked to you about the worst things that have ever happened to them. They did not tell you about meeting Bugs Bunny. They are talking about things that they will never, ever forget and that they will never be confused about. You know, maybe the core of a traumatic memory is very, very strong. And so they did a really good job of kind of showing that those two things weren't equivalent. And so, you know, Maxwell was convicted on 5 of the 6 counts that she was charged with. So, you know, we know that the jury didn't believe in this theory of false memory, but other juries have. Mm-hmm. And she will continue to be kind of used for this purpose. And I think it's a real problem, both because she's not acting. So she has a book called Witness for the Defence, and it's all about, you know, how many sexual violence trials she's testified at in order to prove that victims have false memories. And the prosecution got up one day and said, oh, this is your book, it's called Witness for the Defence. And then they said, have you ever written a book called Impartial Witness? And she was like, you got me there. Nope. You know, so one of the problems is that, you know, it's a confusion of the role that expert witnesses are supposed to play, and, you know, the other is that it's not very scientific. And because of those two things, someone is being allowed to testify who is saying something that has a very strong victim blaming quality to it.
Lucia, I'm going to throw open the floor to the audience, but I just have one final question for you, and it's really, I mean, just listening to you speak, I have gratitude, actually, because I think that it takes more women speaking out, and I think it takes us being in these spaces, even. Sometimes not even just speaking out, but just being in these spaces. Yep. That's what it takes to change. And, you know, there's this section in your book where you talk to your younger self, and you acknowledge that you cannot undo the harm that she's experienced. And you know, but you say you want to get to know her, and you ask her what she would like to create. And so my question to you, 30-year-old Lucia, with 2 books under your belt, is, in this next decade even, what would you like to create?
That's such a nice question, thank you. And thank you for bringing up that part of the book. I found that part very difficult to write, but I'm glad that it's in there. And yeah, I mean, I think what I really want to do is just to keep going, you know, to keep writing about these kinds of things, to keep creating work that tries to look squarely at things that are uncomfortable, because I really believe that that's where kind of true empathy and connection live. And I think we are taught in a lot of ways to turn away from these things, and that's what causes quite a lot of harm. And so what I really want to do, sometimes I want to turn away from these things and like watch Love is Blind for the rest of my life, but what I want to do over the next 10 years is not do that, and keep writing about things that are difficult to write about, and keep hoping that might be useful for someone. Thank you.
Our lovely stage manager, Alira, is there at the back with a mic. If anyone has any questions for Lucia, please just stick up your hand. And sorry, please come to the mic. Would you mind joining Alira there in the... Yeah. Sorry, it's a bit of a walk.
At least we're all here in person and don't have to do the little thing on Zoom where you like virtually put your hand up. Yeah. This is better than that.
And everyone ignores you.
Yeah. Yes.
I was hoping just to use my voice from my seat and not stand up, but hey.
Sorry.
No, you don't need to apologise. I've got actually a few questions for you, but I will start with one. It's about shame transmission. Mm-hmm. So you get a big yes from me on that. Understood, no questions asked. I noticed in your book you don't mention a lot, like a couple of the people who speak to you write about their parents and their background. You haven't mentioned anything about your family, and I'm not asking for that necessarily now, but I'm interested in the concept of the shame transmission as it exists in families. So if there's mothers who somehow have had that shame transmitted down, and there's so many ways for that to occur, not just, it doesn't just take rape, or not just take rape, but rape or sexual abuse, but that shame comes down in so many other forms in a patriarchal society like ours. So it's very easy for that shame transmission to go down through to the daughters within the family. Do you have any comments or thoughts that you can share about that?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. Thank you. And it is something that I'm very, very, very interested in from a kind of research and academic perspective. And, I come from an unbelievably loving family, and my parents are great, and they're here, so thank you to them.
Oh.
And so, this is not something that I've ever wanted to write about myself, because, these kinds of things don't play out in that way in my family. But certainly people I spoke to had that experience, and did not want it to be included in the book. And I think this is interesting because my editors in the UK, when I was writing the book, did kind of say, oh, well, we need to push them on this because, I need to know about their parents and I need to know about how they grew up. And I kind of said, I don't want that. I don't want to ask them to share things they don't want to share. So it is purposefully kind of excluded from that book. And, it's interesting in itself that people aren't comfortable speaking about it. So, I think that's why I think the question is important, because there's something there, right? There's something perhaps that is more complicated, and that we are less able to speak about when there are difficult dynamics going on inside families. And so this is something that came up a lot in the Maxwell trial, and you've reminded me of something I wanted to say, actually, so thank you for that as well. A lot of the women, all of them actually, spoke about how they were primed to be abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell because they came from families where there were really toxic dynamics and or their parents were just very absent. So there was a lot of shame transmission going on between parents and daughters for these women. And the prosecution did actually have an expert who got up and said young people are much more likely to be victims of grooming and coercive control if they have dynamics that come from their parents where they have already been shamed. So it's something I'll be writing a lot about in the third book, because it came up a lot in the trial, and I think it's really, really important to kind of be able to use those stories to explore those more complicated dynamics. So it's something I've been researching a bit recently, and I do think, it is kind of the next step, I think. It's the next thing that needs to be explored.
I noticed you were really keen to read the intergenerational work on trauma that one of the people you interviewed is doing.
Yes.
So I don't know if you've done that yet, but yeah, that all sounds like it's in that ballpark.
Yep.
Thank you so much. I think we have another question.
I'm no neuroscientist at all, but in my reading of the world I live in, we love to think of the brain, understandably, as a cognitive organ. I haven't read either of your books, but I will. So is it possible for you to talk a little bit more about that amygdalic journey from the amygdala in terms of it being a non-cognitive process?
Absolutely. Such a good question. And you're right. We really love to think about the brain as a cognitive organ. That's the perfect way to express that. There is something very comforting in thinking about the brain as the site of cognition and cognition only. And I certainly always thought this. I thought, I can think my way out of anything. I can if I kind of dedicate my brain to thinking in a certain way, then I can overcome any emotion. But the cognitive part of the brain and the emotional part of the brain are completely separate. And what happens in trauma, when you're having a traumatic response, is that your prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for cognition, actually goes offline. So it just kind of shuts down, and you lose the capacity for cognition in the sense that we think about it in terms of logic and narrative and putting things together and understanding things. And your brain is being completely controlled by your fear response, which happens in the amygdala. And when you're in that state, you are not capable of cognition, even if you convince yourself that you are. And this I find really, really interesting. So I think the more that, and when I understood this, it was a really big aha moment for me to understand when I was being controlled by a fear response and therefore by my emotional brain rather than my logical brain, which I've always put so much store into. Because then there are strategies we can use to connect up, to kind of bring the frontal cortex back online. And when I learned those strategies, it was really useful for me to kind of work through traumatic responses, or when I realised that I was responding to something in a fight or flight state rather than in a cognitive state. And in fact, so much of what our brain does every day is using the amygdala to interpret the world. And if you've had any kind of trauma in your life, you will have an overactive fight or flight response, which is when the amygdala takes over. And it's really useful when you start to understand what that looks and feels like, and to understand that the brain does those two things in very different ways, and that the cognitive part of the brain, while very important, is definitely not all of it. And sometimes we just don't have access to that part of our brain. And that, again, comes from a useful place. When the brain thinks it's under threat, it turns on the fear response to get you out of danger. Logical thinking is not what it wants to be doing if you're being chased by a tiger. So the brain is doing what it thinks is right. But when you're in fact at the Adelaide Festival and everything is fine, it's really useful to have those strategies to try and reconnect the fear brain with the cognitive brain. So that's what I've really enjoyed learning about in terms of diving into the neuroscience. And I think it's really interesting for everyone to kind of think about that distinction.
We're down to our last 5 minutes, so maybe we take another 2 questions. Maybe,
good.
Yeah. Kenneth.
Hi, so I've been following your trial of the Maxwell case on Instagram and Twitter a lot, and one of the more concerning things was about Juror 50 and how having an assault survivor on a jury, at least from the Maxwell defence's perspective, put the whole case at jeopardy. I was wondering about how you thought the system could safeguard or protect from that so we can keep, because so many people have been victims of sexual assault, they're going to end up on juries. So how to keep results safe from that?
Great question, thank you. So for a little bit of context, there was a juror on the Maxwell jury who I spoke to after the verdict had come down, and he said, I'd like to do an interview, and when we got on FaceTime, he said that he had helped other members of the jury in the jury room understand how traumatic memories work, and he was able to do that because he himself was a victim of sexual abuse. And when this story was published, the Maxwell defence team immediately said, you know, we shouldn't have this sexual abuse victim on a jury, and this is, quote, incontrovertible grounds for a new trial. So this throws up a lot of really important issues, and as you said, you know, we cannot keep sexual abuse survivors off juries, either practically or ethically. So the fact that, you know, the defence were immediately saying, you know, this jury wasn't a fair jury because we had an abuse victim on it, is really, 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 really problematic. And what was shocking to me was not that the defence said that, because by this point, you know, I had seen them at work every day for weeks, and I'm not surprised that, you know, and they really blamed this juror. They were really vicious about him. Said that, you know, he deliberately lied in order to take down Ghislaine Maxwell, and you know, that didn't surprise me. What did surprise me was how many people out in the world seem to agree with that proposition, that abuse victims shouldn't be on juries because they have this kind of incurable bias, and it was really quite shocking to me how many people believe that, and so I think there are a couple of things that need to be done. So I then started speaking to experts, and I spoke to an academic who's dedicated his entire career to studying jury decision-making in rape trials. And he has done this study again and again and again, and he has said there is no evidence that someone who has been sexually victimised themselves would go one way or the other when it comes to convicting or acquitting a defendant in a trial that involves sexual violence. If anything, he had one study where 100% of abuse victims voted to acquit a perpetrator of sexual violence. So the idea that there is an inherent connection between being an abuse victim and only being able, you know, being desperate to convict all perpetrators is not true. There's no evidence for it. So again, it's one of these things that we need to look at really closely. And if we are, you know, shaming an abuse victim for being on a jury, you know, we're just in exactly the same pattern. You know, this is why I was so shocked by the amount of victim blaming that was coming out about someone who had spoken about their own experience of abuse. So I think we need that research to be kind of much more widely disseminated, and, you know, we need people to understand that scientifically there is no connection between being sexually victimised and having this what they call in the law incurable bias, and therefore not being able to sit on a jury. And also we need to change. So in the US, people screen jurors for personal experiences that are similar to what's being discussed in the trial, and defence lawyers will always try and exclude jurors who've had an experience of sexual abuse. So firstly, we need to kind of question whether that should be happening at all. And if it is happening, we need to really reform the way that we screen, that we ask jurors about a history of abuse, because the way it's done at the moment is improper, and it's indelicate, and it's insensitive. And that was exactly this juror's experience. on this jury. And as you say, the idea that having one abuse victim on a jury of 12 people who made a unanimous decision, the fact that, you could suggest that that would be grounds to overturn a verdict is completely impractical as well as being unethical, because what defence lawyers ask is, have you or anyone you know been sexually assaulted or sexually harassed? So if you think about how many people would have to answer yes to that question, anyone you know, you couldn't find 12 jurors who could say no to that question, and then you could never have any trials. So that's a real problem. And we really need to, it's just another example of, the law and the justice system, and I think us as a society just haven't thought properly about this yet. And the Maxwell trial is the perfect example of this. It's turned into this saga where everyone's arguing that sexual abuse victims shouldn't be on juries, and the fact that we haven't had that conversation yet is a real problem, I think, and I think we need to have that. So thank you for that question.
Alira, will you allow us one more question? No? I'm sorry, this is out of my hands, folks. I blame the stage manager. But thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for queuing. I would encourage you to actually come and meet Lucia right afterward, where we ask you to support authors by purchasing the books at the book tent. I believe it's that way. And Lucia will be there as well, I hope. Lucia, I don't know what your plans are. Okay, great. And thank you all so much. Those were some remarkably thoughtful questions. Thank you for coming out so early and for celebrating Women's Day with us with a really thoughtful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. And thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the...
Hello once again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying Writers' Week. A few housekeeping messages. We'd like to remind everyone about the COVID Safe Plan. It is recommended, not compulsory, but recommended that you wear a mask whenever you're moving around. Those of you who choose to wear a mask, you're protecting yourself plus everyone else. We would also ask that try to stay with your group rather than wander around touching and licking strangers, because that can cause problems. We would also ask that you do not move any of the chairs. The chairs have been placed where they are for a reason, so please don't move them. Those of you who require assistive listening, there are some assisted listening seats available in the area in front of the mixing desk. There are 3 rows. Now the whole row is assisted listening, not just the chairs that have the sign on them. We would ask that if you don't require assisted listening and it's looking a bit crowded there, if you could find somewhere else to sit, which would be convenient for those who require the area. Please enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Microphones are live, ready when you are.
Excellent. Good morning. How are you? I say that because I really love hearing you. I work in radio, of course, and we are recording today. Welcome to the Adelaide Writers' Week. What a wonderful event this is, and our session is Bad Energy. My name is Natasha Mitchell. I'm from ABC Radio National, or RN. I'm a science broadcaster, amongst other things. Host our weekly podcast and program called Science Friction, which is all about culture and science. And that is, of course, those are both big themes for today's session. I want to acknowledge, and I am delighted to be joining you on Kaurna country. Always was, always will be Aboriginal land. COVID safe. Many of you are wearing masks, some of you aren't. Maybe just be sensitive to that. We have COVID marshals, pay attention to those if they instruct us in particular ways. And you know, social distancing at a festival is a bit of a challenge, isn't it? But we're all doing the very best we can in the circumstances we can. I really can't think of a more timely discussion than this one about the moral challenge of where the world gets its energy from. And in particular, the moral questions about, or triggered by the raw materials that Australia sends to the rest of the world to supply energy, to create energy, fossil fuels and uranium. I wonder if, like me, you've been watching what's happening in Ukraine. It is completely devastating. Russia has seized control of nuclear power plants. The spectre of nuclear war is back in our psyche, as it was for many of us who grew up in the Cold War. It's a terrifying sort of time to be watching on. And then again, we also think of the recent UN Climate Summit in Glasgow. And Australian governments have tended to argue that our domestic emissions are tiny, just 1.3%, as a contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions. But what about all the emissions associated with the fossil fuels we export? We are the biggest coal exporter in the world, to the rest of the world. So what's our liability? These are all the themes we're going to talk about today with these marvellous guests. Ian Lowe, Emeritus Professor of Science, Technology and Society at Griffith University, one of Australia's leading science and environment scholars. He's a prolific author. You would have read many of his books, but his new one is called Long Half-Life, The Nuclear Industry in Australia, drawing partly on his incredible knowledge as when he served on the Radiation Health and Safety Advisory Council for 13 years, but many other roles related as well. We also have Jeremy Moss with us. He's Professor of Political Philosophy at the University of New South Wales. His books include Reassessing Egalitarianism, Climate Justice Beyond the State, and Climate Change and Justice. His new book is called Carbon Justice. Please give them a mighty welcome.
Thank you.
So, what do you make of the present moment and its relevance to our discussion about the energy choices we make, and also what happens to the raw materials we send off to the rest of the world? We're all watching on at the moment, the floods, Ukraine. Here we are again. Ian?
Well, it's a scary moment. The decisions we're taking now will influence the future of civilization. Indeed, you could argue they'll influence whether civilization will have a future. And in the past, we've regarded exporting coal and exporting uranium simply as an economic activity for which we have no moral responsibility. But Jeremy's book makes a powerful case that we are morally responsible for the emissions that are associated with our exports of fossil fuels. And I make the case in my book that even people like Malcolm Fraser, a former Liberal Prime Minister, now acknowledge that we are morally culpable for the threat of nuclear weapons, which is an inevitable result of our exporting uranium. So we really need to be aware of those factors that in the past we've seen these just as something that employs a few people and makes a bit of money, but it's much more serious than that.
Well, makes more than a bit of money, makes a whole lot of money.
Well, in the case of coal it does, but in the case of uranium, the economic return is relatively trivial. It ranks with such major minerals as tin and tantalum as an export revenue. In fact, in the last year for which I found figures, Australia made more money exporting cheese than we did exporting uranium. And I make the point that radioactive waste is more unsavoury than an old gorgonzola, and the safeguards arrangements have more holes than a Swiss cheese. So I really think if we're that desperate for export revenue, we should ramp up cheese exports and stop exporting uranium.
World peace begins with cheese. And here is the tenor of our conversation today. Jeremy Moss, how are you viewing the present moment?
Well, look, unfortunately, it's a sad reminder of the company we keep. When you go overseas, well, when I go overseas, well, you remember that, to attend climate events, you know, often people think of Australia as this nice place full of lovely people and so on. But when you attend climate events, Australians are actually the bad guys. And we're the bad guys because at global climate negotiations, the people we side with are people like Vladimir Putin, countries like Russia or the government of Russia and Saudi Arabia. We combine with those countries to thwart effective global action on climate change. And the conflict in Ukraine at the moment just reminds us what an appalling and, in fact, shameful role we play in global climate negotiations. Australia, amongst other countries, is a wrecker of those negotiations. And the current opprobrium towards Putin's regime should remind us that we need to keep better global company.
And of course, we'll get to the connection between these two themes because, of course, nuclear power plants are seen as a solution to global warming, and we can unpack that in more detail. Jeremy, what are you describing as Australia's greatest climate scandal?
Well, what I mean by that is that thought came about to me because I was looking into how much emissions Australia produced within our territorial boundaries. And per capita, it's a lot, okay? We're one of the worst per capita emitters on Earth. But I quickly realised that even if we were to go carbon neutral overnight, the emissions that come from the export of our coal, oil and gas would be double our annual domestic emissions each and every year. And so it struck me that we cannot be serious about taking action about climate change, about achieving net zero, while pretending, or at least taking some action to cut our emissions at home, while encouraging and continuing to export vast amounts of fossil fuel abroad. It is simply scandalous to think that you can be serious about climate change when you have that dichotomy between action at home, no matter how small, but increased fossil fuel exports abroad. Those two things just cannot go together. And I think it's the great scandal of Australia's contribution to climate change.
Give us a sense of the scale. For example, you group together the 10 carbon major companies operating in Australia, so the 10 largest fossil fuel companies exporting fossil fuels to the rest of the world, gas, oil, coal. What are the emissions associated with their exports in other countries?
I do in the book talk about what I call the carbon majors, so the big fossil fuel exporting companies like BHP or Glencore or Santos or Woodside Petroleum. And these are the guys that actually dig up the stuff and sell it. But you could be forgiven for thinking, listening to Scott Morrison and others, that it's the Australian government who does all this, and they certainly have a hand in it. But it's these big companies that produce all the material and export it. And it's about 1,000 megatons of CO2 equivalent gas a year that come from the burning of our fossil fuels in other countries. So that's about double our domestic emissions. And this is, again, I keep using the word scandalous because these companies benefit a great deal from this export. We benefit a lot less than you think. And half these companies, half the top 10 in any given year, pay zero, not a little, zero corporate tax. Not only that, we subsidise them with billions of dollars each year to continue exporting these fossil fuels. And that makes the equation for the benefits to Australia not very good, frankly.
You say that if you added up all the top 10 carbon major companies, they would be equivalent to the 8th largest emitter in the world.
Yes, that's right. If you were to, they'd rank just below Russia and Germany and the US and China. And that's an extraordinary thing to think about, because at the global negotiations, however badly they go, they're trying to get countries to take responsibility for what they're doing. But these companies don't have responsibility for the production of fossil fuels and the sale and the harms that sale and consumption does. They escape liability. They don't pay for the climate harms. As I've said, they barely pay tax. And what's more, they're leaving us with a time bomb of unrehabilitated mines and climate harms, which we'll all be paying for a very long time. And so I think we need to focus a bit of attention on the liabilities, moral and financial, that these companies ought to bear as we start to transition seriously towards net zero.
And there are interesting arguments that contest your claim, so we will explore those further. Ian Lowe, in the 1970s, you made the case that Australia should be responsible for the consequences of what happens with our uranium exports. And in your book, you look at the entire history of the nuclear industry in Australia. It's fascinating, all the choices we made, all the debates that were unleashed, and you in South Australia know that very well from conversations about a nuclear waste facility, many different conversations of a nuclear waste facility. But when you proposed that we should be responsible for any consequence associated with uranium exports, what was the response from the industry and others?
Oh, well, I mean, I remember early on there was discussion about the fact that if we export uranium, that creates a problem of radioactive waste that has to be managed, and it also creates a risk that fissile material could be misused and turned into weapons. And in 1977, in the debate about the Fox report, which made those points, I suggested that there was a technical solution to these problems, which is that instead of selling uranium, we could perhaps lease it on condition that it was returned to Australia. And that way we would ensure that the fissile material wasn't turned into weapons, and we would ensure that the waste was responsibly managed. The uranium mining companies almost dived under the table with their alarm at this suggestion.
What, they didn't go, "Oh, Ian, we've been waiting for that argument all our lives"?
Absolutely not. And interestingly, the South Australian Royal Commission also raised with the uranium exporters the possibility that instead of exporting uranium, they might take responsibility for it. My interpretation of their alarm is that they thought they had a social licence to operate while they were just exporting it and creating a few jobs and a bit of revenue in Australia, and we didn't have to take responsibility for the end result. And I think they believed, probably quite rightly, that if we had to take responsibility for managing the waste...
So product stewardship...
the social licence would evaporate, and the community would not tolerate it. And we saw that in South Australia when there was a proposal for South Australia to take in the world's dirty nuclear washing. The citizens' jury voted 2-1 against that proposal because they didn't think the risk justified the real or alleged economic return that would result. So I think at the moment, with both coal and uranium, we're doing an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. You know, we're happy to export it, we're happy to see the revenue, but we don't want to take responsibility for the consequences. And that's an attitude that you'd rebuke your 5-year-old child for, that we need to take responsibility for our actions. And at the moment, internationally, we're behaving like a spoilt child who will not take responsibility for the consequences of what we're doing.
Well, we're meeting a market need. There are consumers that want our products and we're selling them to them. I mean, the consumers are making choices.
Well, that's what Jeremy calls the arms dealer's defence. If we didn't sell it, somebody else would. And in any case, we don't burn the coal, we just sell it. And that's implying that we seriously think that people are going to store the coal under their bed. They're not going to burn it. I mean, the only reason anyone buys coal is to burn it. And the only reason anyone buys uranium is to generate very expensive and dirty electricity or to make weapons. And, it's naive to assume that there is any other motive for buying uranium. I mean, it's very heavy. I suppose it could make paperweights that glow in the dark, but fundamentally the only reason people buy uranium is to fuel nuclear reactors, and that inevitably produces waste, and it inevitably produces fissile material that can be turned into weapons.
But it also produces energy. And do we have a clear understanding of where our uranium ends up and what it's used for? I know that countries who do buy our uranium are required to sign an agreement that ensures that it's only used for energy and not used for weapons. But we are exporting to India, aren't we? And they haven't signed the non-proliferation treaty, nuclear non-proliferation treaty.
That's right, and I still remember the picture of a beaming John Howard shaking hands with Vladimir Putin to negotiate an agreement to sell uranium to Russia. We sell uranium to China. When Malcolm Fraser's government in 1977 agreed to start exporting uranium from the Ranger mine, he said that we would have the strictest safeguards in the world. But every time the commercial reality got in the way of a safeguard, it wasn't the deal that went down the drain, it was the safeguard. And one by one, the safeguards that were announced in 1977 have been steadily watered down.
What sorts of safeguards?
Well, safeguards like the uranium couldn't be sold to a third party, it couldn't be enriched beyond 5% uranium-235, that the facilities would remain under the jurisdiction of the International Atomic Energy Authority. And even there, I note in the book that the then head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mohammed El-Baradei, lamented the fact that he's expected to police over 500 nuclear installations around the world with a budget comparable to that of a metropolitan police force. And wherever he looked, there was the phrase in the industry is material unaccounted for. So he documented in Japan the fact that their nuclear regulator lamented the fact that 70 kilograms of plutonium were missing somewhere in the system that couldn't be accounted for. And you need 5 or 10 kilograms to make a decent-sized nuclear weapon. So it's, we're really playing with fire.
It's been interesting watching the International Atomic Energy Agency respond to the threat against nuclear power plants in Ukraine at the moment. They seem to be sort of clasping at straws in a way. They're tweeting, and I don't know, I haven't seen strong enough statements about what will protect those plants.
No, you're right. And I made the point a long time ago that building nuclear power stations implicitly presupposes eternal peace, because the last time there was a serious shooting war, power stations were legitimate targets, because if you destroy a power station, you restrict your enemy's capacity to produce weapons and fight against you. So if we build nuclear power stations, we should recognise that even an attack with conventional explosives on a nuclear power station would have unimaginable consequences, pollution of an area for basically for thousands of years. And the latest mad thought bubble by our Commonwealth government that we should have nuclear submarines. I mean, the idea that you would put a nuclear reactor in a fighting ship, which an enemy will try and destroy, I mean, the radiological consequences of a nuclear submarine being destroyed are just unthinkable.
40 years into the future, it's quite an investment. Jeremy Moss, let's explore the argument that you're making further. There is the gun dealer's defence, isn't there? Or the gun dealer's argument.
Yeah.
Or the crime boss's argument. Help us understand that around whether or not we can rightly hold liable fossil fuel companies and what that would look like.
Well, I think a good way to understand it is not think about fossil fuels for a moment and imagine, so if someone out there says to me, I'm feeling murderous today and I'm going to shoot someone. And I say, well, today's your lucky day because I happen to have a weapon in my pocket and I'm going to sell it to you. Now, if I sell that weapon and then the worst happens and the person goes and murders someone, they go to jail, they've done the crime, but I'm complicit. I've supplied something that was crucial to that crime, and I ought to be found guilty as well. And I think that's the situation that the fossil fuel companies find themselves in.
They would push back pretty hard at that. I mean, they don't. A coal company CEO doesn't wake up in the morning and go, "Oh, I'm going to do someone deadly harm today."
No, they don't think that. That's not why they're doing what they do. They're doing what they do to get a return for shareholders, but that's no excuse. They know, as Ian's pointed out, these commodities, coal, oil, gas, and indeed uranium, are what I call single-use commodities. As Ian points out, they're not making paperweights. No one's making sculptures out of coal. So they're negligent in not knowing what their product does. And in that sense, they're complicit in the harms that their product does when it's consumed. Now, they naturally say, well, look, if we don't sell coal, if BHP doesn't sell coal or some other company, then a company in Indonesia might sell coal. And my response to that is to say, that's not why you're doing it. You're not selling coal to stop the poor old Indonesian companies being complicit in climate harms. No, that's not why you're doing it. You will do it anyway. And also, I think it's implausible to say that it wouldn't have a huge impact if Australia decided we're not going to sell fossil fuels anymore. If we called last drinks on the fossil fuel industry, it would send shockwaves through the other countries that export coal. And indeed, I claim that Australia should form what I call a reverse OPEC. That is, it should team up with Norway and Canada and other rich countries that export fossil fuels to phase down the production of fossil fuels. But look, going back to the moral question, it's a bit like saying, if I said, look, if I announced on stage that I was going to burgle your hotel room at 12 o'clock today, because I knew you wouldn't be here because you'd be on stage, and then someone in the audience got in first, right, and burgled your hotel room, and then their defence was,
be my
guest.
He was going to do it.
If their defence was, yeah, it would have happened anyway.
I'm clearly
Someone else
dripping
was
in
going to do
jewels
it.
as an ABC employee.
Yep, we know where the money is. But if the burglar who got in first said, oh, it was going to happen anyway, well, we'd laugh at them. That's a schoolyard defence, and that's the kind of defence that the fossil fuel companies use, and I don't think morally it has any weight at all.
But they also say, I remember interviewing Germany's biggest electricity supplier around a climate justice series we were doing, and that, they said, well, we're only one link in a chain, we're just providing a service. But it's the consumer demand. The consumers are just as culpable as us. If we're going to measure culpability, well, they didn't say that. They point to consumers and their customer as absolutely key as well.
But the consumer has no choice. I mean, when you turn on the power switch, you don't know what technology is providing the electricity. It might be a solar panel on your roof, it might be a coal-fired power station, it might be a gas-fired power station. If you're in Europe, it could be a nuclear power station. You don't have that choice. But I remember when Malcolm Fraser approved the export of uranium, he told the House, an energy-starved world needs our uranium.
He saw it as an equity issue.
Yes, that children were freezing to death in the dark because we had selfishly not sold our uranium. Well, at the moment, I think nuclear power provides 5.7% of the world's electricity, and we probably supply about a tenth of the uranium. So we account for about 1/2% of the world's electricity. The basic point is that the losses in distribution systems are greater than the electricity provided by Australian uranium. We are not doing anything to provide energy justice by helping to provide what is now the most expensive form of generating electricity that there is, and the one that provides a legacy of waste that needs to be managed for geological time, which I'd argue is almost criminally irresponsible. I remember saying in the 70s that if we really had no choice, no other way of keeping the lights on but to have nuclear power, I would grit my teeth and say, well, in principle, the problems of waste are technically soluble, and in principle, the problems of proliferation might be amenable to some sort of political solution, although that's really defying everything we know about human nature. But we do have alternatives. And now that solar and wind are a quarter of the price of nuclear power, it's economically irresponsible to encourage countries to use nuclear electricity rather than clean energy.
More to talk about there. Jeremy, you wanted to pick up on something.
Well, look, Ian makes a good point, and the same argument that he's contesting with nuclear is also made about coal. So you might remember Tony Abbott, the former Prime Minister, saying that coal is good for humanity. And when you look at Australia's thermal coal exports, that is the coal that generates electricity, most of it doesn't go to China and India. 60% of it goes to Japan and South Korea. Only 5% goes to India. So when we're talking about leaving the lights on, last time I checked, Japan, South Korea, they're wealthy nations. They can afford a transition. So the lights aren't going to go off because we stop exporting thermal coal in particular.
So this, for you, this argument, justice-based argument for mitigating global warming, it is about ultimately how do we fund a climate transition to a future where we lower emissions and we don't emit, we don't exacerbate global warming. So how would you hold fossil fuels liable? What would they stump up, and who would you distribute the funds to?
So what I think needs to happen first and foremost, obviously we need to stop approving new mines. There are dozens and dozens of new mines in various stages of approval. Not all will get approved. So we have to stop that. What we need is a national accounting system about the costs that are incurred by extracting and exporting coal, oil and gas. And those costs are not just climate costs, they're decommissioning the 100 coal mines that exist in Australia. So Amia, the peak body for the oil and gas industry, has estimated that decommissioning offshore oil, just offshore oil, might cost $60 billion over 30 years. And that doesn't include the 100 coal mines, it doesn't include the vast gas fields and so on. So we actually need to work out what the costs of decommissioning these pieces of infrastructure are and what the climate costs are. And we need to ensure that these companies pay them. And to give you an example of how important this is, so BHP, actually the biggest emitter in Australia when you look at exports, it's just sold its oil and gas business to another fossil fuel producer, Woodside. It's also in the process of selling its coking coal business.
So that's their way of getting out of the industry.
Yeah, and look, lots of people say, wow, a big miner taking climate change seriously, getting out of the industry, that's a good thing, right? It's not a good thing. It's a very bad thing, and I'll tell you why. Because when you sell a coal mine, guess what happens to that coal mine? Someone buys it and they produce coal. In fact, they produce coal quicker and quicker before the industry is going to collapse. And what's going to happen is that companies like BHP, which are very profitable from the Australian iron ore, gold, copper, etc. that they sell, they're selling it to bottom feeders who won't be here in 10 years, who'll go bust and who'll leave big holes in the ground for Australian taxpayers to pay. So big fossil fuel producers ought not to be allowed to sell their assets. They ought to have to decommission their assets and put aside enough money to address the costs, whether they be for the workers, for the environment, or for the climate. That's the big thing that I think needs to happen for fossil fuel companies. There's many other things. They donate hundreds of millions of dollars to political parties. Labor, Liberal, doesn't make much difference. They're staffers, former staffers. So the person who runs the Office of Prime Minister and Cabinet was the former climate advisor to the Minerals Council of Australia, which is the peak body for the mining industry. So, I mean, that sort of outrageous revolving door policy that we see, it has a pernicious effect, I argue, on climate change policy and action in Australia. So we need to stop donations and political influence as well.
Agreed.
Ian Lowe.
Agreed. And decommissioning costs is also an issue in the nuclear industry, because an international study found that many nuclear power stations that are no longer economic are still running, because as long as they're running, even at a loss, they appear as an asset on their balance sheet. When they stop operating, they will appear as a liability, the cost of decommissioning. And the cost of decommissioning a large nuclear power station is of the order of $1 or $2 billion. And that international study argued that some of the nuclear power authorities in the world are basically bankrupt, and they can't afford the cost of decommissioning. So what's likely to happen is, as with the coal mines, that they will file for bankruptcy, having made a profit in the short term selling nuclear electricity, and then the taxpayers of their country will be left with the liability of decommissioning the old nuclear power stations and making the venue safe for the community.
Ian, we can't... Sorry, Jeremy, do you want to...
So I think this is a really important point, and how I'd characterise it is that what's going on right now is a great big shifting of risk from the private sector to the public sector. That's happening with nuclear, it's happening with fossil fuels. And this will have enormous consequences for whether we're able to raise enough money and spend enough money appropriately to address the kind of issues we need, whether it's climate or hospitals or whatever it is. This risk shifting that's going on, I think is one of the great injustices that is likely to happen if we don't get our response right.
We also can't afford to experience what's ahead in relation to global warming. This is going to be a very costly, dangerous, deadly exercise for future generations to come. And so one solution, Ian Lowe, has been, well, all benefits come with costs. Nuclear industry, nuclear power has lower emissions associated with it than coal-fired power stations.
Yes,
so in your mind, is nuclear energy a viable greenhouse gas limited, climate-friendly solution for the globe's energy supply?
Well, the short answer is no. I mean, the longer answer is that it remains true as it was in the 1970s, that if nuclear power is the answer, it was a very silly question. When 10 years ago, Barry Brook and I wrote a so-called flip book about nuclear power, it didn't have a back cover, it had two front covers. And on one side it said nuclear power yes, and there was an essay by Barry Brook saying why we should have nuclear power, followed by my critique. And if you turned it over, it said nuclear power no, and there was my essay followed by Barry's critique. And at the time, it was legitimate to argue that the promised Generation 4 reactors and small modular reactors might avoid the problems that we have with the current generation of reactors. And at the time, nuclear electricity was marginally cheaper than wind power and about a third the price of solar energy.
So it was
that was
a viable
10 years ago, it was a legitimate argument. Last year, average world prices, solar power 3.7 cents a kilowatt hour, wind power 4.1 cents, gas 6 cents, coal 11 cents, nuclear 16 cents. So it's not just a bit more expensive, it's 4 times as expensive. And that's why the more realistic of the International Atomic Energy Agency projections shows nuclear power shrinking from the current 5.7% of electricity to 2.8% in 2050. Basically, there are a few countries where there is no democratic decision-making that are still building nuclear power stations, most obviously China. But the amount of nuclear capacity worldwide will probably decline this decade because the old power stations in Western Europe and North America aren't being replaced because it doesn't make economic sense to do so. In fact, the running cost of old nuclear power stations that have amortised their capital is now greater than the cost of electricity from new solar farms or large wind turbines. So nobody using shareholders' money is investing in nuclear power. And the only place where it's still going ahead is where there are authoritarian governments who don't care what the people think and who aren't reliant on private capital.
And Fukushima the disaster in Fukushima was really that with the earthquake and typhoon were really a line in the sand. That was a line in the sand moment, wasn't it? Germany got out almost instantly off the back of that.
Yes, that's right. I mean, after 3 Mile Island, there was a meltdown, but no radiation was released. And so the nuclear industry said, well, there can be an accident that destroys a nuclear power station, but it won't harm innocent civilians. Then Chernobyl happened, and that rendered a whole area of Ukraine uninhabitable, but they said, well, that was poor Soviet technology and no safety culture. But what Fukushima showed is that even in an advanced society with a theoretically good regulator, the precautions that should have been taken were not taken because the regulator didn't enforce obvious safety measures like having venting to ensure that hydrogen was released rather than resulting in explosions. So I think...
There's an argument that because part of our uranium went into
absolutely
a majority of those plants.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
So we are potentially liable,
absolutely,
is the argument that some make.
Yeah, and extending Jeremy's argument, I was interested to see the Sandy Hook legal case in the US, where a court held that those who supplied the weapons were partly responsible because if weapons hadn't been supplied, the deranged individual couldn't have shot small children. And similarly, I think you could argue that if our uranium hadn't been sold, then the Fukushima disaster could not have happened. So in the end, we are likely to be held responsible for the consequences. And
aren't the UK and France building new power stations though?
Well, they are, but they're years behind schedule. They're billions over budget. In fact, the only reason that Hinkley Point is still being built in the UK is that the government has guaranteed that they will be able to get a return, a price for the electricity, which is about 3 times what it costs to produce offshore wind or even gas turbines. So basically, the taxpayer is writing a huge cheque to subsidise nuclear power and keep it going. And what this draws attention to is that originally the nuclear energy industry was a public relations stunt to distract attention from the fact that the reactors were built to supply plutonium for the bomb. Calder Hall reactor was built to produce the British bomb, and Queen Elizabeth turning on the switch and providing enough electricity to power about 100 houses was simply a public relations stunt to distract attention from why they were building nuclear power stations. And I think it's probably true that the only sovereign nations that are still building nuclear power stations with public subsidies are because they want to maintain their nuclear weapons capacity. But that's the dirty secret that the industry doesn't like people to talk about.
In a few minutes, I'm going to encourage you to ask questions, and there's a microphone just there underneath the... yep, you know where to go. Good. And don't hold back. If you feeling a little bit, I can't be bothered walking across to the other side, please do, because we'd love to hear from you. So, yeah, just line up behind that microphone, socially distanced, of course, and we'd love to hear from you. Even if we could, Jeremy Moss, attribute a price to the emissions associated with the fossil fuel exports that we send off to the rest of the world, or our fossil fuel companies do, what then? How do we decide where that money goes?
No, look, that's a very good question. And look, I suppose I'm a little bit unusual in my response to this. So most people would say that, just say we could extract some money from these fossil fuel companies and deal with their batteries of lawyers and so on.
And good luck with that.
Yes, yes, indeed. Well, we have a mechanism for this. It's called the tax system. Unfortunately, there's too many holes in it. But if we could, for instance, extract a lot of money, the natural thought is that we would put that money to building new solar parks and wind turbines and so on. And indeed, we should do some of that. But I think the extension of the argument I make is that if we are responsible for climate harms through our enabling of the fossil fuel export industry, we should send some of that money where the harms occur. So as we know, Australia is very vulnerable to climate climate harms, but we're not nearly so vulnerable as other countries because we're wealthy and we can do things to mitigate the damage and to adapt, whereas other people can't. And I think we have a moral obligation to divert some of the resources that we might use for a climate transition to help others transition. And it may even be we divert a very large part of that money that we might raise to do that. And so I think our focus should not be just on transitioning ourselves, because if everyone here gets free renewable energy, for instance, then that's an enormous benefit to everyone here. Yes, it is the case that we reduce emissions, but we get all the other benefits and keep them for ourselves. Whereas if we send some of that money elsewhere, they get some of the benefits as well, rather than just us. And to some degree, I'm both sort of captivated and repulsed by this talk about Australia being an energy export superpower. Yes, we can export green hydrogen, we can build solar power and run a cable to Singapore or wherever it is. But that's a bit like saying, we've made you sick, now we're going to sell you the cure. And I don't think it should be that simple. I think part of what we do ought to be fixing the problems we've caused elsewhere.
So when you look at the UN... When you look at the UN climate negotiations and the complexity and chaos and enormity of that process, do you see a point in our future where the case you're making could be actually enabled and enacted and administrated across the globe?
I do see that point. I just think that point will be too late, unfortunately. But look, there's lots of things we can do about that. So the biggest private delegation to the COP negotiations was from fossil fuel companies. That's easy to stop. Just tell them they can't come. That would be a terrific thing. There are green shoots on the horizon. So there's the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, partly initiated by countries like Denmark, which seek to ban fossil fuels and so on, to try and get almost like a non-proliferation treaty for fossil fuels, things like that. But I think really we can't rely on global negotiations. We have to act first. States have to get together, and that's why I put forward this idea about the reverse OPEC. States that are causing the problem have to get together and take action. There's no point waiting...
Independent of the federal government?
Yes.
Or in concert with?
That's true. You correct me there. So by states I was meaning national governments.
Oh, you mean national governments, of
but
course,
I
sorry.
also think...
You make a case, though, about the states need to work independently of the federal government.
So that goes... no, you're right. I do say that. I should be clear about that. But I think nations, need to band together and take action in advance and independently of the global negotiations if they're not going fast enough. But so do states, as you remind me. States as in Victoria, South Australia. And they are doing that. So Australia has no real sort of commitment to achieving net zero, or we have one by 2050. But the states do. The states have interim emission targets that are actually quite robust.
Yes.
Now, most of the states still approve fossil fuel export projects, so they need to fix that immediately. But it shows what is possible when the federal governments around the world don't take enough actions. Smaller political entities can take action, and that's a really good sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the pandemic. I mean, the monumental incompetence of the Commonwealth government forced the states to step up and keep us safe during the pandemic. And in energy, the monumental incompetence of the Commonwealth government has caused even governments with states with liberal governments like South Australia and New South Wales to step up and set robust targets and invest in solar and wind and storage. And I've argued for a long time that local government is closer to the community than federal government, because nearly everybody knows one of their local councillors. And the closer to the people you get, the more likely it is that the government will respond to what the people want. I mean, what Commonwealth election shows is that bullshit and advertising prevails. But at the local level, people replace those who don't respond to their wishes.
I know there's fair bit of corruption in local councils around Australia too, so I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Hey, let's go to questions because you're queuing up at length. If you could keep them fairly brief and with a question at the end, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Yes,
A question
thank you.
mark, I mean.
Thank you so much, both Ian and Jeremy. This is urgent. We've been told by the experts we've got until 2030. We just heard Jeremy say that we may be acting too late. And this is what I sort of feel like we've reached a point where we're preaching to the converted here. And we've heard all of this, as Ian said, since the 1970s. And I'd like to hear, we've heard some solutions. You know, I'm very interested in hearing about corporate responsibility. You know, we have circular economies in Europe. Why can't we have circular fossil fuel companies, corporates? So my question really is, you've talked about a moral response. We don't see that. Surely the answer is not just a vote. Could we please hear some solutions to the moral argument?
Thank you.
And how can we act?
Thanks for the question. The circular economy, that's an interesting proposition, isn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah, look, it is. In terms of...
you might need to explain what that means.
I'm not sure I'm the best person for that, but look, in terms of some solutions for the sort of corporate misbehaviour that you have with the major fossil fuel producing companies, look, we can ask them to be moral. As the questioner points out, probably not likely to happen. Unfortunately, this is a thing that moral philosophers learn very early on, that moral arguments aren't quite as forceful as you think. But I think they need to have pressure put on them at all sorts of different points, whether it's by shareholders. But really, I think what we need to pressure governments not to give them a free ride. We need to pressure governments not to give easy approvals for their mines, to not have tax loopholes you could drive a supertanker through, and to make them pay the costs. I think that has to come from political movements, really, and I don't think there's much of a shortcut for that, unfortunately.
Yeah. I remember Jonathan Braithwaite, when he was Professor of Criminology at ANU, saying he believed in capital punishment. He believed their capital should be confiscated. And he said, the only thing that will change corporate behaviour is if there is a financial cost, because ultimately the directors are answerable to their shareholders. The sign of hope I see is independents like Zali Steggall, and I'd wager that there will be 4 or 5 similar independents elected at the next election. So whoever's in power will be beholden to very active, very well-informed independents who will demand serious climate action. And if there's one thing we can all do, it's ensure that those people get a following wind in the election campaign.
Interesting times ahead. Thank you. Next question.
Is there a case for, in fact, taking action to accelerate the decommissioning process? I grit my teeth as I say that. It does involve transferring risk from the private to the public. But it seems to me unless we actually act to accelerate decommissioning, and that probably does mean government money going in to make that happen at the speed we need to make it happen, isn't that a key part of getting where we need to get to in time?
Thank you. I'm going to take another question as well, so hold that one about the accelerating, just because I can see a big queue there and I'd like to include most of you.
Question to Jeremy Moss. Morality is all very well, but it generally doesn't get very far. Self-interest tends to get a lot further. We're told that Australia stands to lose more from climate change than most other countries.
We're already losing more. Look at Lismore.
To take your analogy a little further, if you sell a gun to someone who's feeling murderous and he turns around and shoots you, then you've got a self-interest argument rather than a moral argument. How can we drive that moral argument home to people to get them to take action?
Am I allowed to answer that?
Yeah, go for it.
No, thank you. It's a really good question. Look, first of all, one thing that morality does is provides us with a guidebook, okay? And it's not always simple, but if I tell you that you or the Australian public will be paying tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to pay the clean-up costs that these companies have caused, that should outrage you. Okay, that should tell you what you need to demand based on that moral argument. So that the moral argument is a guide, even if it doesn't motivate everyone that it should. It enables us to say, no, this is wrong, this is unjust, my hospital isn't being built, my seawall is falling apart because there's not enough money because it's being absorbed by these companies. So morality performs that very important function. You correctly point out that self-interest arguments work. Well, they're moral too, all right? It's perfectly moral for me to say that I shouldn't be shot randomly by someone on the street. That's something that I demand of my government, is to ensure that I'm safe to do that. I'm safe to walk around on the street. Going back to the previous question that was put about shouldn't we hasten the decline of these industries, I think that is absolutely true. And I'm going to utter a dirty word here, and that is nationalisation. I don't necessarily think that these things should be nationalised, but it's one option that should be on the table. The crucial thing, I think, with what should happen with mines, coal mines and so on, as we phase them out, is that governments should ensure that that's done properly. Now, you know, we need some decent governments in order for that to be the case, but the key thing is control. We can't just leave this up to the private sector. We know how that ends. It ends with abandoned mines, public safety risks, and huge costs being shifted onto the public. So we need public control of that process.
And there is a cost of decommissioning, but we now have the ludicrous situation where informed directors of private sector companies are proposing to decommission coal-fired power stations, and they're being bullied by the Commonwealth Government to keep the bloody things running. I mean, how outrageous is that?
Let's take a couple more questions. Thank you.
Okay, my question's for Ian. You mentioned the terrible consequences of a weapons-grade nuclear submarine being destroyed either remotely or close to a coastline. And this raises the question, of course, of access to weapons-grade material, which you commented was usually only available through building a nuclear power plant. But surely an AUKUS-type deal can be justified by many countries who are non-nuclear, as Australia is, with the objective of getting hands on or producing within their own country weapons-grade uranium. Can you comment on the potential damage that could cause, and the fact that really the Labor government got totally wedged on it? And I support your concept of voting in a whole bunch of independents who can carry their moral justifications through to a vote in the lower house rather than being dissuaded by their parties.
Thanks for your question.
I make the comment
Ian.
in my book that Malcolm Fraser, who approved the export of uranium in 1977, in 2014 wrote an opinion piece that was improbably printed in The Australian, which some of us can remember once having been a serious newspaper. But they actually published this opinion piece in which he said, basically, the more countries have nuclear technology, the more countries will have nuclear weapons. The more countries have nuclear weapons, the more likely it is that a desperate or deranged person will use them. And really, before we wake up to the sight of a city in ashes, we should reconsider our enthusiasm to export uranium. And I think that's the critical point, that really it was a technology that was around for a few decades. It arguably produced cleaner electricity than burning coal, but we now recognise the attendant dangers, and I think the sooner we phase it out, the better.
I like the cheese-based argument myself. I buy that one. Thank you. I also just want to acknowledge that some of you are joining us remotely via the UNSW Centre for Ideas. If you want to ask a question, I'm not going to be able to see it, but you might want to share a comment. And the hashtag for the festival is, I think it's #ADLWW, as in Adelaide Writers Festival, #ADLWW. I probably should have said that at the beginning, but I'd love to see your participation too if you're joining us on the live stream. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to add a question for Ian. Ian, of course, there'd be
Just come a bit closer to the mic if you can.
Yeah, I have a question for you. Of course, a lot of people are opposed to the nuclear submarines here in SA, to the mining of uranium, which we're very responsible for, the production of waste. There's a lot of concern, but what can the people individually do to create change apart from voting? So when they leave here, what can they actually do?
Well, before voting, I think the one thing we can all do is write to our Member of Parliament and say that we're concerned about this issue, because I remember asking a Member of Parliament why they were doing so little about climate change 20 years ago, and he said for every submission or letter they get about climate change, they get 10 about schools or hospitals or roads, and it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. You know, it's the only thing that politicians fundamentally care about is keeping their gravy train on the rails, and anything they think is likely to lose their seat gets their attention. So,
what a depressing appraisal of Australian politics.
Well, it's not just Australian politics. I mean,
many people go into politics because they want to change the world for the better.
They do, but
believe it or not.
I mean, the argument in Queensland is that politicians are like bananas. When they go in, they're straight but green, and after a few years, they're yellow and bent like all the rest.
Done a stand-up comedy show? I just have always thought you should. Now, who's still in the queue? Pop your hand up. And all the people at the back, are you all still in the queue too, or you're just watching? You're just watching. Okay. Last question. Thank you.
Okay. Bit of a cheat question, because I want to ask you both to comment. Something that hasn't arisen is the people who have suffered the most from both injuries in Australia, and that is the Aboriginal people, the owners of the land. And this is ongoing. We have the fight over at Kimba with the Bungala people to not have a dump on their land. We have the recent floods in South Australia highlighting risks both at Kimba and at Olympic Dam. And of course across Australia we have the risks of fracking and the assault on the Artesian Basin. So I'd like to ask both to comment on that. Thank you.
Ian.
Well, the fundamental principle should be that Indigenous people have the right to prior informed consent before anything's done on their land. And I think it's a scandal that the process that the Commonwealth Government set up about the proposed low-level waste repository at Kimba deliberately and specifically excluded the Indigenous people from being able to be involved in the process.
How could they do that?
Well, basically, they conducted an opinion survey of the landowners, and they said that the Bungalow people were not landowners, and therefore they weren't allowed to be consulted. They are challenging that at the moment in the federal court, but Indigenous people shouldn't have to go to the court to have their opinion heard in a project that affects their land. And I think what Annie is drawing attention to is a general problem that was discussed yesterday by Julianne Schultz and Claire Coleman, that historically we have acted as if terra nullius, which was ruled out by the courts nearly 30 years ago, as if it was still prevailed, that we could still make decisions without consulting the traditional owners. And if we recognise that we're on Kaurna land, and that it always was and always will be Kaurna land, and the Kaurna people are entitled to be consulted about what's done. And one of the...
And more than consulted, get to decide.
Right. But it does raise a quite fundamental point, which I mentioned briefly in passing in my book, but if you want to see the full argument, you'll have to buy it, hint, hint, which is that we are producing radioactive waste and it has to be stored somewhere. But everywhere in Australia is the land of one group or another of Indigenous people. And every time there's been a proposal for a waste repository, the Indigenous people involved have said we don't want it. So how do we resolve that dilemma that everywhere in Australia is Aboriginal land, but whenever they're consulted, the Aboriginal people don't want the radioactive waste there, but we are still producing radioactive waste? And the only answer is to stop producing the waste, isn't it?
And the legacy of Maralinga lives long in many people's lives. Last comment to you, Jeremy Moss.
Well, thank you. So I think that last question was really good, and Ian's put it very well. But I think it raises a broader issue in that when we respond to climate change, or indeed the problems of safely disposing nuclear waste, we can't just leave these kind of justice considerations as an afterthought. They have to be front and centre of our approach, not a co-benefit, not something we do at the end, but something that is fundamental to how we approach the problem. Because otherwise, particularly with climate change, one way of thinking of it is that there's all these brute injustices, such as the impacts of extreme weather events and so on. Then there's the second kind of injustice, which is the injustice of responding in the wrong way. And that's what we're in danger of doing when we ignore the interests of Indigenous people, for instance, but many other people as well. And so we have to put those kind of interests and those kind of justice claims at the front of our response to climate and indeed the nuclear problem.
Well, one of my colleagues says we would make better decisions everywhere if we routinely asked ourselves, what will our grandchildren think of this decision? Will they think we were wise, far-seeing, or will they think we were selfish and short-sighted? And I suspect not too many recent decisions by our governments would pass the grandchildren test.
The grandchildren test. It's been terrific to join you today. It's the first live festival I've done since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's unbelievable to see you all in the flesh. Just such a treat. Such a treat to hear these two brains on stage. And what we'd love you to do now is support authors and their works who have also suffered during the pandemic by heading over to the quick sales counter. Ian's book, Ian Lowe, Long Half-Life, The Nuclear Industry in Australia. Jeremy Moss's book, Carbon Justice, The Scandal of Australia's Biggest Contribution to Climate Change. You can buy them now from the bookshop, but also our two authors are going to be doing a book signing right now there, right near the front gate over that way, near the bookshop. So go and say hello and get a signature and enjoy the rest of your festival. Thank you so much for supporting it. And thank you to Ian and Jeremy.
And thank you, Natasha.
Thank you, Natasha.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick announcement. As usual, we would ask that you try to stick with the COVID management plan that is in place, which is wear a mask wherever you can. Obviously, it would help immensely for yourself and also to protect other people. If you're in a group, stay with your group. Don't bother touching strangers. Please do not move any of the chairs. They have been placed where they are for a reason. Also, if anyone requires assistive listening, there is an area of 3 rows or 3.5 rows in front of the sound position. We would also ask, if you do not need the assisted listening area, please try not to sit in those seats because they are required by those who need them. Thank you. once again, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to overstress a point. Just to remind you that where a sign assistive listening area is on a chair, what that means is the whole of that row is assisted listening. It's all within the purview of a coil or a hearing aid loop. There are 3.5 rows of chairs for that. I would ask that if you are in those chairs and you don't require the assistive listening and someone who does require it asks you to move, please do that, because they are obviously vital for people with a hearing aid to be able to hear, whereas if you can hear clearly, you could move to another area. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to this session, and what a terrific audience you appear to be. You've already heightened the pressure on me to make sure that this is not an esoteric discussion, and I know that Gareth hasn't arrived to have one, so I'll start, as always, of course, by acknowledging the Kaurna people, who are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationships with the land. We acknowledge that these lands are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living here today, and at no point in our history have they ever ceded sovereignty. Our guest today is obviously well known to you all. Gareth Evans was Australia's Foreign Minister for 8 years in the Hawke-Keating era, and has continued to play a very prominent role in international relations since. You might argue until the cows come home about who has been Australia's best Foreign Minister over the past 120 years. I'll just say that Gareth would be on a very short list of candidates. Thank you. He's just written a short book or long essay, whichever you prefer to argue, the case as to why it's in Australia's interests in cementing, definitely a short book, in cementing and shoring up its place in the world, to very consciously and conscientiously establish a reputation for good global citizenship, a case for decency in the way it conducts itself in the world. Today's conversation is certainly timely, given the government's attempt to promote national security front and centre as a key issue for the looming federal election. Gareth, given the dramatic events in the Ukraine at present, it's hard to start anywhere but there. And it is relevant to our discussion today, and you do touch on it in the book. But can we start with an overview? Given the capability of digital news gathering, we're seeing the war unfold daily in front of our eyes, and we can see what's happening in the moment. I'd rather focus on the bigger picture beyond the immediate conflict. Do you have any doubt about the inevitability of Russia winning the war and occupying the Ukraine, and what then is the longer-term picture? So we're talking about resistance, we're talking about the ongoing impact of sanctions, and whether Putin will lose his appetite for further expansion.
Well, Kerry, despite the awesome and very moving resilience of the the Ukrainian people to this morally and legally indefensible assault upon them, if you're looking just at the sort of the short-term evolution of this, it's very hard to see them continuing to resist occupation to some significant extent by the Russians, the occupation of the major cities and the ports and so on. But if you're looking at the longer term, and God knows how long that's going to be and how much misery is going to be inflicted while it's working itself out, but I think we can be rather more confident that this is simply not a sustainable situation for Russia. You cannot subjugate a population of 44 million people who are profoundly and united in their distaste and contempt for their invaders, despite the common Russian language of so many of them, the common Russian heritage. This is a bridge too far, I think, for Putin. Whether there'll be some court revolution, whether there'll be some revolution by the mafia oligarchs that he's previously given protection to, which is fading away, how the dynamics of it work itself out, I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody's been able to predict things very accurately at all. But it's just difficult to believe that in the longer term it can be sustainable. But in the shorter term, it's critical that the West has, and really the whole world, has reacted in as united a fashion as they have. The continued supply of armaments, that open border to the West, does mean that the resilience, the resistance, is going to go on and go on going on. So I think we can be reasonably confident in the longer term, things will look better. But it's horrific in the shorter term. There's no glossing over that. Can I just say, in terms of what I'm saying in the book, and we'll come to this no doubt, I do think the very strong bipartisan response of Australia to this situation, in terms of our willingness to join the sanctions regime, to send military aid and so on, is a pretty good example, of which there haven't been nearly enough in recent years, which we'll come to, of good international citizenship, of responding to a situation where we don't stand to benefit in any obviously immediate or direct way in either security or economic terms, but we're doing it because it is the right thing. So so I do want to make clear at the outset that that bipartisan support for that is a good thing.
How long can the rest of the world maintain its sanctions, and how much will that really hurt Russia?
Well, it's obviously hurting Russia a hell of a lot more than was anticipated by Putin when he went in. In particular, the sanctions against the central bank, which means they don't any longer have access to something like 2/3 of their global reserves, on which Putin was manifestly relying.
I thought he'd taken most of those for himself.
Well, that's perfectly true, but the central bank's access to those dollar accounts in overseas repositories is pretty crucial to Russia's capacity to survive a long-term onslaught on it economically. It needs to be remembered that for all Russia's military power, economically, it's not much bigger than Australia or the Netherlands, and that's always been the case. It doesn't have anything like the degree of relationship with the rest of the world, dependence on the rest of the world that China has, and it's very easy, accordingly, for the rest of the world to pile a huge amount of economic pressure on Russia without necessarily suffering much pain itself in the process. The main difficult issue for the West, for Europe, for Germany in particular, is the supply of oil and gas through the Russian pipeline. This is a very delicate balancing act for Putin at the moment, because on the one hand that gives him some leverage, chopping that supply of oil and gas off, and which will have a dramatic effect on oil prices in Europe and the rest of the world and give him some real power. But on the other hand, he's critically dependent on the supply of income from that to keep his economy going in an environment where it is under real stress. So my belief is the sanctions regime can and will be sustained. I think the degree of international distaste, contempt, horror at what's happened, this sort of disbelief really that we all felt that in the 21st century you could have an invasion of this kind occurring, which seemed to be so obviously at odds with any kind of rational cost-benefit analysis of what was to be achieved. All of that, I do think, means that the pressure will be sustainable and sustained.
It's one of those classic contradictions in international relations, Gareth. I think that on the one hand, the West, countries like Germany, United States, are imposing these economic sanctions, apart from any other, but at the same time one assumes that they're also quietly giving undertakings that to the extent they're still going to buy Russian oil, they're going to pay for it.
Yeah, well, because I think there's not a lot of alternatives confronting Germany at the moment, which is hugely dependent on that Russian supply and was going to become less dependent with the Nord Stream thing, which they have now cancelled. But in the meantime, getting enough renewables in place, getting enough other external supply of liquefied natural gas and so on in place is going to be a real strain for them. So, I don't look. There's a lot of cynicism about the way in which people react to these things, and a lot of belief that people are incapable of acting in the larger common global interest, and self-interest will always immediately prevail. But I don't think we've seen that in the context of Ukraine. I've been heartened by the intensity and the nature and extent of the commitment, and the fact there's going to be issues like this on the side, I don't think derogate from that.
And just briefly, because I do want to get to the broader agenda for today's discussion, China.
Yep.
A lot of speculation about whether China can withstand the heat of global pressure and persist with its not quite tacit, almost sort of semi-open support of Russia.
I think China's been as shocked by the Russian invasion enterprise as anybody else. I think they're obviously a bit discombobulated by the nature and extent of the international reaction. They'll be doing some very careful calculations of what the implications of this are for their own sort of aggressive behaviour in the region. I think Taiwan has always been a completely different dynamic, and I've never believed that even a Russian victory of a very much more clear-cut kind than we're seeing at the moment. I've never believed that would actually embolden China to do something in the Taiwan context. I think it's a different dynamic, a longer haul dynamic. But China's obviously feeling a bit embarrassed by having got into bed quite as comprehensively as it did, and so visibly with Russia just before the games were concluded, before the invasion took place. So. I think even though its position in the Security Council and elsewhere has been one of abstention rather than condemnation, I think the fact that they're showing signs of wanting to play a mediating role and trying to sort of dampen down the Russian enthusiasm for overreaching is a pretty encouraging sign, and certainly not something that should encourage those fervid militarists in our midst who want to talk up the imminent prospects of Chinese aggression. I think that's very, very far away, and it's probably further away as a result of what's happened in Russia than was the case before.
And last question before we move into that major point of discussion. You talk about China and Taiwan. Do you think there is any chance of China changing its position, becoming more aggressive on Taiwan if the current circumstances in terms of other countries like the other major countries' attitude to or support for the status quo? Are you hearing the same drums of war beating that some members of the Morrison government are?
No, I'm not, and for the reasons I've just spelled out, I think there's always been a different dynamic at work. I think if the government of Taiwan were incautious enough to actually declare independence, China would feel that it had no course, given its long, long history of statements and commitments to that effect. It would have no alternative but to attack. But they know that even though they've probably got regional military dominance over the United States, in this, should it come to a contest in which the US became involved, the costs would be very high indeed, and the war, if it became such, would extend to the Chinese mainland. And even if the US stays completely outside a military response of the direct kind, the capacity of the Taiwanese to mount significant resistance through the resources available to them is great. The costs would be very high on China. The military costs would not only be important for them to worry about, but also the global reputational costs. And I mean, I think this has all been accentuated, as I said, by what's been going on in Russia. It's brought home, even though Taiwan's a special case, it doesn't have the kind of sovereign status that Ukraine manifestly does in international acceptance. Nonetheless, this would be seen by the international community as horrific overreach. There would be a huge amount of backlash against China, and I just can't see that there's anything to be gained for China other than continue to be as patient as it has traditionally been on this issue. And it's silly for Australia in that context to position ourselves as being more vulnerable or out there than we need to be.
International relations are a pretty tough arena where moral principles get bent out of shape all the time. Realpolitik is the name of the game. Yep. Why, in pragmatic terms, is it in Australia's national interest to be a good global citizen in terms of morality and decency, as well as pursuing our national security and economic prosperity?
Well, the traditional core business of foreign policy has always been perceived as economic interests and security interests, narrowly so defined. And all the other stuff, contributing to global peace and security, responding to atrocity crimes, being a generous aid donor, being an important voice against human rights violations elsewhere, and also even playing a role on pandemics and things which, for which maybe there's no, like Ebola in West Africa and so on. There's a long tradition of regarding these things as desirable to do if you've got the resources available, the time and inclination available, but they're not the core business of international affairs. They're sort of optional add-ons, which you do if you feel like it or if there's a bit of domestic pressure, but they're not. I've got a very different view about this. I think these are core national interests to pursue, to be a decent country in all these dimensions, which we can explore the benchmarks in a moment. And the reason I say this is twofold. I mean, first of all, it's obviously a moral imperative, and we should never underestimate the extent to which Australians generally, I think, are responsive to the moral dimensions, doing things for the right reasons. And we'll come perhaps, before we finish, to the politics of decency in international relations. But the moral imperative, it makes a case itself. I mean, whether the foundations of that moral imperative, as you perceive them, are religiously based or secular based, humanistically based, whatever philosophical tradition, utilitarian or otherwise, you rely on, at the heart of this notion is the notion of the common character of mankind, the common humanity, our common humanity. So I think there's a moral imperative which just speaks for itself, to do the right thing, even though there's no immediately obvious or direct return for us in traditional national interest terms. But the real central point of my book, I suppose, is to make the further point that behaving in this way does generate very hard-headed returns for those of a more cynical or hard-headed bent who feel that this might otherwise count as just Boy Scout stuff and not really worth spending a lot of time or effort or energy or commitment on. And there's 3 returns that I identify in the book. The first and probably most important is reputational. Countries that behave as decent international citizens across that spectrum of human rights issues, peacekeeping issues, contributing to international existential risk issues, doing all this stuff, are countries that do tend to thrive and flourish in terms of other aspects of their international relations, the economic returns, the way in which they're regarded as a trusted, respected partner to be emulated. The Scandinavians, Sweden, Norway in particular, have always had that reputation for good reason. New Zealand, Canada, most of the time have had that reputation. Australia has periodically had it. And when you do have it, the kind of soft power that's involved, so identified in a lot of the literature, is really pretty important. That reputational, the notion that you are a good country to work with in international fora, a good country to visit, a good country to study in, a good country to do business with, a good country to support for international positions. That reputational thing is really pretty important. That's a first hard-headed return. The second hard-headed return is what I call reciprocity. It's a common feature of ordinary human discourse that you do the right thing for someone else, even though it's not in your particular interest to do so, you're just doing it because it's the right thing, you will get a responsive return, and you'll have that country being that much more willing to be supportive of you. If you support someone in their piracy problem or natural disaster problem, they'll be that much more willing to support us helpfully on trafficking issues or refugee outflow issues or whatever. There's an element there, it's sometimes pretty subtle, but it's very important in international relations and will be recognised by any diplomat in the field. That's a hard-headed return. The third hard-headed return, I guess, is that on a lot of these global public goods issues, existential issues, where you really depend on a huge amount of international cooperation to get anything done, with climate being the obvious central example, pandemics another, nuclear weapons another. On these issues, if you are going to get things done, you do need a cooperative, collective mindset. And you do need the participation of a whole variety of countries who are willing to go along for the ride of generating better policy, not because there's immediate short-term returns involved, and there might indeed be short-term disbenefits involved, as for Australia with our fossil fuel trade and so on. But you're doing it because it's the right thing to do, but in the process of doing it and cooperating, you create that much more probability that the good things will in fact be done, and that you'll become in the longer term a beneficiary of that. So I think those 3 sort of hard-headed dimensions of what I call good international citizenship, or if you'd want shorthand, being seen to be a decent country, are not just something that gives us, or should give us, a warm inner glow in terms of just the moral imperative. They are things that really do matter in hard-headed national interest terms. And that's an important message to get into the heads of our government policymakers, who by and large are really pretty cynical about the saleability of consistent decency in these sorts of fronts. And my argument is that they ought not to be so inhibited. The popular mood, and we'll come to the evidence for this in a moment, is supportive of this. And it's very much in hard-headed national interest. It's, if you like, it's where idealism meets realism. It's the realist rationale for being idealistic. And it's not enough by itself. The moral dimension is hugely important by itself, but it's a hugely important reinforcing thing. And so it should be really a central part of our foreign policy.
Well, let's get to some practical examples of what sort of a global citizen Australia really is, and to what extent we undercut the benefits we might reap from being a great global citizen by being hypocrites at home on the same moral values we might try to assert abroad. We started off all right with Doc Evatt after the Second World War, with his role in the founding of the United Nations and helping Indonesia gain its independence from the Dutch. But our record has had plenty of blemishes since then, hasn't it? Lots of ups and downs.
Well, take each issue in turn, shall we? Or
yeah, well, let's start with. We'll go recent. Let's talk about the pandemic.
Well, the pandemic, I mean, yes, we can't expect Australia to be much more than a bit player. The only time we've sought to be more than a bit player is when Maurice Payne normally as limp as last week's lettuce, nonetheless came out with a very assertive position which had been diplomatically ill-prepared, operationally ill-thought out, and was quite counterproductive in terms of getting anything actually done about the investigation into COVID, as well as doing damage to our bipartisan relations. But on the pandemic, we've been okay in terms of our international reaction, but in our own immediate neighbourhood, Papua New Guinea, as recently as towards the end of last year, we still only delivered 8% of the promised COVID vaccines. In terms of the international COVAX funding for distribution of injection stuff to the countries that most need it, we were among the least generous of the rich countries. So on pandemics, it hasn't been that flash. It's a sort of a bare pass, but on good international citizenship terms, we could have done a lot more.
As an add-on, were we being good citizens, good global citizens, when Scott Morrison called for an outside investigation of how the pandemic started in China?
Well, that's what a point I was making about Maurice Payne's ill thought out diplomatically and operationally and counterproductively institutionally.
I think that one came from the top.
What's that?
I think that one came from the top.
Yeah, well, it may have come from the top, but...
Yeah. Okay. What about Australia's record on refugees and the way we've applied or in cases ignored and broken international human rights covenants?
If you go back over the longer term, it's not a bad record, and going back in particular with Malcolm Fraser's very warm embrace of Indo-Chinese refugees, something that Gough Whitlam couldn't manage because he thought they were all going to vote Tory if they arrived.
It might have helped influence Malcolm Fraser too. Nonetheless, you don't take that from him, do you?
There's Bob Hawke's, extraordinary, generous response leading to 42,000 Chinese in the country being accepted as permanent residents after Tiananmen. And periodically we've done well in our response to particular needs in Syria and elsewhere. But the overall record in recent years has been absolutely lamentable. I mean, it did start, I guess, our treatment of asylum seekers and particularly those arriving by boat. It did start, I acknowledge, with the Hawke-Keating government, with Keating in '92 in response to the very first talk of Cambodian boat people imposing the very first constraints on mandatory detention. But since then, it's just careered completely out of control with a race to the bottom, really from both sides of politics, with Tampa, the absolute nadir, the offshore processing and the treatment of, well, you all know the story. It's just been absolutely disgraceful, and it's something that's shamed me as an Australian, and it's absolutely critical that we get our act together again on that subject. I do think in terms of what the policy strategy should be, I do think there's probably still a case for boat turnbacks, provided that's done in cooperation with neighbouring countries, so you're not sending people back out to international waters to drown at sea. But I don't think there's any longer any case at all for offshore processing. I certainly don't think there's any case at all for treating people disgracefully, either when their status is still uncertain or even when it's been resolved. And I think it's absolutely crazy that we have this distinction sort of embedded in the governance psyche, at least, about the difference between boat people and airline arrival people. There's 27,000 people, as I understand it, out there in the community who've had their refugee status denied, having arrived by air, but those who came by boat, we've seen the continuing horror show. So I do hope and believe that while the Labor Party won't want to be wedged on this any more than it wants to be wedged on anything else in the next 2 months, I think we'll be a hell of a lot more decent in its response to this, and I certainly hope so, and I'll certainly be pressing for it to do just that.
But nonetheless, Gareth, you can't walk away from the decision in 1992 where you sat around the cabinet table with all your colleagues, led by Paul Keating, in making that decision to implement mandatory detention, which was the spring pad for what has followed since.
Well,
what caused you to support it? Why did that happen?
Well, I haven't walked away from it. I just outlined it as the preface to what I said. It was the beginning.
I'm agreeing that you can't.
It was the beginning of a race downhill, which we simply didn't see at the time. We thought there was a risk of people, smugglers behaving irresponsibly, people dying at sea with these boat-led. We wanted to restore a sense of order of the kind that was introduced by Fraser with Indo-Chinese refugees, and we wanted to have unauthorised, informal processed arrivals. We wanted to have some sort of disincentive, but the scale of it. It was more a problem in the abstract rather than a real one, and I frankly don't remember it generating much controversy. I don't remember being a player in that particular debate. Maybe I should have been, but with the wisdom of hindsight, it was a bad call. But I mean,
but then we move through what so many people regard as the disgrace of the policy that was then further implemented by the Howard government. But then came Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard, and there were 6 years within which Labor could have found its way through to a more humane while still practical solution, but we ended up adding New Guinea to the offshore detention places.
Yeah, and it's, in retrospect, it was a shocking series of misjudgments and miscalls. I mean, you have to remember the politics of it, with the Labor Party trying to do the right thing when Rudd came in and reversing a lot of the offshore processing arrangements, closing Nauru and Manus as he did in the first instance, and then all hell breaking loose with Tony Abbott and the politics of it, and Labor just got very nervous on the subject. Then Julia Gillard, I think, did come up with an admirable solution which would have squared the circle, the Malaysian solution, you may all remember, which was premised on sending back those who arrived unauthorised to regional processing centres and accepting a similar number of people in an orderly fashion from those centres. Who
were other refugees?
Say again?
Who were other refugees?
Who were other refugees and whose refugee status had been established. Long and complicated story, but the bottom line is when Labor tried to introduce legislation to confirm the Malaysian solution, it was knocked off basically by the vote of the Greens in the Senate. Not because they thought that refugees shouldn't be treated decently, they did, and they were arguing fiercely for that, but because they thought the solution was not good enough. Sending people to Malaysia was problematic, and they voted against it with results that I think we're still traumatised by it to this day. So the enemies of good international citizenship can sometimes just not only come from the troglodyte right, they can come from the idealistic left, and I think that's one of the lessons we have to learn, that the best really can be the enemy of the good in a lot of these cases where you're navigating complex situations, and this is obviously one of them.
So allowing for ongoing timidity by politicians of both sides about the explosive nature of the issue if it's going to be exploited, can you see a real possible way out of this current unacceptable situation in our treatment of refugees?
Well, I think that the core of the solution is probably to hang in hard, as I've just indicated, on turnbacks of unauthorised arrivals by sea because of the need to offer a disincentive deterrent to people smuggling and the prospects of drowning at sea and so on. I think provided that you're doing it in conjunction and mutual understanding with Indonesia and other neighbouring countries so that people are not just being turned back to die at sea into international waters rather than Australian waters. I think that's
be treated badly in other countries.
Well, they won't. No, well, that's got to be part of the understanding that will happen and that they'll be treated better. And I think, it's a difficult situation for absolutely everyone, and I'm not suggesting there's any perfect solutions here, but doing that and at the same time abandoning the horror of offshore processing and abandoning the draconian, misery-inducing character of our treatment of those people who are accepted as refugees, and the mistreatment of those who are still in the status of asylum seekers. I think all of that simply has to be abandoned. I think the Australian population will accept that. You see that when you see the response to the individual cases, like the Biloela family and so on. There's a huge amount of compassion. You saw it in the context of the Djokovic affair and the revelations that were people in these motels still experiencing house arrest basically years after the event when their refugee status was actually still established. So we've got to change that, and we're not running any risks at all for our national security in going down a much more decent path than we have been. And I hope very much the Labor Party picks that up in office, and I think it will.
And of course, one thing that's often forgotten as this topic is debated, and again it goes to our hypocrisy as a nation that on the one hand we commit ourselves to wars that create these refugees, but when the refugees are created, we do little or nothing about it, including the recent events in Afghanistan.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, the point that I make is that one of the benchmarks for good international citizenship is not only doing everything you reasonably can to mitigate the horror and misery of war and mass atrocity crimes of the kind that we have done by reacting as we've now done in Ukraine, but it's part of that benchmark to be profoundly sympathetic and profoundly generous to those who are afflicted by the horror and misery of war, who are its victims. And we're talking essentially about refugees, of whom there are 30 million in the world at the moment. And, you know, we frankly should be much more generous than we have been in increasing our quotas. I mean, there's a willingness to be generous, apparently, towards the outflow of refugees from Ukraine. One can't help but be a little bit cynical in thinking that if they are less European looking and culturally accommodating, we might be a little bit more cautious. I think our treatment of the Afghan refugees has been disgraceful, the limited numbers that have been accepted and the absolute unwillingness even to recognise
nature of our moral obligation towards those who assisted us when we were in the country. How good was our global citizenship as we applied it to the struggling new nation of East Timor? When Australia's international spy force bugged East Timorese government officers to help bolster outside commercial oil and gas interests in accessing mineral deposits over the interests of the Timorese, otherwise one of the poorest countries in the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, I am absolutely appalled at the way in which that whistleblower case, the Witness K case, the Keneally case has unfolded. I mean, Bernard Keneally is one of my strongest opponents when I was Foreign Minister and trying to negotiate in a very difficult environment deals about boundary lines and so on with East Timor, and trying to persuade my Indonesian colleagues nonetheless to move towards a situation of accommodating the reality of Timor's autonomy ambitions. It's a long and complicated story, but there's simply no excuse whatsoever for Australia, as we did in 2004, deliberately going in, bugging the prime ministerial officers in East Timor in order to establish what Timor's negotiating position was in relation to the argument about oil and gas resources and the commercial beneficiaries of those resources. Absolutely disgraceful to do it in the first instance, and absolutely disgraceful in the way in which the prosecution of Witness K himself, who first blew the whistle on this 8 years later in 2012, and even more disgraceful the way in which Bernard Keneally has been prosecuted. And I hope very much that one of the first things Labor Party does in office, my colleague Mark Dreyfus as Attorney General, been very quiet on this subject for, I suppose, understandable reasons. I hope that one of the very first things we do in office is file a no bill and discontinue that prosecution. It is absolutely indefensible. I mean, you're going to get a lot of blowback, I know, because I appeared in the court case arguing against for Keneally against the secrecy of those proceedings. You're going to get a lot of blowback from the security and intelligence establishment saying that, security, intelligence, institutional integrity, preservation of secrecy, preservation has to be defended at all costs.
What is the integrity in bugging their officers in the first place? What is the integrity in supporting the deal that was sought by the oil companies?
Well, there's no integrity whatsoever, and the point is that when security services make these sorts of arguments, and let's face it, sometimes they've got to do what they've got to do, and it's unpalatable and distasteful, but that comes with the territory of so much of international relations. But when you're caught in a situation like this, I mean, that's why you have prosecutorial discretion. There's nothing automatic about proceeding with prosecuting someone who directly, indirectly, with good or bad motives, has blown the whistle on some of this stuff. That's why you have prosecutorial discretion. And and that discretion should never have been exercised. Australia's reputation has been already put badly at risk by being worked over by the Permanent Court of Arbitration in an earlier stage internationally of these proceedings. Australia's reputation in East Timor and around the region takes a battering every time this stuff gets back into the press. The nature of the disclosures, assuming their truth, their accuracy for the purpose of this argument, were not such, in my judgment, and I've been around these issues for a very long time, was not subject to actually prejudice any operational integrity of our security services. It certainly didn't disclose the identity of any security personnel. The whole thing is just an absolute, complete overreaction. George Brandis, when he was Attorney General, sat on it for 2 years without allowing the prosecution to go ahead, didn't have the guts to formally no-bill it. But then Christian Porter, when he came in, full of enthusiasm for this as on many other subjects, took off with the prosecution.
But can you understand what possible benefit he or anyone in the government saw in pursuing the case? I mean, is this about trying to defend the reputation of previous Conservative ministers, one in particular?
One not very far from this town has a deep and abiding interest in the outcome of that case, and his subsequent association with Woodside Petroleum and the subsequent association of the then head of Foreign Affairs with Woodside Petroleum, and does demonstrate that there are some other currents in this which are not perhaps as savoury as one might hope. No, you can explore the motivations of these people, but just standing back and looking at it from an Australian national interest point of view, quite apart from the moral issue of it, this is a totally counterproductive enterprise. It should have been squashed at birth. It should have been strangled, 3 or 4 years ago, and it should certainly be strangled now. It's indefensible.
Of course, in just about in so many of the foreign affairs issues that develop for Australia, Australia's relationship with the United States as our key ally in the world is so often front and centre, isn't it? So it was because of that relationship with the United States that we went to an ill-judged and, I believe, immoral war in Vietnam. The same could be said about the Iraq War.
The second Iraq War.
The second Iraq War.
Not the first one.
Yes, the second Iraq War. So that there is a contradiction for us, isn't there, or a hurdle that we allow ourselves to fall into. Our relationship with America today, it seems to me, is that when they say jump, our government says how high. So how do you square that consideration away with what otherwise might have real moral force?
I don't suggest for a moment we should walk away from the American alliance, from which we have obviously very significantly benefited in a whole variety of ways over a long period of time. But far too often we have been sucked into the American orbit and gone to war, in particular, in circumstances where there was no moral or legal justification for doing so, but because we thought the Americans wanted us to, or we wanted the Americans to want us to, because we thought in the process we'd be buying some insurance for the unspecified future. It's a sad story, but my take on this is that we always do best in our relationship with the United States when we make clear our own genuine independence, that we're not to be taken as complete patsies and not to be taken for granted. And I'll give you one example of this, which is not in the book, but it's a very clear one. It's in my memoir for anyone who can be interested in pursuing it. But James Baker, the former Secretary of State, called me up once when I was Foreign Minister and said, look, Australia and the United States are on the same page in wanting a chemical weapons convention. This thing has been negotiated now for 20 years in Geneva. It's going nowhere. And, whenever we try to take the lead on it, people think we've got too much interest, too much skin in the game. We're too big, we're too ugly. You guys have just been demonstrating, and this is almost literally transcribing Baker's words to me. He said, you've been giving us a very hard time lately on a couple of foreign policy issues, most favoured nation, status for China, a couple of other things. And nobody right now is going to regard you as carrying the water for the United States. If you take the lead on this, on something we've got a common interest in doing, you'll be doing a great service to mankind for the cause of arms control. And it was the fact that we demonstrated our independence, that we weren't just four-paws waving, pink tummy exposed, tongue lolling acolytes of the United States was very important in terms of our capacity to get something done that really needed to be done and the United States wanted to be done. And I think that's a lesson which ought to be remembered from time to time by our foreign policy people, who are all too quickly inclined to just embrace whatever it is the Americans want us to do, or what we think they want us to do, or what we want them to want us to do. I mean, it's that way lies, certainly not international good citizenship, but it also does not lie Australia's national interests in traditional economic and security terms. We do better when we demonstrate genuinely our own independent capacity for decision making.
And this is still under the banner of what we're talking about, being good international citizens, but also being seen to clean up our own house when we have been hypocrites. I mean, it was always a disappointment to me after Labor came to power in the Whitlam era, and instead of having what I thought was a highly legitimate Royal Commission forensically going through the ways in which the reasons why Australia became embroiled in that immoral war, where the reason for going into the war, or the justification for going into war, was absolutely concocted. The Whitlam government did commission a white paper on it, which exposed some things, but it was nothing like the force of a Royal Commission. And again, with the Iraq War, and given our propensity for getting into these bloody wars, can you understand why the Rudd government did not have a proper, not a self-serving one, but a proper Royal Commission to go through the coals of the Iraq War, which was thoroughly unjustified on every level?
Well, I think a very fair point, and I'm not privy to the thinking of the Rudd government. I'm not sure they would have understood the thinking of an often dysfunctional government about its priority setting. However much I admire Kevin's brilliance on so many fronts. I mean, he didn't always focus on the right issues at the right time. I don't think it was any conscious decision not to offend the great and the good ally. I mean, I don't know the reason for that, but I agree with you that there's no harm whatsoever and a great deal of good to be done in raking over the coals sometimes when you made very bad decisions. And manifestly going into Iraq in 2003 was a shocking decision, and one that the Labor Party at the time did oppose, with Simon Crean was leader, and good on him for that. And I wish to God we'd done that earlier on.
And now we come to another issue on which we might measure our capacity as great international global citizens, and that is climate change.
Yep.
We're right in our own front yard in the Pacific. We have all those examples laid out right through the Pacific, all those islands that perhaps understand what an existential threat climate change is, if many Australians can't, although most Australians clearly do.
Yeah, well, the support in the public is overwhelming for this, but that message still doesn't sufficiently penetrate the government, and certainly not the troglodytes and Neanderthals that are still driving so much of the government's energy policy. Yes, they've been driven to accept the 2050 net zero target, but the real issue and the climate debate internationally at the moment is not 2050 but 2030, and the absolute necessity to get our act together and get there much faster. We've accepted 2050, but we haven't come up with an even credible plan for achieving that. It's just purely rhetorical. And everything we've done has just has reinforced our reputation as climate laggards or worse. Most of all in the South Pacific, which we do regard quite reasonably and sensibly as our own backyard, where it's critical that our traditional relationships be sustained. We've lost an awful lot of skin in the South Pacific on this issue because it is an existential issue for them, and we're just seen as not measuring up. I think the facts just shriek out for themselves on this issue without me labouring the point.
For a lot of Australia's history, many leaders going way back would have glanced idly out their plane window as they flew over those Pacific islands and not actually given them much thought. We've had quite a checkered history in the way we've dealt with Pacific nations as not being all that important on our international list of priorities.
Well, I hope I was an exception to that storyline, because I made it my first port of call as Foreign Minister to pay a visit to 6 or 7 South Pacific island countries. before going to Washington or London, before even going to Indonesia and Japan, which are the other crucial players at that particular time, because I thought it was absolutely critical to demonstrate our credentials and to do it in a respectful way, not a patronising and arrogant way, which so often we have done. Back in those days, climate change wasn't on anybody's agenda, anybody's focus, but I find it frankly inconceivable that the South Pacific has dropped down the agenda to the extent that it has, and there's been the indifference to the understanding of those South Pacific countries about the character of this particular threat. It's just dopey, quite apart from anything else.
So
quite apart from being
price?
morally indefensible, it's politically ham-fisted, but it's also dopey.
So what price do we pay for that, do you think? What, in the world of realpolitik, what price do we pay?
Well, I mean, again, they don't have an awful lot of clout, those multiplicity of small island and countries, but collectively they've demonstrated their capacity to actually set the global agenda on climate change. The small island states, the Marshall Islands in particular, leading them, have been incredibly critical voices in the Copenhagen and subsequent debates. And Australia tried belatedly to sort of join the gang, and we were disallowed membership of it. So reputationally, our lack of credible respect for the countries of the region on critical issues to them has redounded already to our reputational disadvantage, and it's something that badly needs repair.
And then, of course, we find ourselves scrabbling around, running around cap in hand, trying to win their votes on particular UN things, like trying to get Australia onto the Security Council, or getting the votes from foreign countries around Africa to help us win an Olympic Games or something.
Yeah, well, it's counterproductive to that, and that's again something that the hardheads and the cynics ought to acknowledge, even if they're totally unmoved by the moral dimensions of these things. The other thing, of course, that needs to be said, it's counterproductive in terms of the increasingly obvious geopolitical contest that's evolving in the South Pacific, with China trying to win friends and influence people, if Australia doesn't behave in a way that's totally sensitive to the needs and aspirations of our South Pacific neighbours, we're going to cede a lot of that ground, which might come back to bite us in the future.
So I know that you have stayed in touch with international relationship. I know that you've got an ongoing network of very highly placed contacts around the world. So in other words, I'm assuming that you're in a position to make a reasonable assessment yourself of the kind of damage that has been done to Australia's reputation in its general handling of climate change, and how you measure that.
Well, I think the two big issues that really damage Australia's reputation among the people that I talked to around the world are, first of all, the refugee issue, which we've exhaustively discussed, and secondly, climate change. I mean, this is just utterly at odds with the way in which we like to portray ourselves as responsible players, doing the right thing because it's the right thing, because it's contributing to, achievement of global public goods, that it's in everybody's interest, maybe not individual countries, but everybody's interest to get right. And when Australia behaves as poorly as we have done, and when our record is as limp as it is on these issues, it really does not help us at all. And we ignore that reputational risk at our peril.
One other issue that is related, some people might regard it as peripheral, I don't, and that is the stories that have been done about alleged war crimes in Afghanistan, and the Defence Department internal inquiry that was conducted and found, again, some quite extraordinary findings. Quite clearly there has been, whether it's still there or not, who knows, but there has been a serious collapse of proper principle and practice in the operation of the SAS overseas. And part of the cost to Australia's reputation is going to continue over time, because the process of unravelling those allegations, properly investigating them, and potentially the legal cases, the justice cases that will follow. Yeah, look, you're kind of shaky. We've always we like to have this view of ourselves that at the base level we're decent people.
And can I just say, by way of preface, that when it comes to peacekeeping in international environments, Australia has a fantastic reputation and totally well deserved. That capacity for the sort of essential egalitarian nature of the Australian spirit to manifest itself has been really very evident. And Australians in these community peacekeeping situations, whether in Africa or parts of Asia or elsewhere, very foreign, very remote environments from the peacekeeper's own personal experience, that innate disposition not to suck up to authority or kick down to those without authority, but to treat people as we find them, has worked wonderfully to Australia's advantage. And a lot of our peacekeeping operations in Cambodia in recent memory, East Timor in recent memory, Solomons in recent memory, and various parts of Africa have really demonstrated that quality, that credential, and that will serve us through a lot of countervailing evidence. But I have to say, the sort of storyline that's coming out about the war crimes that do appear to have been committed in Afghanistan, I won't make a comment about any particular case, except to say, perhaps by way of a parenthesis, which I shouldn't, that someone said to me the other day in the context of litigation now proceeding, is it possible for a judge to conclude that someone has not been defamed enough? Apart from that indiscretion, I have to say that any sense that Australia has behaved as badly as has been now plausibly alleged is deeply distressing, because by and large Australia has behaved pretty well in terms not only of its peacekeeping but its war fighting activity, and we have had an excellent reputation, and I'm deeply troubled to see that put at risk by the apparent behaviour of some individuals.
And how do you think it would have impacted on international opinion about Australia when, after those allegations were made, we saw a raid on the ABC presumably to attempt to intimidate any future whistleblowing or release of information that was going to embarrass the government?
Well, Kerry, that's a question that answers itself, as you well know. I mean, that was just indefensible and stupid.
Yes. In terms, as a former Attorney General and somebody who has been quite prominent on the stage in terms of fundamental principles of democracy, and who I'm assuming understands the fundamentally important place of the media, of a healthy media in supporting a healthy democracy, what signal does that send?
Well, it's a very bad signal, and it's one that's, it's even more stupid than criminal, because what the government fails to recognise, I think, is the extent to which, respect and appreciation of the ABC in particular is just embedded in the Australian psyche. It's embedded in the Bush psyche, and it's just...
In the Howard years, it was not an uncommon line from the office to describe the ABC's relationship with the Bush as our enemy talking to our friends.
Yeah, well, that's a very good line which summarises it exactly. Now, Kerry, get back to my agenda and not yours.
All right, let's. So I think you've already kind of answered it, but you want to talk about the politics of decency.
Yeah.
The politics of decency. What are they domestically?
I think they are good in the sense that governments have traditionally totally underestimated the extent to which the electorate at large is supportive of Australia behaving decently on all these fronts, whether it's aid or whether it's human rights or whether it's peacekeeping or it's treatment of refugees or its response to the big existential issues, pandemics and climate and nuclear weapons and so on. And the evidence for that is a whole series of polls that have been conducted by the Lowe Institute in the period since 2015. Not very systematically, but every one of these issues has been tested with the Australian public. And there's very clear, sometimes overwhelming support, for sending even forces to respond to genocidal attacks on populations in Rwanda and elsewhere. There's support for this, clear, overwhelming. And I think governments ignore that at their peril. It may be that these issues don't win you elections, but I certainly don't think they lose them. Aid, on the face of it, let me just talk about aid for a second, because on the face of it, this may seem to be an exception. There's certainly a deep-dyed belief in governments of all stripes and colours that aid is a bit of an optional extra. It's the first port of call when you've got budgetary discipline pressures, and I know my own experience, Peter Walsh and the bean cutters, how hard it was to keep any kind of credible aid performance up. And there is opinion poll evidence back in 2017 from the Lowe Institute poll that when asked whether, and given a particular aid figure, this was too much or should not be increased, nearly 80% said yes, it was too much, and they were alarmed by it. But the next year, and that played into this notion, the charity begins at home, that aid is an optional extra, you do it if you can afford it, but certainly not at the expense of domestic economic welfare, health needs and so on. That played into that narrative. But the next year, the Lowe Institute decided to explore this in a bit more detail, just what Australian attitudes were toward aid. So instead of giving a particular figure of 3.8 billion or whatever it was, it asked respondents to identify what they thought we were spending on aid at the moment as a percentage of the national budget, and to say what they thought we should be spending. What they thought we were spending averaged out at about 14% of the national budget. $14 in every $100 in the national budget. What they said we should be spending was $10 in every 100, 10% of the national budget. In fact, what we were spending at the time was 0.8, 80 cents in every $100. So the message is people thought we were spending on aid when they responded as they did, 80% saying too much or uncomfortably high. What they thought we were spending was 17.5 times as much as we actually were, and what they were prepared to support us spending was 12.5 times as much as we are actually spending on aid. So I think it's a very instructive story that when you penetrate down, when you can get these messages across, when you can get the facts out there, and you can appeal to the natural decency, the natural generosity of the Australian population, well, you benefit from it. It's the right thing to do.
Gareth,
it's the right thing to do, and people will go with you.
We're not just mono personalities. Along with that sense of decency, there's a well-honed sense of greed that can be played to as well, as we've seen in elections in the past, when an election can be won simply by promising a big enough tax cut. Can you think of a time when, did you ever attempt, when you were in government, to get the support to forge a bipartisan approach to foreign aid? Because so easily, even a well-intentioned government that wants to increase foreign aid to a vaguely decent level can be sabotaged by an opposition who wants to go the cheap route and start comparing it with the fact that if the money's being spent over here, it's not going to be spent on health or education or a tax cut.
Well, I did actually, and in particular, God help me, with Peter Reith, when he was, as now long forgotten, Shadow Foreign Minister. He was, despite the comprehensive indecency of his behaviour on refugee issues, which we can all remember, was actually in opposition on these issues, incredibly, sort of supportive and willing to push the right buttons. I mean, my colleague, people like Julie Bishop have been, incredibly supportive, but all of us have found difficulties with our own governments, with our own bean counters, with our own hardheads, who have said, look, budgets are very difficult to put together. We've got huge demands upon us, huge demands for health expenditure, aged care expenditure, and we just have to make some accommodation. And so I found that the biggest problem, and I think my counterparts in opposition, in the other side of politics, when they've been in government, have had exactly the same problems, going back to Julie Bishop. I don't know whether Alexander Downer ever felt any passion on this issue, that's another story. But we've tried hard to hold the line or improve the position on aid in the Australian budget. And we did for a while under the Rudd and Gillard governments, but they did try very hard to do that. But the biggest opposition always came internally from the economic ministers, the hard heads, and those who said, this is an optional extra, this is not going to resonate with the Australian public. What will resonate is more money for hospitals and so on, and that's where we're going to spend it. And so it's a difficult political problem. So I'm not suggesting for a minute there's any easy way through this. What I am saying is that there is an inherent decency in the Australian public. We ought to recognise that, And we also ought to recognise that in addition to just appealing to that sense of decency, the moral imperative, we also ought to appreciate that there is this second string to the bow, the appeal to hard-headed national interest. If ever I was going to make an impression on the aid budget with my colleagues, I always had to do it by saying, look, we're going to get an awful lot of this money back through education or through aid contractors, or if we can stop a health pandemic outbreak in Papua New Guinea, that's in our national interest, da-da-da-da-da. You had to try to touch all those particular chords. And it is important that, you're not being overly cynical if you're in my position to try to touch those chords as well as to try to touch the decency chord. As I often say, quoting that Scottish Labour guy, Jimmy Maxton, in the 1930s, if you can't ride two bloody horses at once, you shouldn't be in the bloody circus. So that's an approach that I often try to remind my colleagues of. It's not only a moral imperative, there is a national interest imperative, and we ought to ride both those horses. And in doing so, I think we will take the Australian public with us.
The one thing that we haven't mentioned, which is very much in the book and an issue in which you've played a prominent part in the past, and that's the nuclear question. And of course, a ripple of horror went through all of us, I think, when we saw the headline that Putin was throwing the big nuclear word into the ring as part of his threat in response to the West, just reminding us about the fact that these weapons are still out there. There are still many, many of them that could blow us all up many times over. You actually started the Canberra Commission. You started an initiative, a global initiative, to try to begin the serious conversation with the end game of disarmament of nuclear weapons around the world. Did you ever think that that might be possible, even as you did it?
I thought it was going to be a long haul, but we started to make progress. The Canberra Commission came up with this shorthand mantra, which I think beautifully states the essence of the problem. In short, it goes like this: so long as any country has nuclear weapons, others will want them. So long as any country retains nuclear weapons, they are bound one day to be used, if not deliberately, through aggressive intent, then by accident, by mistake, by system error, by human error, by human idiocy. And thirdly, any such use is bound to be catastrophic for life on this planet as we know it. That Canberra Commission, with coming out, and we had people like Robert McNamara on it, and former head of the Strategic Air Command of the United States, a whole bunch of Cold War hardheads, coming out as it did in terms of the need to move towards nuclear elimination, wasn't a big and important normative step forward. Kevin Rudd, for his judgment, and excellent on this occasion, asked me to chair with my Japanese counterpart another commission in 2010 on exactly the same issue, in which we came out saying, look, you've got to not ever walk away from elimination of nuclear weapons as the end game. You've got to recognise the degree of difficulty involved in it, concentrate your attention on nuclear risk reduction, on reducing numbers overall, reducing deployment, reducing their high alert launch status, and in particular accepting the doctrine of no first use. There's all these risk reduction things that you can do, and it is important that that moves the game forward. This is a classic example, I think, of Australia as a middle power, punching above its weight collectively in operation with others, and helping to change the normative agenda. And I still think that normative agenda is out there, and the fact that we now have a nuclear weapons prohibition treaty, albeit one that Australia has refused to have anything to do with, the nuclear powers have had anything to do with, is another step forward. The horrified reaction that the world has given to Putin's dangling the possibility of a nuclear attack has, I think, again reinforced that normative agenda. It's a long, long way to go, but you have to keep gnawing away at this, because final point to make, with 13,000 nuclear weapons out there, with 4,000 of them, actively deployed, with 2,000 of them on hair trigger alert, it is sheer dumb luck. It's not a function of statesmanship or system integrity or anything else that we have managed to survive 75 years without a nuclear holocaust. We know from the Cold War archives being opened up in Cuba and elsewhere just how close we came to catastrophe on how many occasions. And we are very close to catastrophe every day of the week. So it's not a matter of judgment, it's not a matter of integrity, it's a matter of sheer luck that we are where we are. And that's an important message, I think, to get out.
So on our way over here this morning, Gareth said to me, look, I'm a bit rusty at this kind of event. It might take me a while to warm up. But it's all right. I saw him flick the speck of rust off his sleeve as we reached the stage. Could you please show your appreciation?
Thank you. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Ben.
And thank you all very much. And Gareth will be over in the signing area if you want to have a conversation and bring your books. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, more announcements. Once again, just reminding you to try and stay COVID aware. And as we've just had a discussion about the concept of decency and behaving, we would ask that you do not sit in the aisles. Obviously, we need them for emergency exit in case anything happens, plus the fact we need to keep the aisles clear. We would also ask that you do not move the chairs from where they have been placed. A further announcement, there is an assistive listening area in front of the audio desk. If you do not need assistive listening, we would ask that you do not sit in that area to enable it to be kept free for those who do need it. Thank you very much. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are relying on you all to self-manage as far as COVID awareness goes. Continue to wear a mask wherever possible. It's not mandatory, but it is strongly recommended. And try to maintain some sort of social distancing wherever you can. I would also remind once again that there are a limited number of chairs in the assisted listening area. There are 3.5 rows only. So if you don't require them, it would be good if you could leave them free for those who do. There should be plenty of spaces to sit, and from what we are aware, most places you should be able to hear. There are some lovely spots in the shade on the hill just behind the stage as well. So, as I said, as was said in the last speak, we are relying on your self-management and decency to do the right thing. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Adelaide Writers' Week session. It is wonderful to be in the Women's Memorial Gardens on International Women's Day.
Yes, indeed. Happy International Women's Day.
It's not a stage over-endowed with women at this point.
Sorry.
But, we promise to kind of redress that balance in whatever way we can. I'm Michael Williams. I'm the Artistic Director of Sydney Writers' Festival, and it's wonderful to be back on Kaurna country. We acknowledge country at the start of these events, in part as an acknowledgement that the moral and legal implications of invasion remain unresolved to this day. And it's really important to me, and I suspect important to Christos, that it's not just part of some kind of rote recitation. It is a moment where we pause and think about the stories that come before the stories that we're sharing today. And that continuing tradition. Agreement. I love this man. I love this writer. He is an absolute gem. He is one of the most extraordinary writers writing in English today. He has written a book of short stories. He has written a monograph on Patrick White. He has collaborated on Watershed, which by all accounts is one of the highlights of this year's Adelaide Festival.
Thank you.
But he has also written 7 novels. Well, 7.5, arguably, because his latest... I was so excited by that joke, Christos, I can't even tell you. But this latest novel from Christos Tsiolkas, 7.5, is a book and a half. It's a novel, it's a meditation, it is possibly that elusive thing known as autofiction. It is an extraordinary work, and it will be the focus of our conversation today. But he is, of course, the author of many other modern Australian classics. Please, a big round of applause for the extraordinary Christos Tsiolkas.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
At one point in 7.5, the narrator, a writer called Christos, grappling with what it is to be a writer, reflects that a novel is simply an act of masturbation. It is, as he puts it, just a wank. If that's true, if a novel is just a wank, how would you describe talking about a novel in a park in Adelaide in front of a whole lot of people?
Feeling very, very naked, Michael. I'm not sure where we're going to end this session now.
I figured if we start here, it's all uphill.
Can I... an interesting word, masturbation, that the pejorative way it is used. And part of what I wanted to say in 7.5 is that there is actually... Look, this question of what we do as writers. We write novels. I love the novel. I love telling stories. That's part of the acknowledgement of being on Kaurna land, like that stories have been told for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, right? What happens with the novel in modern times is that I feel like I have this unbelievable opportunity, privilege to spend my time writing. Not that it's always easy. The demons of self-doubt are always there, but there is an absolute pleasure about being a novelist for me. That's my vocation. I've wanted to do it. I've actually wanted to do it all my life. But there is also a sense of writing the novel in 2020, 21, 2022 about, is the novel enough? You know, is there something else that I can do? And I guess linking it to that troublesome term, masturbation, there's something about the pleasure of writing, the pleasure of the novel, the pleasure of fiction that I wanted to defend in this book.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't think of having met many artists who I think are more thoughtful about what they do and more kind of considered and at times tormented about, the quality of art and what it is and how it matters. And that plays out very vividly in this book. One of the things that strikes me in the disconnect between Christos the character and Christos the artist, as I know you, is that the Christos in these pages, I would say, almost seems... at least when we first find him, to be despairing about the state of his chosen art form and the thing that he loves to do. Is that despair yours, or is it heightened for the purpose of drama?
7.5 is fiction, but of course there is elements of autobiography in it. One of the things I wanted to do, talking about pleasure in this book, is actually go right back to my earliest memories, which are sensual memories. That's my coming to understand the world. So to explain how I began writing this book, maybe a year before that, I'd finished Damascus, which was my previous novel. I find it really important to just begin work, just the labour of writing, right? So to go to the desk, I walk from my home, it's a half an hour walk to the studio I use, and to write. And I started writing a book called Resentment, which was about the contemporary world, trying to make sense of some of the things that did disturb me about being the contemporary world. But, Michael, it was a really dead book. I was writing and writing and writing, but it wasn't going anywhere. And I realised it's because I actually realised, I felt this yesterday. Yesterday I did it was wonderful, the Mud Literary Club, and it was myself, Hannah Kent, Thomas Keneally, wonderful writers, and a wonderful young writer, Diana, who had just won the literary prize. And when she was talking about her novel, and it was about Me Too, and it was about contemporary world, it just suddenly dropped. I understood exactly why Resentment didn't work, right? That wasn't my story to tell. I'm a 56-year-old man now. So what is the story that I can tell? And so Wayne and I, my partner, we were over in the UK. We were about to celebrate our 35th anniversary by, hiring a car in Glasgow, and Scotland is a place I absolutely love. And we were going to spend 5 weeks travelling. We were there a week, and something called COVID happened, and the world absolutely changed. We were lucky; we got out. We got a flight back. Quarantine at that point we could do at home. Second morning of quarantine, I woke up. I put Resentment aside, and I put it aside both as a novel and as a emotion, a sensation, and started work on 7.5. And I just said, I'm going to commit to writing at least 800 words a day and see where it takes me. And I'm going to write a novel about what it is I love as a writer, doing as a writer. And I think I knew very early on that was a much stronger book than the one I'd previously started. To your question, I've kind of gone far from it, so I'll come back. Yeah, there is a despair. I feel, but there's an excitement as well. When you do read a contemporary novel that thrills you. I remember feeling that with Jessie Tu's novel a couple of years back now. You just go, the wonderful writing happens. But I do feel for myself that we as writers, and so we as artists, have become scared. And I was grappling with why have we become fearful. And there are some good reasons, which is that we're much more conscious of questions of place and questions of who we are and identity and all those things. But I wanted to argue for an art that is risky, that is unsafe, that takes you into places that are uncomfortable. And that's the autobiographical aspect of the Christos in 7.5. And you're right, it's actually, I think, only at the beginning, because I hope in the trajectory of the novel there's something much more hopeful that emerges. But you must all be having it as readers and as writers, and this notion of how do we speak, how do we argue, how do we do it in good faith at the moment. The character in the book, he goes away to the south coast of New South Wales, he rents a place and begins writing, and one of the things he decides to do is not look at the computer, the internet. He decides to put the phone downstairs and only check it twice a day. And for me, part of what was causing me a little despair was I thought that we didn't... I'll speak for my world, the people in my world. We'd lost the ability to argue in good faith. And that really worried me. And so that's where I began.
I think you're absolutely right about the trajectory of the book, and it is overwhelmingly, if you haven't had a chance to read it yet, a book, I think, suffused with joy, and one of the words that I've seen used about it a few times, which I think is very apt, is tenderness. It is a celebratory book, I think, at its heart. But relatively early in the book, the Christos character meets up with an old friend, and they have an argument. If part of the book is about our failure to have good arguments, there is a terrific argument quite early in this book. And the thing that struck me, and I'm not terribly interested in unpicking what's autobiographical and what's not, but if I assume that you, the novelist, that argument is one that you have internally about your own work all the time, that Andrea is as much you as Christos is in that argument.
Thank you for saying that, absolutely.
That was my assumption.
Yes. Absolutely.
And so then I was really cross at you, because Andrea is very mean to Christos, the writer. Because the charge that she levels at him when he says he's tired of politics with a capital P, he doesn't want that to suffuse the new book. But what he wants to do is write about beauty. And the Andrea character says, but you can't write about beauty. That's not what you do. That your strength as a writer lies elsewhere. It's not in writing about beauty. And insofar as we read the Christos character as a kind of stand-in for you in your career, that seemed to me to be the most grossly unfair thing for you to be concerned about. If I think about how beautiful Ari is in Loaded, if I think about the descriptions of, you mentioned your love of Scotland, the descriptions of Scotland in Barracuda, or the relationships between family members, or the sensual or the erotic, or beauty is one of the things that I would say has always defined your work. Do you feel an imposter syndrome about that beauty?
Is there a writer here who doesn't feel an imposter syndrome? Right. I think to answer that question in good faith and honestly, Michael, there is something about class, and it's a difficult thing to talk about because I'm no longer working class because I have money, I have a successful career as a writer. I own property. But that is the world I emerged from, and for me as a writer, some of the most satisfying moments in writing 7.5 was going back to that world I came from. In an inner city, at that time largely migrant, working class world. My parents were factory workers, migrants from Greece. That's the world I grew up in, and I had an astonishing opportunity because my parents encouraged me to read and to fall in love with writing. And I started dreaming about being a writer. But I do feel that there is that sense of beauty is something that... And it's a terrible prejudice because I know it's not true, right? I remember the thrill I got. I must have been at 16. Alan Stillito's the Loneliness of a Long Distance Runner, which I think is a book that really influenced my first novel, where he made class beautiful, raw and tough and fierce. But there is that sense that the beauty was this realm of the bourgeoisie, to use a really old-fashioned term, but one that makes sense for me of what it means. And I think I have struggled with that. I have felt a sense of an imposter because I don't come from that class. It sounds much heavier than I mean it to be. It's not like it's just... But I think that is where that argument between Andrea and Christos, and you're right, she is as much me as Christos is in the novel. That's at its root of it for me. You just don't... Your writing's too raw. Your language is too crude. your themes are too obscene, you're dirty. Right? And I think, again, it used to be a really heavy battle that I had with that sense of exclusion because of class. And I don't feel it as heavily now. But I do think it's true, and I think it's really true for a lot of writers who come from those similar backgrounds, that we feel excluded sometimes from a sense of beauty that we feel like we don't belong to. And so in this novel, I'm trying to say, well, can I write the beautiful that I know?
Yeah. I mean, it plays out in the novel, as so many ideas do, perhaps most potently in the physical, in rough hands and soft hands, and in that divide between two different types of values and two different ways of being in the world. How much do you think the solution for unpicking that idea about beauty is about rejecting an Anglo tradition of a puritanical idea about beauty and a non-physical, non-corporeal, non-erotic version of beauty?
And I've said this to you, Michael, and I probably have said it in previous sessions, that, the shadow of your last book is there when you're writing your new book. And the last book I wrote was called Damascus, and it was about the origins of something we call Christianity. And I loved working on that book. It took me 7 years. It was a tough book to get right, but I also learned so much in the writing of it. And to your question, two things emerged from it. One was that I felt a real sense of relief that I came from the three main currents in Christianity, Protestantism, Catholicism, Orthodoxy. I come from the Orthodox tradition. That's where I emerged from. And I also emerged from my parents, particularly my father, because my grandmother on my parental side, she was considered a witch. Right? So my dad removed something called the evil eye. He would, this is the world I grew up in, and I write about it in 7.5, where people would come to our house and they would say, Yorgut, my dad's name, I think someone's put the evil eye on Tomati on me, and Dad would do a ritual. So I kind of grew up with an old form of spiritual knowledge and a really sensual, and I think Catholics have this. I think Hindus definitely have this. I think most sacred knowledges have this, that you go into the Orthodox Church and you're immediately confronted with the sensual, right? The smell of the incense, the astonishing icons on the walls, and the sweat of the bodies next to you, the perfume the women are wearing, the aftershave the men are wearing. It just was this being in the body for me, and that's how the book very much begins at that moment. This little boy going into the church and the sensual world opening up for him. And I don't fear the sensual. So I am respectful of the sensual. And part of, I guess, what happens in 7.5 across the various stories that are being told, like the novel within the novel, is a descent into something called Hades, which is, to confront the beautiful, to confront the sensual, is not always easy. The beautiful is also sublime, which means that it can be terrifying. And there are dangerous paths in pursuing beauty. So many things I want to say about that, but I feel like, to your question, I love the English language novel. I write English, that's my language. But I feel really grateful I have another language that I can read in, another language that I can speak. As a writer, that's an astonishing tool. And it feels like sometimes when I feel the puritanical strain of this age, of this time in Australia, that when I read a Greek novel, I go, it can be different. You know, it doesn't need to be that way. One of the closest friends, Gina, is similar to me, very similar heritage Greek, and she lived in Greece for a while, and this was maybe after my second novel it was, and that had been, you know, and a lot of people had been critical of my books because of the language in it, the eroticism in it, and she wrote back and said, "Oh, Christo, I've been reading all these Greek works and you would feel so at home here." And I don't think it's the notion of home as, you know, I'm always conscious of my outsider situation in Greece as well, but I do know what she meant, that the work would not feel heretical, would not feel... the body is what we all have. The experience of the sensual is fundamental to every single one of us. I'm homosexual. The struggle to integrate the question of soul and body and mind, you know, it's what led me to Damascus after a long, long journey of thinking about it. And I am very lucky to have a man in my life who I've loved for a very, very long time. But there's no but about that, but there is also an understanding of what I owe to the first stirrings of sensuality, the first sexual experiences I had, the wonder I felt in those experiences, the danger I felt in those experiences, the fears I felt in those experiences, and I want to put them on the page. I do wonder if we are a little bit terrified of the body at the moment and what the body is.
Yeah, I think we absolutely are.
Can I just you know, doing Watershed, which I've said to, it has been one of the most elating experiences of my life, this collaboration, and for people who don't know, it's about the tragic murder of Dr. Duncan in 1972, Puftabashed, killed here in the Torrens, you know, his body drowned in the Torrens here. It was just everyone involved in that collaboration really wanted to honour that story and tell it, and the reaction of people in Adelaide has been wonderful to her. But Alana and Joe, the composer, and Alana Valentine, my co-writer, Neil, the director, I think, again, we just knew that we wanted to tell the story in as much fullness as we could. And one of the things is that this man was killed for the sex he was having down at the river. This was the reason the cops felt virtuous in getting rid of him. And not only Dr. Duncan, but a whole series of young men and older men who have been killed or violently assaulted on the banks of this river. And it's because of what our bodies do. And I know there were some people early on in the process who said, don't use that language. Maybe we don't have to talk about the beat. We don't have to... And all of us said, we can't deny the body. That's the reason this atrocious violence happened. And so that's always been important for me to talk about, to acknowledge, to confront, to understand. Thank you.
The thing I love always talking about you, Christos, either on a stage or not on a stage, is every answer has 1,000 things that come off it that I want to tap into. But I think when you talk about that thing about identifying the language with which to talk about things, whether it's from a Greek tradition, from the tradition of your upbringing, whether it's from the tradition of the novel, it seems to me that the way you write about the body, about physicality, and actually also about the natural world, is about finding a language for beauty that transcends the articulation almost. Even though this is a book about finding the right words in many ways, it's also a book about things that persist and triumph regardless of whether we have the words for them?
Well, I write in the book, the character is thinking, I wish I was a musician. I wish I was a painter. I wish I was a sculptor. Particularly musician friends, I think you can... They create a work and you feel this array of emotions and when it's wonderful, a transcendence... listening to music, and it's not about words, right? It's the same, in the novel I have, in the inside back there is Manet's wonderful painting, The House at Rule, and the Christos character, the Paul character within the novel, they both gaze at this painting and they read so much into the colour, the brushstrokes. I find that I'm envious that sometimes that it is through the brushstroke and it's through the sound, the creation of sound and notes that you can convey beauty. And words are difficult. Words are difficult to get right. That's the struggle you have as a writer, is to make sure you do justice to the sense of the beautiful, the enormity of the natural world, the touch of your partner's skin, that's... God, I wish I could write a piece of music for Wayne. I would love to do that. I can't do that. That's not my skill. That's not my talent. So, yeah, I think really carefully about the words I put on the page to lead to that emotion.
To spectacular effect, I might add. I might, before we go any further, for those of you who haven't read the book yet, we've referenced a couple of times the book within the book. The narrator, Christos, goes away to work on a novel called Sweet Thing, and he grapples with, it's an idea that he's had for a long time, an idea that might be better suited to film, might be better suited to the stage, but he's trying to get right putting it on the page. Can you talk about that a little bit? And if that is it feels very true, that long fascination with that story and that circling around that story. And I guess what I wanted to begin in talking about Sweet Thing to ask is, did it make you feel sad to use that idea now without making it a singular artwork on its own?
Well, yeah, but the sadness was before the writing of 7.5. So my two first loves, and they feel like it happened at the same time, was something called the book. And I started reading from really, really young, and it saved my life. I think that opportunity to enter the imagination, and also cinema. And I've talked about this before. I will till the end of my time, because it is really important. Dad, he would every Thursday, he'd get his paycheck. You'd get in a little yellow envelope. Then he would go to a news agency on Bridge Road in Richmond, in Melbourne, where we lived, and he would buy me 2 books. And because he couldn't read English, they could be Mills and Boon, they could be David Copperfield, they could be Henry Miller, they could be, Kate Millett. Like it was just. And I read them from a really, really young age. That was one of his gifts to me. One of the gifts my mother gave me was the love of cinema. And we would watch old movies together. She loves classic Hollywood. Most weekends we would go to this was before the days of VHS, we would go to the Greek cinema in Melbourne and watch Greek movies. And it was like a social world, because we would watch a movie, but sometimes we would kids go out and play on the street. I wanted to be a filmmaker. I had little exercise books, Mum still got them, where I had scenes developed. I gave them titles. I thought about which actors I would use in them. So, and we're talking primary school, right? That was my dream. But I don't have the particular skill set, I realised, working with filmmakers, to be a director. Yes. So there was a sadness when I gave up that dream, but it was with that sadness there came the joy of thinking, well, I can finally tell Sweet Thing, because I'm not going to make a film of it. It's going to be, and I did try writing the script. The Sweet Thing is a beautiful track on Van Morrison's album Astral Weeks, and just sometimes, as with writing, when you're writing a book, a character's voice may be the first thing that comes to you, or a particular... Yeah, it is actually the voice. You hear the voice of a character. When I was thinking about Sweet Thing, the film, I had the final... Even before I really knew very much about what I wanted to do, I had the final scene, and it was a family, and a man has just come back from LA. He's American. He's worked in the porn industry. He's come back to Australia having seen something deeply sad about where his brother's life has gone, and full of gratitude for the woman he loves and the child he has. And they're in the car, and his son is driving, and Sweet Thing, the song comes on, and Paul starts weeping. And I had, that's the scene. I thought, that's the scene I want to direct. And I write about it in the book. And maybe it has found its proper place because I'm a writer, Michael. That's what I do.
Because of the way it plays out in 7.5, you get to circle around the cinematic version of it, the literary version of it. There is this stunning moment, because you flag the scene very early in the book, because the Christos character has it fully formed in his head, and then when we get to the end of the book, we get to see that scene again and played out fully. And there's a moment when Paul and Jenna and Neil are in the car, and Paul's looking at Brisbane, kind of flashing past the windows as they drive out, and he thinks of the buildings as Baroque. And your narrator then pulls himself up a few pages later and says, that's my word, that's not Paul's word. And it's a beautiful moment about that process of translation and language and character, and it really jumped out at me as, again, that idea of tenderness, the tenderness you have for your characters and your knowledge of what's them and what's not.
I felt with this, because I've explained the circumstances of how this book began, and it really almost began as an exercise, right? I didn't, unlike Barracuda, which I'd kind of, I thought this is a story I need to tell. Damascus is the same. It was the pandemic's happened. I'm writing a book that is going nowhere. Let's just keep your creative juices going, or just the act of writing going. And then I realised as I was writing it that I'm telling myself how it is that we write fiction, how we write words, how we put it together. And I thought at one point, is this completely self-indulgent? Can I trust a reader will be interested in how we write, how stories come to us? And it wasn't, and it was actually, I gave Wayne about 30,000 words of the early novel I'd started, and I had 25,000 words of 7.5. And Wayne, who is not a writer but loves reading, who's not part of the literary world, who loves me but never pisses in my pocket about, he will tell me if it's not working. He said 7.5 is a novel you should go with because I'm finding out what you do. Yeah. I've never, it's a novel about how we do what we do, how it is that it may just be one of you today in the audience, something about the T-shirt you're wearing, or the smile you give me, or the frown you give me, is going to become a character. And it will become a character. It may happen that it becomes a character in the book that I'm writing now, because I'm writing a new book now. And it's that happy accident that is part of the writing experience.
One of the moments that plays out most vividly, I think, in 7.5 is the bit where led us into the writing of Costa as a character, and Costas.
Yes. Costas is...
Excellent. My Greek is negligible. But, this is a character within the story of Sweet Thing and within Paul's story. And so we get to see, I think, I'm going to paraphrase here, but you talk about the inspiration for Costa's soul and for his body. And so your writer taps into memory for where the physicality of this character comes from, and then taps into a very different memory for where the soul and the motivation of the character comes from. And I'm sure I've never read a description that made me better understand that writing process. And somehow it doesn't diminish the power of the character. So it's counterintuitive. You'd almost think seeing the sausage get made, you're like, okay, so now I'm not invested in that character. But because we understand the personal things that led to the writing of that character, it somehow has more resonance. It's an amazing trick.
Yes, there is a labour we do as writers. Really early on in the session, Michael, I was telling you about the feeling like an imposter and connecting that to class, and always feeling, it's not the right word, ashamed, but feeling, well, grateful is the right word, that, my parents had so harsher a life than I have. I said the other day, the worst I get is a bit of back pain, but, my mum's hands have been destroyed by years of factory work and cleaning. That's... and it's that work, that labour, that has enabled me to be here in Adelaide in 2022, sitting across from you and talking about what I do, right? And so I feel, gratitude and, deep gratitude for that. But what I also do, what every writer at this festival does, if they care about writing, is another kind of labour, which is putting together a story, creating it from the ground up, trying to be aware of how every single word will sound on the page, what you hear as you read, and that's that labour has a beauty in itself as well, right? And I didn't know when I began 7.5 if I could convey that the meaning of that labour, the meaning of that work, and it was really Wayne's response when he said, I think this, I finally understand something about what you do. And that he thought that if you love writing, it would resonate. And it is always so hard to sit on a stage and talk about writing, right? Like, how do you put the sausage together? You do it by being alert to the world, to the sensual, to sound, to stillness, right? Why does Christos in the novel keep putting the phone away, refusing the internet? Is because you can't find stillness there, right? And you can find information, you can find a lot of talk and what I call white noise, and I'm not saying I prefer a world without it. It's also given us incredible abilities to communicate, but I find that it destroys stillness, and it destroys the ability to walk down a beach and see an ancient rock that has been there for millennia and will be there for millennia, long, long after I'm gone, and something about that terrifying beauty reminds me of an uncle who was so kind to me. And I try and find words to describe his solid care of me through that emotion I experienced seeing those rocks. Does that make sense?
No, it really does.
That's how you connect. That's how you find the language to talk about our world, I think.
In about 5 minutes, you're going to have a chance to ask questions of Christos. Now, I think it's safe to say that a Writers' Festival audience questions are often their own acts of auto-fiction, where 2/3 of it are a question and the last third is a life story. In the interest of making time for as many as possible, if you could stick just to the question part, I'd be very grateful. But I'm going to ask one more question before then, so you've got a chance to gather your thoughts. You talked up the top about feeling naked in this book, and in talking about this book, and as you say, talking about the writing process, to a certain extent is incredibly intimate and must feel very exposed. Did it give you pause at any point after you'd written? Because it sounds like the nature of writing this book was very disciplined and a kind of process, and it came out of you. Was there a point in the editing where you looked back and said, no, that's for me, or that's too much of myself, or I'm not comfortable being that visible on the page?
I mean, you know, editing, Michael, you know this. You've worked as an editor. Editing is part of the labour I'm talking about. So... and part of, you know, I'm thank you to Jane Polfram, my, you know, publisher, and you know, along with Ali Leveau, kind of the editors on the book. I actually think the things, and Jane pointed this out, Ali pointed this out, that were important to excise, if you like, when there was actually too much of Christos and not enough of the fictional Christos. That sounds really ridiculous to say, but it was to actually go, who is this character? And for us as a reader to believe he is a character, you know, we don't need to know everything that's going on in Christos Tsiolkas' head, because you're doing something else there. The other thing, and I was very, very careful about it, is because I do talk about these really significant adults, including my parents in the book, that I wanted to treat them with absolute love, you know, and to not make them, to convey that. Look, there's something in 7.5 that doing it that was really important in writing it, and where I think for me the two stories, the Sweet Thing story and the let's call it the Christos Tsiolkas story, kind of are a call and response to each other, is that I had an absolute safety net of family. Right now, there were tough moments and there were really difficult moments. You can't grow up in family and not have that. But I had two parents who absolutely cared for me, and more than that, I grew up in an environment where I had uncles and aunts, even though they weren't biological uncles and aunts, who really cared for me. And that gives you, that's actually sometimes more important than money or anything, to have that cradling, right? Paul doesn't have that. You know, he comes from a world where family is blighted, and I wanted to be really careful in the writing of family, that if I take the reader to the really dark extremes of what Paul emerged from, I'm also there saying there is something else. There is something hopeful in a notion. And it's, you know, a small F family, you know, because, you know, this book is about... I was really conscious of not being scared. I was really conscious, rather, of not being scared, because part of what I'm talking about in this book is family, is home, is love, is the sacred, and they're all really difficult subjects in 2021, 2022 to talk about. But they're really important to me, and I wanted to do the best work, you know. I wanted to do my best labour in writing about those topics.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to take the questions down at the microphone.
Christos, when you visit Scotland, I wonder if it works well for your sense of class and your experience of beauty, but perhaps less well for sensuality.
I actually find the Scots really sensual. Scotland for me was, I remember, I was very, very young lad when I first went there, and I remember, and a friend's got the letter that I wrote to him saying, I finally get where Anglo-Australians come from. I didn't feel that in London. I didn't feel that in Manchester. I really felt it in Glasgow. And I really felt the history of class in that city. It's also a spectacularly beautiful country. Just this, where you just drive for 15 minutes and there's a shocking change in the landscape. And you know those moments when you're travelling, when you cry, just at the beauty of landscape. And that happened constantly through being in Scotland. There's a friend of mine, and I think she may be here, Laura Croche, who used to direct the festival, and she's amazing, Laura. And I remember when you talked to me about 7.5, and you said, "This is a love letter to Australia," and that also felt contentious to do that at this time, because there's so much I know that I don't love about this country. But it is a book that is in awe of the beauty of the landscape here, and that maybe, I'm just thinking of your question, sir, maybe it was allowing myself to feel that in the city of Glasgow and to feel that in the country of Scotland that has been there for such a long time now, and allowed me to find a way to talk about something beautiful here. You got also, just really quick on the question of home. Remember, I started writing this book coming into quarantine from the pandemic in 2020. I said, apologies if you've heard me say this before the other day, but this is so true, that I remember being in Doha airport, terrified. We were all terrified. This was March 2020, and everyone wanting to get home. And, we were all packed together. We thought we were going to get COVID. We didn't know what COVID was back then. And this young woman who was flying to Lagos, speaking in French on her phone, going, "I just want to go home. I just want to go home," and crying. And I realised the world was shutting down, and the only home I had was here, in this fraught, difficult, hard place, with this hard history, awful history, all of that, but this was home. And I think that came into the book, Laura.
I think it absolutely does, both in memories of suburban Melbourne and inner city Melbourne, but also one of the best accounts I think you'll read in fiction of small town coastal Australia during bushfire times. Just beautifully done. It's phenomenal. Thank you. Just to note that if anyone else wants to ask a question in a thematically appropriate accent, we encourage that.
No, I'm an Adelaidean.
Perfect accent, sir.
Christos, the scene that stays with me most vividly is a very graphic sex scene where a seemingly happily married man and father has a sexual encounter with his brother's lover in front of his brother. Is the idea of that no matter how respectable we may be, an Adelaidean, we're all capable of being really transgressive?
I think for me that scene is, and actually to Michael's question, that was a scene that I did par back, because I thought I was going to, when you go to, I just thought there may be a dishonouring of Paul if I don't do this well. What happens there is, this is a man who's gone back to America after decades and finds his brother living in hell. Living in hell. In fact, the only thing that is not hell is his relationship with Cynthia. They're ice addicts. They've got no money. It's crushing, that world. And Paul, who has refused drugs because he too was an addict when he was younger, out of his deep despair at seeing his brother, and he knows, at the closing of the Sweet Thing story, he will never see him again. To survive, he has to cut his brother out of his life. And I just wanted to get to a moment of what drugs can do if you fall into that. And as someone who has experienced the elations of drugs, but also the horror of addiction, it isn't transcendent then. It is actually losing any sense of your own dignity, and I just wanted to convey that in the moment, and that was the closest way I could do it, where Paul realises if he goes through with this will be his life. So I don't see that as a moment of transgression. I see that as a moment of really deep sadness.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to hog the question time, but it did strike me that because Paul's reason for going back to America is an offer from a fan of his porn career wanting a weekend with him late in his life. And one of the things that struck me was that you discreetly drew a veil over the sex that Paul and Costa have. That, you don't shy away from depictions of the body and the physicality and everything else. But for that, it was such a intimate, private thing that it was, if it were a film, you panned the camera away before that kind of inciting moment. And it's a reference to Bleakley afterwards, but you choose not. I was interested in that choice not to depict
So that's
that.
Conrad,
Conrad.
Who is based on the uncle figure. That actually was a choice about giving that man his dignity.
Yeah.
Because I didn't. I mean, the sex scene that I wanted to write was between Paul and his wife Jenna, because the body is important to me, the sensual is important to me. I wanted to convey through that scene how much these two people love each other and are still into each other. That was the important sex scene. When it came to what happens between Paul and Conrad, it was like I am gonna put that veil, because I'll leave that to your imagination, because that's not the important part of the story.
I found it such a beautiful choice, and it felt very deliberate.
It was.
That was an act of respect, and the way you write sex or the way you write those physical encounters, it's a deliberate choice to share that at that moment, and the decision not to, I thought, was touching.
Thank you. I've just heard my mum's voice going, "Stop talking about sex."
Well, the next question we have for you is from your mother. No.
As you can tell by my accent, I'm not an Aussie by birth, but I am by choice and in my heart. I wondered if you would share with us, even though Michael made a joke about it at the beginning, the genesis of the title 7.5.
Yeah, that was... so I love cinema, and one of my great loves is Italian cinema of the post-war era, like from neorealism to the great work of Bertolucci to Verdemuller. Like Pasolini is one of my inspirations, and there's also Federico Fellini, and he made a film in the mid-60s called 8.5. It was his 9th movie, which was a movie about a filmmaker played by Marcello Mastroianni who has the white noise going on his head, and he's working on a film, but there's people telling him he should make this kind of film, or why aren't you more political, or and it's an entrancing film, those of you who know it, about how film works and how the imagination works. So the title's a homage to that, because it's my 8th book. I'm including Merciless Gods, the collection of short stories. So I thought I'm going to call it 7.5 as an act of homage to a cinema that I adore. Yeah.
Thank you.
When you were writing Damascus, was there anything in particular you read that you found poetic or illuminating to your understanding of what Christianity is for you?
My friend actually, because it had been a long time since I'd gone back to them, it was reading the Gospel. The Gospels were, particularly Matthew. I'd always loved John because I just think the language of the John Gospel. I actually keep going back to it just as a reader. In this strange position I have as an agnostic, but really still, I became less afraid of acknowledging that the sacred is important to me in writing Damascus. God, that's a really good question. I think it was the gospel. It was, of course, Paul's letters, in particular Romans, which I had never read properly, I think, until I started work on that book. And from the Apocrypha, the Thomas Gospel, which became so central to the writing of the book. I feel like there's something deep that I am forgetting there in the work I did in Damascus and all that research I did. There was a book, and I'm sorry, it's in my notes, and it was about the last days of the pagans before Christianity became the religion of empire. And I wish I could remember the title. It was an academic book that I bought, but the writer was, and I think it's called Pagans and Christians. It made me sense, this is the ending of something. We are a dying people. And I hadn't thought about that. And that, I think, came into the writing of Damascus. And always, and I reference it in 7.5 in a different ways, in terms of a novel that has been beautiful from the moment I first read it, and I've reread it countless times, and I did reread it in working on Damascus, is Marguerite Yourcenar's Memoirs of Hadrian. I mean, to me, it's one of the greatest novels of all time, and to be able to... I mean, it's one of the hardest things I ever had to do, to enter the ancient world and try to unshackle myself from the 21st century. But she's done it. She did it miraculously. A long... it's one of the... it's a book that I will hold close to my heart for the rest of my life. And the Book of Job, from again, that was, in going back to it, I just think that's one of the great works of global literature.
Thank you.
My question's a little bit of a guilty confession, and that was that as I read 7.5, I kept wanting to jump into your life, and I was going, oh no, his partner's name's Wayne, I'm sure it's Wayne, and then I would go off and Google exactly the thing that the main character kind of, demonstrates how terrible it is. And I found myself, this is the confession, because I'm a fan, delving into your life in a way that I wouldn't usually do on Google. And I wonder, it goes to that question of how much of yourself was in the book. Are you did you want your reader to do what I did and look into all of these parts? Or was that just an accident of the way you wrote it? And I apologise.
You don't have to apologise at all. I mean, there's... there is a sense of, as I said, the question of what is the novel. I mean, the authority of writing, who has the right, what are the kind of stories I can tell. And they're really good questions. They're really, they're really important questions that we need to ask. And so with 7.5, I'm saying, let me be honest. This is what a writer at this moment, a male writer of my age, is pondering. You know, how do we write? But it is also true that this isn't new. You know, that just as much as I refer to Yursana, you know, and again, apologies, I talked about this the other day, but it is really important that you know, doing the book I did on Patrick White, immersing myself for a year in all his writings, I did the same with Virginia Woolf, and then I did the same with Jean Genet. And, you know, this is a writer who has written these beautiful works that also play with the notion of autobiography, you know, and I did exactly what you were doing with Genet, right? I would read The Thieves' Journal, or I would read Our Lady of the Flowers, and then I would go and Google Genet and just see how much of it was based on his life and how much of it was him as a fiction writer playing with the notion of biography. I'm just, you know, I think I'm really careful saying this because it's a huge debt, and it's a little bit, I still feel that. Andrea above me going, well, you can't compare, and I don't mean it in that way, but I owe a lot to that modernist early 20th century fiction. And I think this book is the closest where that acknowledgement is on the page, if that makes sense.
I'm afraid we're out of time. I know there is a questioner who's been very patient. Christos will be signing books near the bookshop. Ask a question when you're there.
Please do. I'm very happy to continue the conversation.
I did think that last question was going to reveal something that you discovered on Google that was going to shock us all. So I was a bit relieved that we didn't.
Thank God
dig too deep.
there wasn't the iPhone when I was a young pup. That's all I can say.
Christos talked about how much he longs for books that are courageous and take risks and are brave, and it's hard to think of another writer who better embodies those qualities. He does all of that, and at the same time I think he has succeeded in writing a love song, not just to Wayne, but something that we can all get a lot of pleasure from. Please join me in thanking the extraordinary Christos Tsiolkas.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you. Thank you to this man too.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick reminder, if you could all keep aware of the COVID plan, wear a mask wherever possible. It's not mandatory, but it is strongly recommended. Try to keep socialisation or social distancing rather than isolation wherever possible. We would also ask that you do not move any of the chairs from where they have been positioned. And can you also avoid sitting in the aisles? It obviously is very inconvenient. If anyone requires assistive listening, they have a hearing aid. There is an assistive listening hearing aid loop right in front of the mixing desk for about 3.5 rows. So if you require that, please come and take advantage of that. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon's session of Adelaide Writers' Festival. My name's Nicole Aberdeen, and this afternoon I'll be speaking to prize-winning author Emily Bitto about her second novel, Wild Abandon, published by Allen & Unwin last year. Before we start, we acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay our respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land, and we acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. Before we start, I also need to reinforce some conditions of our COVID management plan approved by SA Health. Please maintain social distancing wherever possible, and we strongly encourage the wearing of masks and ask you to follow directions given by the COVID marshals, venue staff and volunteers. Please support all of our writers by purchasing books at the wonderful book tent. Emily will be available signing copies of Wild Abandon after this session, and there'll also be an opportunity for you to ask questions at the end, so please take advantage of that if you'd like to. I would like now to introduce you to Dr. Emily Bitto. She's a Melbourne-based writer of fiction, non-fiction and poetry. She has a Master's in Literary Studies and a PhD in Creative Writing from the University of Melbourne. Emily's debut novel, The Strays, was the winner of the 2015 Stella Prize and was longlisted for the International Dublin Literary Award and shortlisted for many other awards. It was published in Britain, the US and Canada and received rave reviews overseas, just as it had here, including some of the ones I've seen in the New Yorker and the New York Times Book Review. This book really announced her arrival as a powerful new voice in Australian literature, and we're so lucky to have her here today. In 2018, she was awarded a 6-month Australia Council residency in Rome to work on this novel. She's been published in The Age, The Monthly, The Sydney Morning Herald and The Saturday Paper. Emily has taught creative writing for many years at various different places, including Melbourne University and Victoria University, and she currently teaches at the Faber Writing Academy. Wild Abandon, just like The Strays, has been receiving excellent reviews, and it was described, for example, in the Sydney Morning Herald as clever, complex, troubling, and full of rich food for thought. Please join me in welcoming Emily to the stage. Emily, could you start by telling us what your wonderful book, Wild Abandon, is about?
Sure. Thanks everyone for coming. It's really lovely to see you all. This is my first real live event since the book came out, which was at the end of September last year, so it's amazing to see you all. Thank you. So the book is basically about a young Australian man called Will who has just gone through his first real heartbreak, devastating, and he sort of basically does what I know I have sort of fantasised about doing and didn't do in the circumstances. He just packs up his life, drops out of uni, subleases his room in a share house and flees overseas. And where he goes is America. And he first arrives in New York. He knows a guy there called Paul, who was his older brother's best friend, who's now working as a chef. And he crashes on Paul's couch for a while. And basically, I think you would have to say goes on a massive bender. As a way of, fleeing his heartbreak, escaping a lot of things that he's trying to escape, really. And then he, by sort of fate or chance, he ends up in a small town in Ohio. He has this idea that he's going to go on a road trip, but essentially he runs out of money. The only other person he knows in America is actually a woman who he went to school with in the small town in Australia that he comes from. And so he goes to sort of stay with her, and he meets a guy who lives in the town who owns a private zoo of wild animals. I'm sure many of you know about Tiger King. That was made probably in the middle of while I was writing this book. At first I was horrified, and then I thought, well, at least people will understand that this is a real world that exists in the US. And so Will ends up working for this guy, Wayne, who owns this menagerie of wild animals.
Emily, could you read us a short extract from the book, please?
Sure. So this section is basically when the first the first time Will goes to visit Wayne's private zoo, he hasn't started working there yet, and it's his first kind of real encounter with the animals, which, I think if you've ever come into close proximity with a full-grown tiger, it's a pretty incredible experience. And then the blunted day honed itself to a point, for at the rows of cages set along the flank of the driveway, Will stood before living predators of enormous size and physical power, creatures that once again set off some deep-dwelling response of recognition and fear and ambivalent euphoria, some reawakened blink of the sleeping senses in an animal who has long forgotten what it is to be prey. Warm, thrumming human meat that contains within its dormant species destiny the potential and even lust to be taken and absorbed into and merged with the material being of these dream-exquisite beasts. And as the creatures caught sight or scent of Wayne with his barrow, a fearful roaring broke out and spread, gathering resonance as it multiplied like bass feedback, until Will could feel it in his feet and in his chest, as if his own heart was vibrating, whether in fear or sympathy or reverence, he would not have been able to guess, for in this uncharted zone of experience, he was able only to observe his own animal responses and extrapolate from them some new set of facts about what kind of man he was or might become. At the cages, the smell intensified, a men's urinal in an Aussie pub to the power of 1,000. Wayne set down the barrow by the first cage, which held a frankly humongous white tiger, prone and impassive, its death-commanding paws lined up in prim parallel and its body curved so that the long, close-striped tail wrapped around to lie beside a front leg. "This is Snow," said Wayne. "He's a white Siberian tiger, weighs in at almost 600 pounds. JT glanced at Will, who was standing back, the deer leg hanging against his calf. Will felt it drip from its hacked end into his boot. "You look like you might be wigging out a little," JT said. Will laughed, tried to make the laugh full of ease. "I kind of think I might be. This is pretty wild." Wayne smiled at him. "When you actually get to know each and every one of them and see that they all have their own personalities, it's the most incredible thing in the world." The tiger was so close to the bars that Will could hear his huffing out-breaths and discern each long white whisker sprouting from the plump muzzle cheeks, each side of his pink nose. He lifted his gigantic head and opened his mouth, revealing curved canine incisors that looked like they could punch straight through Will's skull. And then the tiger stood and leapt up, sudden and full height, his tufted paws pressing the bars. The 3 grown men reached barely to his chest. He nuzzled his head against the wire, and Wayne put his hand through and sunk it to the wrist in the deep white shag of the tiger's fur. Will stopped breathing. He couldn't help it. His hands were shaking. This was crazy. The word majestic came into his mind, but he was immediately embarrassed by the cliché and struck by the utter inadequacy of language to represent this creature, this experience. He remembered the theory of the sublime, which he'd read about in philosophy class, and thought that this was what it meant, the zoomed-out microscopic self, the protective carapace of culture rupturing and falling away. He rebuked himself for retreating into theory, undoubtedly a protective mechanism in the face of that which he could not assimilate. And there he went again, when he should be simply and profoundly looking, encountering this animal being and remembering that he was an animal himself. Fuck, no wonder he had no girlfriend. He was so far inside his own head that the sight of a tiger had sent him into some kind of existential crisis.
Emily, one of the sources of inspiration for the novel was a news story that you read in 2011 about a man in Ohio who kept at his home a collection of exotic animals, a bit like what you've just described there. This is a fictional story, but that was one of the inspirations. And I wondered, What was it about that story that caught your eye, that lit the creative spark for you?
I mean, I think so many things about it. I think probably the main thing that it really set me thinking about was our relationship to animals and to some sort of idea of wildness, and the distinction that we've sort of set up in this very strange moment in the West at least, in this kind of state of kind of uber capitalism, I would say, where we simultaneously have sort of forgotten that we are animals or try desperately to kind of deny that, and yet we clearly have some sort of yearning for contact with, something wild, that kind of animal nature. So there was that really interested me, but then also just the shocking sort of excess of the fact that someone was legally allowed to own, I think he owned something like 58 wild animals, 18 tigers, lions, bears, wolves. It just sort of seemed inconceivable to me, and it seemed like, again, a sort of metaphor for something about the time that we live in and the kind of excesses of the world that we inhabit in the overdeveloped West. Yeah.
And we're going to talk about those themes a little bit later on. Another source of inspiration for you is that Emily owns or co-owns a bar in Carlton, Melbourne called Heart Attack and Vine, which is apparently a very great bar and a hangout for a lot of writers. So that's a recommendation for all of you if you're next in Melbourne. I'll put in that plug as well. But I've seen that you said that another source for this book was that you worked with a lot of young men in their 20s and you heard a lot of them talking about their dreams and their dreams to travel, and particularly to travel to America. And one of the things I think that you said you noticed is that when you were their age, back in those days, that sort of rite of passage for young Australians was more about travelling to Europe. But what you noticed with these young men was that they were all talking about travelling to America.
Yeah.
Would you like to talk a bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that really interested me for two main reasons. One is that I am really just interested in the relationship between America and Australia and the sort of cultural dominance of America, the way that I think particularly working in that industry, food culture and cocktail culture and then just music. I'm an obsessive kind of music fan, film. Everything is so kind of influenced by American culture. And I did notice that, that shift from when I was the age of a lot of these young people, that, for me it was the kind of, quote, cultural centre was located in Europe, and that was where I kind of dreamed of travelling. And I just found that so interesting that had shifted, but that regardless of the fact that it had shifted from one place to another, it still struck me that there is a sense in kind of a lot of Australians, I think, in Australian culture, that, culture happens elsewhere, that the cultural centre is sort of located elsewhere, and this insatiable hunger to kind of go to where the real things are happening. And so, that really got me thinking that it doesn't necessarily matter where that place is, but it is the fantasy sort of other place where sort of life is being lived in much more exciting ways.
I wanted to ask you about that. You said that much of the book is about the idea of travel and encountering another culture and the misunderstandings and fantasies and projections that are involved in that. Now, when we look at Will as he's making his journey, at one point in the second half of the book, I think it is, he acknowledges, he says, I had a totally ridiculous, romantic idea about America, the place I've always wanted to see. Could you talk a little bit about that notion of the fantasy of travel and especially its appeal for young Australians?
Yeah, I mean, I think that interest kind of grew out of the fact that, the initial spark, as you mentioned, was a real story, and I wanted to find a way of writing about that story, but I knew I could not inhabit that story from the inside, and I was never going to be able to kind of write a definitive kind of representation of America. I'm not American, and thinking through that, how I was going to kind of incorporate this story into the novel, I just became really fascinated by the way that we attempt as travellers or as kind of outsiders to understand other cultures, the fact that, we never really probably can, the fact that there are all of these sort of fantasies that go along with travel. And I think that it's just a really inherently interesting thing. What is it that we're sort of looking for when we go to other places? Often I think it's something we're looking for in ourselves. And I also sort of became really interested, this is a little bit meta, but, I did study literature, the idea of the sort of quest narrative, particularly the sort of masculine quest, which is, a kind of literary trope as old as sort of literature itself, the idea of the young man going out into the world to seek his fortune or sort of find experience, come back essentially transformed. And that to me, really, when you think about it, is a completely unrealistic expectation that, you will just leave the country and become transformed.
I wanted to ask you about that, and if there were any particular novels that you'd read over time that were about that whole concept, that trope of the masculine quest. Were there any of those that influenced you with this, or that had influenced you over the years?
Well, particularly, I think there's one that I've sort of incorporated into the novel, which is On the Road, which, is a particularly sort of problematic, I would probably say, version of that quest narrative. And but there's so many. Even fairy tales. The Odyssey is probably a version of that as well. I think what really struck me, because I did kind of go back and reread a lot of these sort of quest narratives, and particularly On the Road, I think what struck me is that there's a tendency to really place the sort of subjectivity and experience of that questing protagonist at the heart, to the extent that no one else that's kind of encountered is actually sort of seen as a real person. They're sort of seen as, the guide or the antagonist or the love interest, or, they're bit parts in the story of this usually young man. And it just sort of struck me that there's often a sort of trail of destruction following in the wake of these young men, and it just interested me, I guess, from a narrative perspective, to think about that and how I could simultaneously kind of replicate that narrative in a way, but kind of undermine it in some ways as well.
Let's talk a little bit about the central character, the protagonist, Will. Who is he, and why does he decide to go to the United States in the first place? What's the initiating event? You touched on it in your introduction, but tell us a little bit more about what has happened to him and why he's decided so quickly to flee to the US.
Well, Will, it's probably also worth saying that though I did spend a lot of time around young men in the bar, they were all a lot cooler than Will. Will's probably in some ways based in exaggerated form on a young version of me. When I moved to Melbourne from Queensland, I did grow up for quite a number of years in a small Queensland country town, and I felt a lot of sort of cultural cringe and sort of inferiority complex. I sort of got to the city and felt like I had there was a lot of kind of cultural capital that I was lacking, and Will is very much more than I was. He's very he's sensitive, he's awkward, he's prone to sort of feeling, his greatest fear is to be humiliated and embarrassed. He desperately wants to be cool.
And he's ashamed of his background, isn't he? Yeah. He's ashamed of his parents, and he's ashamed of what he calls the bog provincial hometown that he comes from.
Yeah, which I think, again, I kind of think of him in a way in exaggerated form as a sort of Australian type, because I think, there is a lot of still kind of cultural cringe in Australians, even though it's a lot better than it probably was, 50 years ago. But I notice it still, yeah. And I think there's something about, he ends up in a small town in America, and he has the same sort of response to that small town as he does to his own small town. So there's stuff about, the country and the city, the provinces and the centre, all of those sort of things as well. But yes, he's also a bit of a snob. He's a bit pretentious.
He's a bit of a social climber, as we see,
yeah.
as we make our way through the book. Tell us a little bit about the breakup that precipitates his flight.
Yeah, so he basically was in love for the first time with a girl called Laura, and she dumped him. And we sort of get a little sense quite late in the book about, why that was from her perspective. But for the majority of the book, we kind of really get mainly his perspective on why that was. And he really thinks that it is because she sort of realised that he's not cool enough. She met his family who came to visit him in Melbourne for the first time, and they had a disastrous family dinner together. And he basically sort of suspects that, underlying whatever reason she gave him, that she realised that, he's actually much less cool than she thought he was.
She breaks up with him very shortly after that dinner, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Something that I think is really interesting in the way that you write the character of Will and the way that you write the book full stop is that at times we are feeling that we're identifying with Will, we're seeing things very much from his perspective. And then at other times you pull back and we see him from a distance. So I just noted down a couple of examples. At one point we're very much identifying with Will and going through what he's going through. And then at times you'll step back and there are a couple of lovely passages that I pulled out. At one point you say, "Who is he, this fresh and vulnerable protagonist of his own life, filled despite himself with the phenomenal drug of sweet young hope?" And later in the book you say about, again, you sort of say, pull back and you say, he behaves in a certain way, but we can forgive him because he's 22, his ego bruised by heartache, and the world will beat it out of him soon enough. Why do you use that technique, the going close and having the reader identify with him and then pulling back in that way?
I think that was just something, to start with at least, that I was really interested in exploring from a kind of technical craft perspective. So my first book, The Strays, was narrated in the first person. So the narrator was a character in the novel. And that, allows you to do certain things as a writer. But I was really interested in kind of exploring a different kind of perspective. So this is written in the third person, but quite close a lot of the time to Will's perspective. And I was really interested in kind of exploring that sense of closeness and distance in the narratorial perspective, so that at times, hopefully the reader feels like they're almost in Will's head and almost as if his way of seeing the world is the way, because that's sort of being endorsed by the text and the narrator. But then I sort of break the reader out of that to a certain extent, so that, it's obvious that his perspective is not the only perspective. I think essentially I'm just interested in subjectivity and the way that we, are unable to kind of get out of our own heads. But as a writer, it's actually really fun because you can get into the head of a character and then zoom out of it. And that slippage in and out is, it's something that's not possible in life.
And even the parts that I referred to, your tone is, I thought was really interesting. Your tone is very indulgent. It's very, that's probably putting it too highly, but it's very forgiving. You obviously feel a great deal of empathy for him. Is that right? Yeah, and I think that sort of tone of kind of almost addressing the reader is probably something that's more common in like the 19th century novel, or you don't kind of get that much. But I think there's, in those sort of novels as well, there's sort of it's a perspective that's so distant from the world of the characters that it's almost sort of like they're just ants kind of roaming around, and you can sort of see them in the context of all the social factors that have kind of led them to where they are, and and understand their foibles and faults to a certain extent, and potentially forgive them. So when Will sets out, he's got, not surprisingly given what you've just said, Jack Kerouac's On the Road in his backpack. He's got only very flimsy plans. He wants to do a road trip, maybe like Route 66, he tells people. What do you think he's looking for? What's he hoping to find when he sets out and when he first arrives in New York?
I think he's naively kind of hoping to go on a journey from innocence to experience, to kind of come home a different person, to feel like, through what he's experienced in his travels, he will be able to come home with sort of stories and experiences that will make him not have to feel humiliated and embarrassed about the breakup anymore, because he's had this wild adventure and he sort of essentially wants to come home a different person with more confidence. I mean, I think that's also, I don't know about all of you, but I know my early travels were, it's a kind of chance to experiment with different ways of being, out of sight of people who have known you for many years.
Parents.
Yeah. And I think he wants that too. He wants to be able to kind of play around with different identities, and, that is an amazing thing with travel, I think.
Some of the reviews refer to The Great Gatsby when they talk about this, and I just wanted to ask you, it couldn't help screaming at me, one of the characters, a very attractive young woman who Will meets, is named Daisy, and there's a particular scene where Will is being, it's quite kind of stylised, but Will is being driven through what you describe as the mythic godless American night in a gold open-topped Porsche with cool, rich, arty people and blaring music. And I wondered, are they deliberate references? Was it a deliberate harking back to The Great Gatsby? Was that one of the influences? And I guess I was thinking, is Will a kind of a latter-day Jay, trying to pull himself out of the circumstances from which he'd been born into and to rise up into this glamorous world?
I mean, to be honest, it wasn't a conscious reference for me, but I think I was listening to Tom Keneally talking last night about, the kind of collective unconscious, and I think, that's one of the things I'm sort of interested in, is there are these sort of recurring tropes in literature across time, and I think, the idea of the outsider, the social climber, the sort of the lure of excess and all of those sorts of things, I think they're just in our culture. And I did read a lot of American literature while sort of researching this, and it's probably just all in there, I think.
So talking about excess, let's start in you. So there's really two parts to the book. The first part of the book is set in New York and the second part's set in Iowa. So we'll start with New York. Speaking of excess, as you say, in New York he stays with Paul, who's a close friend of his older brother, who actually used to tease and torment him in his youth. Together, without giving too much away, let's just say they indulge in an excess of everything: drugs, food, sex. And after one session of excess gluttony, Will feels really ashamed that this excess makes him uncomfortable. And he decides that the way he's going to deal with it, he's going to get used to excess, he's going to enjoy it. He says he's going to become a newborn hedonist. He's going to say yes to everything. And he takes what you later call his vow of wild abandon, the title. Why does he decide to do that?
I mean, I think, again, it sort of comes down to his shame about his sort of lack of culture, of sophistication. He finds himself in a world that's a very, very sort of specific world in New York, where there is excess of everything. And, I think he feels, which I think is a totally natural thing to feel after you've eaten a degustation or something like that.
Seven cocktails. One day he has something like 7 cocktails.
That this is too much, that, he should sort of, he feels kind of ashamed of his indulgence. And, I've felt that myself, definitely, and yet he interprets this as a sign that he's kind of, a country boy, because everyone around him seems to be so, eagerly and unselfconsciously indulging all the time and enjoying the kind of excesses that are on offer in this place and in this time. And he sort of decides that this is going to be part of his way of, transforming, I guess, is to do what he's never allowed himself to do before, which is sort of to, I guess, get out of control or whatever it is. He thinks that this is going to be part of his transformation process.
It goes deeper than that, I know. The whole of the book, in one sense, we'll talk about in the context of the Iowa part as well, is all about excess. And I want to ask you about a deeper theme that you're exploring here. And you've said about this book, I'm constantly struggling to understand the strangeness of the world right now. The hyper-capitalist, overdeveloped West, this Rome before the fall moment. I wanted to capture that and the strangeness of how it is manifested. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about that concept. What is that strangeness? And what is the Rome before the fall moment that you're talking about?
I mean, I guess, something that I don't know, those of you who have read the book will probably be able to answer this better than me, but I sort of feel like this book is, in a way, a kind of eco-fiction. It's not like a climate novel. It's not set in a post-apocalyptic world, but it's sort of the ideas of the threats of, climate change and overpopulation and all of the things that we're kind of facing in this moment are there in their kind of causes, I guess.
So is it, I was wondering, is it the concept that time's running out? So we've got to indulge in everything.
Yeah, well, the overindulgence is the reason for time running out as well,
Yes.
but then it's also often the response is to, deny that sense of kind of terror and anxiety and all of those things by just, the party at the end of the world. And there is that side of it for me, definitely, that I think a lot about that stuff. And just, I actually was teaching a workshop through Writer's Essay during this festival, and I was getting them to think about symbolism, and I had this list that I sort of dug out for the workshop that it was a brainstorm that I'd done very, very early in the process of writing this novel, and it was kind of the theme that I was brainstorming was something like, end times or, excess or something, and I just had all of these sort of listed things that was quite surprising, and a lot of them actually made it into the novel, things like, waste and, food culture, factory farming, drugs, the art market, and it's not like I'm sort of trying to come up with some sort of diatribe or didactic anti-development novel, but I'm just fascinated by culture and the culture that we live in and how specific it can be. And I think probably working in hospitality, which, I was very immersed in that world, but I always felt like an outsider because I hadn't really kind of worked in hospitality that much. And I saw the way that, both the people that kind of came to the bar to like eat and drink to excess, and then also the people that work in that world who,
party to excess.
And, it all just, I'm just fascinated. I'm just constantly observing what's going on around me, and I think that, that world really did influence what I was thinking about while I was, the seeds of this novel were coming around.
You used a great expression in something that I read of nihilistic hedonism. So that's what you mean, isn't it? That one response that we have to this sense of looming catastrophe is just to overindulge.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Let's talk now about Iowa. So Will flees New York and what he calls his botched attempt at decadence. We won't tell you why it's botched. You need to read the book to find that out, but it pretty much is. And he finds himself in Iowa, which you describe as a town in decline that reminds him very much of his hometown. And I wondered if there was a bit of a change here. By this time, he's been scarred by his experience in New York, and he uses the expression quest for the first time. He says that he sees his journey as a quest, culminating somehow in the state of wisdom. And it seems more that he's actively seeking, it is actively a quest for self-knowledge. And I wondered if his aims had changed, if this really was a response to the excesses of what he'd indulged in New York, if this now if he's now perhaps more focused, thinking, well, now, I'm on a quest for self-knowledge now. Is there a change?
Yeah, I think it's partly that. I think it's probably also partly his way of justifying what he has kind of got up to in New York that's maybe not very...
seemly.
Yeah, and, he's acted quite selfishly and, through casting his journey as this kind of quest narrative, and this is exactly what I was sort of talking about in relation to On the Road. He sort of allows himself to think of the people that he might have kind of hurt or, not taken into account as, players in his journey, and so not to really face up to the reality of, his own actions and the potential consequences, which he's, again, just running away from, basically.
So he ends up he ends up in a town where he contacts an old female friend from his hometown, Tamsin. She's living there in the US with her husband, JT. She's pregnant, and they're very kind to him. They show him a lot of hospitality, and then they introduce him to Wayne. Could you tell us about him and about the 49 wild animals that he keeps?
Yeah, so Wayne is a Vietnam veteran. He's both a kind of troubled person, but also a really just extraordinary person. He's lived life sort of to the fullest. He's previously owned a gun shop, a motorbike shop. He's raced speedboats, he's raced motorbikes. He has, all of these wild animals. He's in a tough situation at the point where Will meets him, which I won't give away too much about. But there's something in Wayne that I think appeals to Will that he, I guess, sort of sees as almost the opposite of his own father, who he feels has lived a very, very boring and sort of repressed and safe life in a lot of ways. And so Wayne kind of becomes a bit of a guide, or he looks to Wayne as a bit of a guide, but Wayne is pretty damaged, really.
And Wayne's a Vietnam vet, isn't he?
Yeah.
And so there's a real contrast between, and we learn that he went to Vietnam at 19, and then Will is 22, so there's a real contrast between the experiences that they have at those ages.
Absolutely.
As we said earlier, this part of the story, Wayne and the wild animals you've talked to us about, is based in part on a true story. And you touched on it earlier in our talk today too, but you'd said somewhere else, the idea of people being legally allowed to collect huge numbers of animals seemed like it had such metaphoric significance and richness. And I wondered, did you mean by that it was yet another symbol of human excess?
Yeah, partly that, and also, I think I'm just fascinated by the relationship between humans and animals, of, the ways that we have sort of distanced ourselves from, as humans, from the awareness that we are animals, and yet, we I think we crave closeness to animals or, wild nature in a way that can kind of allow us to regain that awareness to some extent, but to always within sort of boundaries. It's this tension between sort of civilization and wildness and all of those things. But then I think, also definitely just the absolutely shocking kind of reality that at that point in time it was legal to own any number of wild animals in certain states in the US, and it just seemed so bizarre to me that someone could have 18 tigers on their property. And I read something while I was researching the book that it was estimated that there were more tigers in backyards in the US than there were in the wild. And obviously then it makes you kind of think about extinction and, what we're doing to the planet. We're just transplanting the wild animals into the backyard, and what kind of life do they have? And again, I wasn't sort of trying to make any kind of particular comment about that, but just it really sparked my imagination. I mean, it's just so outlandish when you really first come to hear about these.
So I wondered if it was also a metaphor, again, in the context of climate change, of the efforts by man, by humanity, to master nature, to conquer our environment. And in this case, to have this man exercising, I mean, he treats them very kindly, he loves them very much, but they're still locked up on his property. So he, in a way, is exercising dominion over these animals, isn't he? And so I wondered if it was a metaphor as well for that, for humanity's attempts to control nature.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a little bit more about that idea of comfort in animals, because I see that's something you've talked about too, that idea of how humans use animals to comfort them. And we see for Wayne, he's got a whole lot of reasons for being quite a damaged person, obviously finds comfort with these animals. There's an earlier scene in New York where there's a woman who's an artist who's going off to a wolf sanctuary where wolves are being used to rehabilitate soldiers with PTSD. And she talks about the idea of the wild as a panacea for the human soul. Could you talk a little bit about that idea?
Yeah, so that's actually also based on a real thing that I read.
Wow.
That there's a wolf sanctuary. I think it's maybe somewhere in the desert in the US where, returned soldiers from the war in Afghanistan and I think Iraq previously as well will go and they are kind of paired up with a wolf.
Wow.
And sort of develop a bond with the wolf, and these are soldiers that have come back with PTSD, and it just sort of made me think a lot about what animals kind of give us in our lives. It's a really genuine, I think, solace that a connection with another animal can give that is perhaps less complex, less fraught than a relationship with another human, and yet when you think about us as animals as well and where we sit within the environment, is that actually sort of benefit to the animals? I think it's just it's complicated, and another thing again that I didn't want to sort of cast any judgment, but it's something that's stood out to me as a fascinating thing. I think there is a kind of craving in humans for contact with something wild. I mean, even the fact that there's a moment when Will talks about mountain climbing and what is the point of mountain climbing. It's just something that we do for no reason other than to kind of reach these elevated heights and potentially sort of conquer the terrain and things like that. But there's smaller and smaller pockets of wilderness, real genuine sort of wilderness, and they serve a very important function, I think, for humans to be able to feel like you can leave civilization and get in touch with nature.
Let's talk, before we move to questions, a little bit about your use of language in Wild Abandon. I know that choice of language is very important to you. You've taught creative writing for many years. You run writing workshops. I thought it was interesting. In the acknowledgements, you thank your publisher for allowing you to keep almost all of my Baroque sentences intact. And certainly I think I noticed it particularly, probably more so in the first half of the book, the part that's set in New York with all the excesses. The language is quite elaborate. And you said something that was really interesting. You said, for me, it's a way of representing the content through the form. I wanted to represent this crazy, hyper-capitalist, wild world that the novel is set in. I wanted to mirror that world in excesses of the prose. Could you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I've studied writing, I've taught writing, and I think, to me, there's often a kind of lack of emphasis on what language can kind of do on the level of meaning, and I think I think I've kind of used this metaphor before, but, you know, imagine being a painter. You know, there's the content of what is being painted, but then how you apply the paint. Say you're using oil paint, whether you're using it really, really thickly or very delicately, that has a huge impact on the tone, the feeling, even the kind of interpretation of the work. And I think, to me, that language is like that. And I think there's, you know, the literature obviously goes through phases. In the kind of modernist period, like people like Henry James and Virginia Woolf and people like that were often writing quite elaborate prose, and it seems like that sort of elaborate style has kind of fallen out of favour. And it's not like I'm sort of just doing it for fun. I really believe that the form has to be serving some kind of purpose. But for me, it is part of the content as well. So the fact that I'm representing this kind of really excessive, rich, oversaturated world that feels, you know, almost too much. Like I did want the writing at times to almost feel kind of too much, to sort of mirror that experience that Will is sort of having, particularly when he first arrives in the States and he feels completely sort of overwhelmed by the sensory information that is kind of coming at him.
Question about process. I read that you always write in pencil. You don't write straight onto a computer. You write by... Oh, sorry, obviously by hand. I meant to say that first. You write by hand, but not just by hand. You write in pencil, and you said that was because it's less permanent. Tell us about that and why you do that.
I mean, it's just revealing my neurotic habits as a writer.
Or perfectionism, because I saw also that you said you make lists of adjectives. So before you decide which adjective you're going to put with a word, you make lists. Let me tell you, there's a lot of adjectives in this book. So I was imagining there must be a lot of lists
there was a
in
lot
your
of
notes.
Lists, yeah. I mean, I think, you know, all the writers here will know that so much of the process is just mind games. It's about, you know, finding ways to kind of trick yourself into not just falling into the traps of doubt and self-sabotage. And there's something for me about writing in pencil. I know it's really silly because it's not like I go back and sort of erase the stuff that I feel embarrassed about or anything. It would be just as effective to write in pen, but yeah, I do write by hand, and I think that's more because, as you mentioned, I'm really focused on sentences and language, but I like the process of kind of being able to, in the first draft, leave in, you know, alternative options for, you know, a verb or an adjective. And I feel like if I was doing that on the computer, it would feel uncomfortable because it's like I could just sort of miss that. It's already too permanent once it's on the screen. So it's almost like the first edit is typing it up, and at that point I'll choose, you know, which of the adjectives is the right one, or which 3 will go out of the 8 I've got. And I do a lot of, like, I'll write just on the right hand of the page, and then on the left side I will, you know, reread and then, you know, draw arrows. A little bit of extra sentence goes in here, or, you know, and you can't do that on a screen.
No.
It's more spatial, I guess, the process.
I can't let the opportunity go past. I'm so delighted to be speaking to you, full stop, but so delighted especially to be speaking to you on International Women's Day. And I thought I would remind people something that we mentioned earlier. Emily's debut novel, get that, her debut novel, which was published in 2015, won the Stella Prize. And that's an absolutely extraordinary achievement. The Stella Prize has been going for 10 years as of this year, and I think Emily was the 3rd person to win it. And you have described that, winning that prize, the Stella Prize, as being career-changing. And I'd like you just to talk on International Women's Day on the impact that winning a prize, or perhaps talk a little bit about the Stella Prize itself in case anybody here is not aware of it, and then the impact on your career of winning that particular prize.
Yeah, sure. So the Stella Prize is, as Nicole said, it's been going for 10 years now, but it was initially developed in response to the observation that books by women in Australia were underrepresented in not just prize long lists and short lists, but also in review, copy, on syllabuses, all sorts of areas. And so it was developed as a prize for female writers. It's now kind of expanded to be women and gender non-conforming writers. And it's also developed from being a prize that's fiction and non-fiction to fiction, non-fiction poetry and graphic novels. So it sort of, continues to expand, which is amazing. But at the time I won it was for novels or non-fiction books. And there was a short list of 10, I think, a long list of 10. And then, I was blown away by the fact that I was the winner. And I mean, just to kind of give you a really quick sort of sense of what that did for me, I mean, I think the estimate of sales of debut fiction is average something like 900 copies. It's really, really hard as a debut writer to kind of break through, to get noticed, to even get reviewed. And in the 2 weeks after I won the prize, I sold as many copies of The Strays as I had in the whole year before that. So it really changed everything. On that material level, I think it enabled my agent to sell the book internationally and things like that. But I think even just, and because it is International Women's Day, I will kind of share my experience, I guess, as a writer, but also as a teacher. I feel like there's something that I've really observed in teaching aspiring and emerging writers, which is that young female writers tend to feel less confident in, owning that idea of themselves as a writer, even the kind of aspiration to be a writer. It's often, much more commonly young men that will sort of say, I want to be a writer, or I am a writer, and young women often seem to be less aware of their own talent, much more kind of plagued by doubt and imposter syndrome. And that's something I really enjoy as a teacher as well, is kind of telling talented young women that, you are a great writer, and seeing the kind of surprise, which, I felt as well. And I think that, more than anything, the prize just, it sort of made me think, maybe I can be a writer.
On that note, I'm going to open the floor up to questions. If anybody has any questions, I'm hoping that a few of you will, but if you don't, I've got more, so don't worry. There's a microphone just about halfway down this aisle. Does anybody have any questions, anything they'd like to ask Emily about what we've talked about today, about her previous book?
Hi Emily, I really loved your book, and I really, really enjoyed the writing about animals. Did you get pleasure out of that writing? Did you enjoy that lushness that I found conveyed? And did you observe animals at all?
I did, yeah. And yes, I really did enjoy writing those scenes. I mean, I think, as Will kind of says in the bit that I read out, language is, you can't convey the majesty, to use the inadequate word that he does, of, those wild animals. But I did spend a lot of time at the zoo. I also did travel to the States, and I went to a wildlife sanctuary that had a lot of those exotic animals that had been either surrendered or kind of rescued from private collectors. And so that was amazing because it was, the animals were behind wire, but it was very, very flimsy. Not like, when you go to the Melbourne Zoo and there's a moat and then a lot of distance. It was right there. And, I watched subscribed to an awful lot of Instagram channels that were, people that actually own tigers and lions. And just, I think I did get a lot of pleasure from just observing, the small movements of the bodies of these incredible animals and trying to replicate that in, little marks on a page. It's a very strange thing to do, but yeah.
Another question?
Hello. This is a tricky question to formulate. I'm curious about you talked about the Campbellian monomyth, and it was an integral part of...
The what, sorry?
The Campbellian monomyth, the hero's journey.
Yeah.
And it was an integral part of your process. But how did you go about integrating but also interrogating it and trying to pull it apart? As an enthusiast, and I run workshops as well, often people rely on this as a crutch.
Yeah.
And I'm very keen on talking about how do we get past it as a writing crutch.
That's a great question. I think I could probably talk about that for a really long time, but I'll try and answer it quickly. So the hero's journey is the sort of very dominant narrative form that Joseph Campbell observed across a lot of cultures. It's essentially the kind of movement of the hero out of the home or the safe environment out into the world, having particular experiences at different points. There's often a kind of what's called a journey into the underworld, which is a sort of crisis or a dark night of the soul, and then a kind of getting of wisdom, and then a return to the tribe, bringing new wisdom and having kind of gained experience or manhood or whatever it is. And I think that's part of what I sort of touched on earlier about those novels like On the Road, where I think how I tended to try and challenge that was in a few ways. I guess that Will does not return home or finish the book a man. He has not become initiated. He's not really got what he wanted, because I don't think that that's a realistic expectation from a couple of months overseas. So there's that. I didn't want to kind of end the novel with that sort of sense of resolution that he has matured. He's definitely changed. He's very much kind of processing his experiences, but that in certain things that I kind of do at the end of the novel, I try and hint that that's going to be a lifelong journey, as it is for everyone. There's no magic kind of magic quest that you can go on that will utterly transform you into a different person. But then there's also, as well as that kind of narratorial perspective that sort of zooms out, there are little bits in the novel where we sort of shift into the perspective of another character who has their own way of kind of viewing Will, this guy that's moving through the world. So through those, I think I also tried to kind of give voice to those people that in a more traditional quest narrative you would be kind of encouraged by the narrative form to sort of see as just players in the hero's journey, to allow the reader to kind of inhabit their perspective. And they often are kind of making their own judgments about Will, thinking their own thoughts about their own lives, and just to sort of reinforce the fact that everyone that he comes across is on their own journey as well. And they may not see him the way he thinks that they see him or hope that they see him. But also just to reinforce, it's only the hero's journey when you are the hero. Otherwise, it's just some guy that comes into your life for a moment and then continues on. So I think those are kind of probably the main ways that I tried to.
Is it a quick question?
Maybe. I'm just curious about authors' relationships with editors. Could you talk a bit about what questions you'd ask your editor, what you think are good questions editors ask of their writers? Thank you.
I mean, again, that's probably something that will take a long time to answer fully, but I guess my first thing that comes to mind is just embrace the editing process. I think it's kind of it's harder and harder to get edited as a writer. And,
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to stop you there, Emily. I do apologise, but I think that's a great answer. As a former editor myself, I would say embrace the editor.
Embrace the editor. They're your friend.
Thank you so much, all of you, for being here, but thank you especially to Emily
Thank
for
you
talking
so
about
much,
your
Nicole.
wonderful book. Can I have it, please? Pass me my clock. Fabulous cover, fabulous book. Emily will be sitting over there outside the book tent signing copies, so rush and go and get one and have a chat to her and get her to sign it for you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. As we move towards our next session, I'd just like to remind you, please remain COVID aware, which means that wherever possible, wearing a mask and try to maintain some social distancing. Would also ask that you do not sit in the aisles. Obviously, we need to keep them clear. Please do not move chairs from where they have been placed. They're there for a reason. Also, in the assistive listening area, there are 3.5 rows which involve a hearing aid loop. If you require that, they are in front of the mixing desk. Also ask that if you don't need the assistive listening area and there is someone else to sit, please could you do that, because we need to keep those spaces clear for those who need them. Thank you.
microphone's alive. Ready when you are.
Ngadlu Tumpundi, Ngadlu Ghana, Yartanga, Imbarendi. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the lands of the Ghana people. We respect their spiritual relationship with country. We also acknowledge the Ghana people as the custodians of the Adelaide region and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Ghana people today. I pay particular respects to the women of Ghana culture on today, International Women's Day. My name is Angela Savage. I'm CEO of Public Libraries Victoria and a writer, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you this afternoon to the session, A Bloody Good Rant with Tom Keneally. A man who, let's face it, needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway. Tom is a national treasure who began his writing career in 1964 and has published 33 novels since, if I've got it right.
Yeah.
Most recently, Corporal Hitler's Pistol, which we will be touching on today. Among his many honours, he has been shortlisted for the Booker Prize 4 times, winning with Schindler's Ark. He's also written several works of non-fiction, including his 3-volume series, Australians, and his recent memoir, A Bloody Good Rant, which we'll be discussing today. Please join me again in welcoming Tom Keneally.
Thank you.
So, Tom, in A Bloody Good Rant, you describe yourself as, quote, a codger, an ancient having his last good rant. All I can say is if every rant in this country was as erudite and well-researched as yours, we'd be in a much better place. But tell us about what motivated you to put your rants into writing at this point in your career.
Well, I began to write this as Volume 4 of the history of Australia. And I found myself in big trouble. I knew in a way I was too close to it to make sense of it, but I had some themes about which I wrote which I thought were extractable into a book. And so we decided that the editor and I decided that we might get away with dealing with it in terms of a personal confession. For example, I feel that our economics have changed drastically since the time of Commonwealth. We always felt, old codgers like me, and our parents told us that we had a place at the table of Commonwealth, but we now know that the new economics, which have been in fashion since the 70s, the trickle-down business, has in fact excluded a fifth of the Australian population at least. It has put our funding for schools under pressure because it reduces every human activity to a business. And look how well that turned out in aged care. The loss of being a student, of being a patient, of being a pilgrim, of being a wanderer in the Commonwealth, the loss of all that was subsumed into the one word, client, or the other word, consumer. And I really abominated that. I thought it reduced us to a lower thing than citizenship or a member of the community. And I think the poison of those economics, for which men won Nobel Prizes, I might tell you, the man who made came up with the formula for marriage, the economic formula of marriage, a man called Becker. And I haven't mentioned this recently, so I might be a bit rusty on what he said, but he said that marriage was a contract to maximize mutual utility. So imagine if Marvel had written his great poem To His Coy Mistress as to my mutual utility. And so it's easy to make fun of, but I mean, I've got to say about Becker, he made a formula for marriage which is used by planners, economic planners, a formula for drug addiction. A formula, he even created the rotten kid syndrome, when rich people have rotten kids, and so on, so that nothing in the human experience, from sexual love to family cohesion, was reduced to a formula, which only goes as far. I always liked the Kennedys. Now, in a weird long life, I knew Ted Kennedy so well that I once left my underwear at the Kennedy compound. I said to my daughter, I'm too unglamorous to leave my underwear at the Kennedy compound. But one of the Kennedys has a wonderful speech, Robert, who would have made a wonderful president and was assassinated. He wrote the man who invented gross domestic product said, don't take it too seriously. Don't beat each other up about it. I don't want this to become a stick for governments to beat each other with. And immediately became a stick. It's the rating gross domestic product, of which Robert F. Kennedy said, the gross domestic product does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry, strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debate, or the integrity of our public officials. It measures neither our wit nor our courage, neither our wisdom nor our learning, neither our compassion nor our devotion to our country. It measures everything, in short, except what makes life worthwhile. And I think...
Brilliantly put, brilliantly put.
I felt that it is increasingly a plaint that old codgers utter, Liberal and Labor, are aware that there's been some form of prestidigitation, verbal or ideological, put upon us. We are supposed to be servants of the machine, and we were let off from being servants, helots in the for the great Moloch of the market economy, only for COVID. And we found we still had enough social cohesion to call ourselves a community, which wasn't possible in America, which has suffered the worst blast of this economic rationalism, even to the extent, one of the worst examples is charter schools, I think, which we can talk about if we've got time.
Sure.
So I wanted to write about that, about how the idea that everyone has a place at the table of Commonwealth, even poor people, that the children of poor people, Menzies introduced Commonwealth scholarships. They were thought of by Chifley, Menzies implemented them. Those Commonwealth scholarships transformed our society, catapulted a lot of working class Irish kids into the professions, and Irish Catholic kids and so on, and the brothers with their straps belted us in. That we're either going to be professionals or die. I think those wonderful, for example, Susan Ryan, who we recently buried at St Mary's Cathedral, she was a scholarship kid. So many examples.
My mum was, yes. People who would not have got an education any other way. But let me stop you. You can tell even from the start of Tom's introduction to this book just how beautifully lyrically it's written and also how far-reaching it is. And I think it's incredibly interesting and appropriate that it was going to be volume 4 of Australians and it's turned out to be Tom Keneally's Australia, because so much of what you write in this book, and you're quite upfront about it, comes back to that question of what it means to be Australian. You're called a truly great Australian in the bio. In addition to having won so many of our literary awards, you were founding chairman of the Australian Republican movement, which I didn't know until I'd read about that, and you've represented Australia.
If you see Malcolm, would you remind me?
I will. And yet there's a bit in the book, in A Bloody Good Rant, where you quote conservative academic Geoffrey Partington as saying, of course, Tom Keneally hates Australia. And I just wondered how you would respond to that, Barb, today.
Far more urbanely than I did on radio that night. Geoffrey Partington is an old communist. He's an Englishman who changed into, as many old communists did, into a quadrant warrior, a Cold War warrior commentator. The Quadrant has been an important conservative journal for many a time. But I was astounded by the confidence with which he said it, of course. So I got into him and he went and saw a lawyer, and I had to apologise to him on air. Oh. Because you don't want to go to, save yourself the trouble, for God's sake.
Absolutely.
And, but I felt that it was interesting that every early Adelaide festival had sessions on Australian identity. I think it's significant we don't anymore. I think there's some sense, I think we're less stressed about it than we were, but we were acutely stressed. And, you'd have a seminar and you'd hope someone would say something that gave you an identity other than Don Bradman, And he is our great Don Bradman. And sadly, a noble South Australian called Court Marsh Bowl Lily has just died too. But I felt that even when Partington said that, that was in the 90s, we were very hazy about what our identity really was. And we wanted it defined in literary festivals, and we had to wait till it arrived. And I think that post-war immigration was a revelation to us. Post-war immigration showed us that they don't arrest writers yet. They do deny them sponsorship money often, young writers and so on, but they don't arrest them yet in Australia. You can go to China. I remember saying in China a few years ago, I don't approve of the federal policy on immigration, and there are reasons why, and a few other, and particularly on this application of market economics to areas that are not really part of the market. And I said I'm very proud that I can say all that to you and not be put in prison. I don't have to worry about being imprisoned when I go home. And thus I delight in the Australian freedoms.
And I think there's another really strong thread that comes through in your book, and I'd be interested in your comment on this, because I think it is it's a direction we're shifting into, although we still have a hell of a long way to go with it. But it is about the recognition of Indigenous sovereignty, the recognition of that what do you call it, 2,000 generations of
Yes.
Indigenous history. And I can see you are hungry in this book for that reconciliation, for that integration, which we're not there yet. But it strikes me that that's also part of what's pushing us towards this better, gradual, incremental improvement in terms of when we talk about things like Australian identity.
There is a change in the imagination of Australians, I think. For me, the crucial thing was encountering Lake Mungo years ago, getting to know more and more about it, ultimately meeting Jim Bowler, the man who found the Mungo woman and Mungo lady and Mungo man. And he did that in the 1970s, as you know. Mungo man discovered 1974. And he and the archaeologists who took over didn't necessarily do the right things with the remains. So Mungo man had a long journey home again and was reburied, but without any national enthusiasm in 2019. Why I think this man should be at the centre of great national enthusiasm is that he's 42,000 years old. He is the first ritual burial that humankind has. The ochre he's buried in New South Wales, when the border didn't exist, comes from South Australia. All those Western Australian and even Queensland tribes came down to South Australia for their ochre. I remember I ended up reading, I wrote a book called The Dickens Boy, and it's about Dickens' son, Plawn. And two Dickens were working on stations in the Barrier Ranges and the Wilcannia area. And the Coopers Creek Aboriginals in the 1860s, early 1870s, came down through there, the Barrier Ranges, and went into South Australia to collect their ochre every year. And
as they'd been doing for 40,000 years.
As they'd been doing for 40,000 years. Mungo Man and his fellow citizens traded. They traded with people up near Lightning Ridge. They traded for the ochre. They traded for hard stone from up in the Australian Alps, the top of the Murrumbidgee, and other places. This was a beautiful place to live before the last ice age, in that it was a full lake. It was a sea, an inland sea. And to it came all the Diprotodon, the 2.5-ton vegetarian animals, all the giant kangaroos, all the giant emus, all the giant parenti to eat. Protein came. They didn't have to even go to the supermarket. Protein came to them. And then they have to go out hunting occasionally. And, of course, they had the terror of the marsupial lion, which is the deadliest form of big cat that's ever lived. But it was it tended to be a solitary big cat. But it was the most efficient killer of all the cat-like predators that we've had on Earth. A relative of the koala, and with the big thumb, which they would slit your throat with. They were very efficient killers. I think there should be one in every Australian child's bed.
This is such an extraordinary story. And when I read your chapter on Mungo Man in this book, I was frankly shocked by the complete lack of official recognition, celebration of this extraordinary history. And what do you think's going on there? I mean, when you speak about it, you fire us all up with imagination. Our brains are going crazy seeing that megafauna coming down to the lake. Do you think it's just lack of imagination on the politicians' part that they can't?
it's wise exaggeration because the culture wars would be over. They'd be resolved. We'd all have our history. There wouldn't be white and black armband, those fake polls that were posited by John Howard. Otherwise, a very nice man behaves much better in public than Keating. But he did start the Iraq War, and he'll go into it. Anyhow, and this black armband thing is bullshit, because when you turn 50, there are people as young as that here, a few. When you turn 50, you don't say, "Oh, congratulations, Merv. You're the bonzerest bloke that ever lived. All the Sheilas love you. You always behaved impeccably to everyone. You've spurned no one. You've insulted no one. You are totally, in fact, you're the model of humanity." Now, no one says that, only a madman. And only a pathological nation says that we have to talk only about the good bits. This is an argument that's made in the book too.
Very
one of the old man's
convincingly.
rants. Yeah.
Very convincingly. One of the other things I loved about what you're calling the old man's rants, if I can steal your language, and I was very conscious of having this book in my head and then going into the book tent and perusing your novels, and it offers really beautiful insight into your creative process, and you do write about the creative process, which you spoke about last night, but rather than ask you about that at this point, I'm really interested in, I can see how you seed ideas from history, from chance encounters, from life, but I'm really interested in what makes a difference in terms of deciding what to run with. So, for example, why did Betsy Balcombe grab your imagination? She's the one you wrote about in Napoleon's Last Island, and not Winifred Steger, who you mentioned in here. When I read about her, my eyes just lit up thinking, this is a novel. So how do you make that call? How do you make that call?
She's a South Australian woman who married a cameleer, and they lived in Oodnadatta. And as far as I know, she, native-born, hardcore Oz, made the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, in the 1920s.
She was married to. She was a Darling Downs. She had an unsuccessful marriage to a farmer. Then she married a Punjabi, and after he died, she married an Afghan cameleer and went to the Hajj. Like, you couldn't make this up, could you?
No, I mean, that's the trouble with our past. You can't make any of it up. The fact that one of the things I think of is that in my book you asked me about why write about Betsy Balcombe. She was a teenager who lived on St Helena. She was an English kid. Her father was the providor, the West Indian Company supplier of goods on St Helena. Napoleon turns up. The day after he turns up on the island, he asks, can he use their summer house to live in? And she becomes his familiar. She rides with him. She starts to say things like, she's both untutored and cheeky. So she says things like, I bet you're sad you invaded Russia now. And Napoleon, who didn't have a childhood, played games with them. Blind man's buff or bluff, whichever it is. And hidings and so on. And the member of the family, they all ended up in Australia anyhow. And the reason they ended up in Australia is they got too close to Napoleon. And that with the supplies went a lot of cooperation with Napoleon. So if Napoleon wanted to write to a banker in France, he'd get the father, Balcombe, to send to go to a cargo ship captain and say, what's it worth to you to deliver this when you're next in Paris? And so he was a collaborator with the with the huge figure of Napoleon. The sympathy of progressive English folk for Napoleon was very high, and that's why he was there surrounded on an island mainly of cliffs, surrounded by fleet and a number of regiments and so on. But why I wrote that book, they ended in Australia. What do you do to Napoleon? You send him to St Helena, an island of cliffs, and he turns up and says, "Can I use your granny flat?" It's like having Stalin turning up at your place and saying, "Could I use your granny flat for a while?" Trotsky turning up on your dairy farm in the 30s saying, "Do you mind if I use that old woodshed?" Anyhow, but they end up in Australia as unsatisfactory people. And I'm fascinated by all the unsatisfactory people who ended up in Australia. Plawn Dickens, 2 sons Dickens sent.
The underachievers.
It was normal to send the underachievers. It's a wonder that with being convict, like Judy and I proudly are, and on the other hand, being free settlers, you can use a knife and fork. Any of us can use a knife. In any case, writing a book is a bit different because the con men like DeVoe, Flash Jim Vaux, who was sent to Australia, he wrote a book. All the clever convicts wrote a book. Nonetheless, I was fascinated that a people a family for getting too close to Napoleon on an island run by the Tories, and these were high Tories. The people half our rivers are named after. Castlereagh, terrible bloke, terrible man, involved in Peterloo. Lord Sidmouth, a killer, crimes against humanity. And a group of convicts called the Cato Street Assassins, the Cato Street conspirators, tried to kill the British cabinet in Berkeley Square in 1820. And 2 of those convicts ended up as constables in Bathurst. And
makes you proud to be Australian.
So I was fascinated that this unsatisfactory family, who were persecuted by Sidmouth and others, would be then, and the aged Bathurst wanted to subject them to a treason trial, wanted to subject the father, who's in his 30s, he's got little kids, to a treason trial. Instead, they got a positive affidavit out of him contradicting Napoleon's French best-selling surgeon, O'Mara, who was very anti-government, very pro-Napoleon, and they gave an affidavit that everything was sweet on St Helena, and it wasn't. In return, he got a job in New South Wales. So Australia is the jettisoning point for them too.
Yes.
And I think it's wonderful that Europeans sent their sons and their unwanted here with the thought that they'd be Orpheus in the underworld and they'd find their souls here. That's what, it's funny, Dickens had this, you may know, Dickens had this charity called Urania Cottage in Shepherd's Bush, and he ran it on the funds and in cooperation with Baroness Coutts, the inheritor of Coutts Bank. Everyone tried to marry her, and because, I mean, gee, I think I would have had a go. You know? Give it a run, you know. Never know your luck. And the positive colonial spirit. But Dickens said to her, "We must build a house to which we welcome women who have been thrown out of the workhouse, who have been are unemployed seamstresses. Seamstresses were often sexually and other ways abused, and if they dared to get pregnant, they were on the street. Girls from the ragged schools. He brought them all, as well as prostitutes. He brought them into Urania Cottage. It was run by a warden. He never abused them, and he ran it in a way that made all the other houses for fallen women and unfortunate women and all the things engraved in stone about women. He ran it very well, and after a year, they came to Australia. So I know some went to Canada, a minority, but the rest came to Australia, including South Australia. And his boys, when they arrived here, must have thought, are we the unfortunate boys, as these earlier women were the unfortunate women.
It's a wonderful book, The Dickens Boy, and it's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Held up by, they've got a great paper shortage in America, was held up by paper shortage. And they lived up, they had a big connection with Adelaide, because the people in Wilcannia, if they wanted to go to a city, Adelaide was the nearest. So Dickens' wife, Connie, Plawn Dickens that is, his wife Connie learnt her shorthand in Adelaide.
Fantastic. Now, while we're on the topic of your novels, your latest novel, which is called Corporal Hitler's Pistol, there's a tongue twister, tell us about the inspiration for this one.
Well, for years my father has been telling me, and I met him when I was young, about an extraordinary pianist, movie pianist, you know. And his name was Chicken Weeks, the real man. He was gay, but he was the sort of the town's protected and favoured homosexual, you know. You know what Australia was like. Don't beat up our...
Don't ask, don't tell.
You beat up
kind of
the
thing.
others, but don't you lay a hand, because he's too good a piano player. So he nonetheless lived on the margins of society in 1935. And I live near a place where young men were periodically sacrificed over a cliff. It's about 300 metres from where I live in Manly. By the way, the Manly Dam just broke, and Manly, for the first time in recorded history, is subject to emergency flooding. They're moving 2,000 Manly people out. And aren't you lucky to live in a desert?
I was thinking, aren't you lucky to be in Adelaide? But go back to the piano player.
The piano player, my mother, he could hypnotise chickens, and he taught my father, who was the projectionist. My father and his lout brother, Tardy, he's called after the Irish for Jimmy. They came from the Harp of Erin store in Kempsey, as my grandfather called it, and they were the projectionists in the Victoria Cinema. And you wouldn't let them loose with any machinery. However, there they were, and Chicken taught my father how to hypnotise chickens, because his father was a rail cutter, and it was a very skillful but very ill-paid...
What's actually the purpose of hypnotising a chicken?
So they end in the pot. Before you never bring them round, you know. My father used it to success in the Middle East during the war. But the chickens were pretty lean in the Middle East.
So we've got a chicken hypnotising gay pianist already. I don't know how you thought that would make a good story, Tom.
And then on top of that, then my mother and her store, the store she worked in, is on the front page, Barsby store. The Barsbys were First Fleet convicts. And she sold him makeup in about 1930, about before I was born, before 1935. And he used to use the makeup. He used to make up Aboriginal women, she said. The old man said, that's right, if one of the Aboriginal women were going to Sydney, he'd make them up. So you had the marginalised making up the marginalised. I thought, this is too bloody good to be true. So I even researched makeup in the 30s. Of course, now they have makeup in America, especially for African American women. But there was no such thing then. And you see Chicken adjusting his craft to deal with the darker complexion. And then on top of that, I've always wanted to write about the woman who sees infallibly the features of her husband on a half-caste kid, because the town used the Aboriginal people, this keeping them out of pubs and so on, which was supposed to be a good thing, gave the unscrupulous a means to penetrate Aboriginal society and to have sex with Aboriginal women. And so that pieces, now there will be a time in the future when those families get together, coming from the same lustful old goat, and they will celebrate holidays and Christmas together, but it hasn't happened yet. And towns like Kempsey are in their accustomed denial about it. So I wanted to write about that, of course.
I can't wait to read this one. I can't wait to read it. I just want to put the audience on notice that we will have question time in about 5 minutes, if you dare to ask Tom a question. It's not for the faint-hearted, can I tell you? No, but seriously, we will invite you up to this microphone here. Just remind you all that a question does end in a question mark, and if you could keep your questions brief so that Tom gets to learn what brevity looks like. No, I'm saying if you keep your questions brief,
well said,
so that more people get time. No, I'm having a lot of fun here. I'm going to ask you one more question before we go to the floor. And there's so many questions I could ask you, Tom, because Tom covers such vast terrain in this book. It's everything from there's multiple chapters on Indigenous history. There's a beautiful chapter on the history of homosexual law reform in this country, on climate, on refugees, asylum seekers. Jesus, George Pell. But it's International Women's Day, and there's a chapter called Women of Australia, which includes a beautiful story about Judy, and I wondered if you might tell us that.
Well, I'm fascinated that the nurses in World War I in the clearing stations, working in a clearing station like Trois Arbres near Amia, you had to process a lot of damaged young men in about 2 days. Some sorted themselves out by tragically dying. Others had to be treated for shock before you could lay another medical finger on them, a surgical finger or whatever. Others had amputations. Others were mad. Others had been gassed and were mad. And altogether you went through the various, others had thoracic wounds, others had facial wounds. I saw that in Eritrea. One night I went in the camp in Eritrea where Fred Hollows used to operate, and outside the dentistry, which was the only maxillofacial place they had, these 36 young people lifted their cloak up over their face as I passed. I just saw 36 young people in beautiful, colourful cloth hiding their face from me. And they're the worst.
Tell us about the leap, though, from the nurses
To Judy.
To Judy.
So why didn't the nurses get... It's a very small leap, young.
Oh, I know.
You know. Only about 80 years, but anyhow. Judy, I was with Judy in Eritrea when Fred Hollows was there and so on. And I wrote a book about Eritrea, and I put a bit about Eritrea and depicted Fred Hollows in a book called Two Old Men Dying, yes. And anyhow, one night we left a rota where the famous hospital where Fred and others operated. And we came across some nomad people who had in a sling on the side of camels a beautiful 15-year-old girl whose life was already doomed, who had trodden on a landmine, a Russian landmine, Ethiopian landmine. And she was in a mess. Now, the sound man and I were immediately sick, and Judy, who can't stand her daughter's room being in a mess, and who really can become a fury over that, Judy just calmly treated her, and not terminally, but near term, and then we drove back to a rota where we sat with her in a corridor. She lay on stone on a thickness of a stretcher. The doctor said that's their normal bed, so, you know, the hard desert. And she was going to be cleaned up in this operation and saved from septicemia, but she was not going to have proper legs. And for a nomad, by definition, you need a camel and your legs. And Judy at no stage worried about this. Now, the sound man was knocked out, but Judy did the work of scout nurse and sound during that surgery. And there's footage of it in a documentary we made in 1990. And
I think
so
Judy deserves a round of applause, actually. And
yeah, I can't work out why I vomited. And I mean, obviously, the idea of male toughness, we're over that. But why, you know, I'm the post-traumatic stress man vomiting my heart out. And Judy is the girl who processes everything. And I think it's it's a characteristic of women. When I've seen it happen a number of times, when something extreme happened in Eritrea, or even now, they can frequently be very calm and address it.
You've got this beautiful line, and I'm going to say this line and then go to questioning, in the book, in that chapter called Women of Australia, where you say womanly competence is its own protection against shock. And I kind of love that.
Yeah, that's a nice line. I would have thought it was written by a better writer.
And on that note, we're going to throw to questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been curious for a number of years why, when you gave the Australian TV or the American TV series on the American Civil War, when you gave your Australian introductions to them, why for the one round about 1865 that you didn't mention the Shenandoah incident? I would have thought that with your Irish background and New South Welsh background, that you might have made some comments with a wry smile.
Yes, indeed. It's a great story, isn't it? It's a Confederate raider that remained out in the oceans of the earth and came to Melbourne. I'm sure it came to Adelaide, didn't it? It was the last ship to surrender. It stayed out some months before surrendering, I became very interested and covered a lot of the battles of the Civil War because they didn't tell us in high school that an Australian escaped convict, Thomas Francis Meagher, who became a rock star in New York, 1850 style, raised a brigade of New Yorkers called the Irish Brigade, and he fought in a string of battles, and he even had a fist fight with Sherman. And so he was in Lincoln's grave party for the, not the grave party, the Standing in State party in the Capitol, and he became governor of Montana. He went to Montana and the Republican vigilantes killed him. That's what I reckon, and I've got evidence for it, but they ran a story that he fell drunken over the side of the ship. Now, he was a drinker, but we have evidence he hadn't drunk on this particular ride because he had what many a horseman in Montana had, a severe gastric fever. And the man who, the ferry captain to whom he was speaking 5 minutes before, says he was totally sober. So the Republicans hated him because he was going to bring in a lot of Irish from the South. And not out of sentimentality for the old sod, for the land of the shamrock, tra-la, tra-la, but they were Democrat voters. And he knew he was appointed by Lincoln, but he wanted to be the elected governor. And if he brought in Democrats, they'd vote for him. So he was killed for that enterprise. But his career in the Civil War is fascinating. And then he had a mate called Sickles, General Sickles, who had his leg blown off and made a thing of that. Mark Twain said, of General Sickles' 2 legs, I think he prefers the one that was blown off than the one he retains.
And on that note...
yeah, so that's how I got onto the...
Next question.
All right. Thank you, Tom. When we look around us and we think about Writers' Week in general, we're really immersed in storytelling. You mentioned that there hasn't been so much recently on Australian identity. There have actually been sessions about Australian identity nationally and internationally. I wondered how you would locate the idea of storytelling and a good old yarn as part of Australian identity in all of that.
Great question.
Yes, there is definitely the question of Australian identity is actually very heavy in the book because part of it is knowing how ancient Australia is. Part of it is who first landed here on a tropic beach. Was it a family party? Was it a couple of males? And then who was the first footer 80,000 or 90,000 years ago? Even before, so that Mungo Man had a sense of antiquity and a sense of the cataclysm coming that we all have. It's funny that humans from pole to pole are always feel that they're in the last of times. And, I mean, we've got a lot of reasons to believe that, but it is true that they've always believed in it, and we say the young today, that sort of syndrome, it seems to have a pattern for that in our unconscious, and do you
think that fuels the storytelling? Do you think that feeling that we're at the end of days is what fuels our story?
Yes, indeed. But I feel that antiquity, we're beginning to think of Australia as antiquity. Now, the last time I saw the great and wonderful A.D. Hope was in a motel here where they put us all during a festival in the 80s. I believe it was 1984. And he'd had a good night, God bless him, and he was drunk. He had, the Irish have a good phrase for it, he had drink taken and was in a jolly condition. And he had written that famous poem in 1939, which we identified with, "They call her a young nation, but they lie." Now, they don't lie anymore, because if you say to a 20-year-old who has any education, they'll say, no, we're an old human country. And so that tension between the young society and the antiquity of Australia is fascinating to me, and I think becomes part of the equation. When I was a little kid in school, they told us our country had a dead heart. That really encourages national consciousness. Sorry, kid, you got a dead heart at the centre of it. And, the centre will kill you. Europeans go to the centre to be killed by something alien. Just look at Burke and Wills. And that is no longer. We go to the centre to celebrate now. We no longer use, say, the dead heart. I remember being out with one old Yankutajara man in the 80s near Ayers Rock, one of the people that have a traditional claim on a part of the rock. And there was a camera being set up by Mark, I've just figured his name. He's a great photographer. And this bloke started showing off in the landscape. And he started giving me bits of insect gall, dug up roots, got honey out of banksias. It was great. I was fascinated. And I thought, Australia doesn't have a dead heart. Australia has a smorgasbord at the bloody heart. That's the thing.
So true.
And so that changing perception is all part of a growing awareness that we all have. Long may it continue to grow. But if you put a shrine, an interpretive centre, place of both reverence and scholarship, where Mungo and Mungo Lady, she's a younger woman. She's about removed from him by about 1,500 years, they think, about 40,500 years old. If you go to something like that, the question of Aboriginal legitimacy is answered in one bite and in one BYTE as well.
This is a very strong message in your book. You really champion that message. And look, as you can all see, we could sit up here and talk forever, and I'm sorry that we've run out of time for questions, but please blame Tom. No, please come to the signing table afterwards. Tom, you'd be very happy to take questions there, I imagine. But I want to finish on a note. It's a little bit indulgent, but I read Tom has a chapter. He has these chapters called enigmas that are interspersed with the essays, and that they're a little bit more personal. And this one's called Death, the Cosmic Ouch. And I read this on the morning of my late mother's birthday in February, and it just Tom writes, life is strong in people. Life doesn't drop them easily. Many of us take a fair amount of killing, and the process isn't designed to be easily achieved. And this was a bit of a comeback to Keats. And I took enormous comfort out of that, because it was exactly the way my mother went. And, I'd had romantic notions of the easeful death and the holding of the hand while she slipped away. And to read this having lived through her fighting for every moment of life was deeply comforting, and I had a good cry. But equally beautifully in this chapter, Tom quotes a poem that his then 17-year-old granddaughter wrote, and there's also a beautiful chapter on grandparency and how much he loves being a grandfather. So I thought it would be a really lovely way to finish the session to get you to read your unnamed granddaughter's poem.
Yes. Well, she's an ordinary girl, but she devours books of verse. You know, she reads Octavio Paz and Robert Frost cover to cover. And she has a great number. She's very emotionally literate in a way I wasn't when I was her age. And she had a very demanding boyfriend who was, you know, the old thing, I'm as mad as a rattlesnake to you, and I'm giving you a lot of trouble, but don't leave me because I'll kill myself, you know. And she wrote to him, all of my writing given to you in hopes to give you comfort. For me, it did that too. And then she goes to it, we're all in the same boat line, that I'm going to die. Don't dramatise your supposed death. I'm going to die too. And when I leave shards of me in everyone I know, I wonder, will they remember me with the candle they blow? So the flag has been hung. The gates are open wide. The blinding light is not the same colour from inside. It is warmer now, that cold, sterile blue that would radiate onto you with judgment like the school kids used to do. If you wonder why I slipped away, just know an angel took my hand and quietly did say, you have given the world your love. And this is a 17-year-old talking about the contract between her and death. We made sure she was psychiatrically okay. You have given the world your love, a spine to its once lifeless back. And now you must do what all humans do, say your goodbyes, close your eyes, and let it give your love back.
Isn't that exquisite? To a man who has given us so much to love, thank you, Tom. Thank you. So please don't forget to come and join Tom at the signing table. All his novels, the new book and the histories are all on sale in the tent.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're about to start this session if you want to take your seats. I'd like to start by wishing you all happy International Women's Day. My name is Claire Wright and I'm a Professor of History at La Trobe University in Melbourne, and it is my great pleasure to be your host for today's conversation with the extraordinary Professor Amia Srinivasian, who is beaming in to us here in the Pioneer Women's Gardens today from Oxford. Amia had intended to be the first international guest back here at Adelaide since COVID changed the way we do literary and most other business. But alas, world events of the past few weeks have prohibited that possibility. I, for one, am very grateful to have Amia here in any form, and I know that you will be too. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the stolen land of the Kaurna people and that their sovereignty was never ceded. I pay my respect to elders past and present and thank them for their hospitality in allowing me to be on their country here today. This has always been a place for discussion and celebration of art, politics and ideas. It always was and it always will be Aboriginal land. Now, being Melbourne-based myself, I live and work on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations, where the Woiwurrung word Wominjeka is used as a greeting. Wominjeka is generally translated into English as welcome, but I've come to learn that it actually means, welcome, what is your purpose? And I think that's a terrific way of framing any coming together, whether it's of friends or of strangers. And I'd like to invoke that power now because my very single-minded purpose today is to introduce you to this wonderful writer and thinker who will be a new voice to many of you. Amia has recently burst onto the literary scene doing something of a non-fiction Sally Rooney. So let me introduce her. No, firstly, let me tell you about the COVID message. I need to ask you to reinforce that you are going to follow all COVID management protocols set by South Australian Health. Please maintain social distancing wherever possible. I strongly encourage you to wear your masks and ask you to follow directions given by the COVID marshals and the venue staff and the volunteers. Thank you. So now let me introduce Amia. Amia Srinivasian is currently the Chichel Professor of Social and Political Theory at All Souls College in Oxford. Previously, she was an Associate Professor of Philosophy at St John's College, Oxford, and before that, a lecturer in philosophy at University College London. She holds degrees from Oxford and Yale. Her academic work has been published in such prestigious scholarly journals as the Philosophical Review, the Journal of Political Philosophy, the Yale Law Review, the Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society, and Philosophy and Phenomenological Research, among other places. Amia is a contributing editor to the London Review of Books, and her essays and criticism on subjects as diverse as sex, animals, death, the university, technology, anger and politics, which often go together, have appeared in The New Yorker, the New York Review of Books, Harper's, and the Times Literary Supplement, and lots more. There's basically nowhere that Amia has not been published. But she recently shot to wider public prominence with her essay in the London Review of Books in March 2018 called "Does Anyone Have the Right to Sex?" It attracted fierce attention, commentary and debate and precipitated her first book, The Right to Sex, a collection of essays praised for their stunning intellect and laser-cut writing. Gia Tolentino has called Amia an unparalleled and extraordinary writer, and this book has been called a groundbreaking analysis of the politics of sex and desire in the 21st century. Phew, I'm exhausted already. Amia, welcome to Adelaide.
Thank you so much, Claire, for that lovely introduction. I'm so sad not to be there in person, not least because the weather looks fantastic, especially as compared with what's going on outside my window in Oxford.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to tell you about that. It is beautiful. It always is here in Adelaide during Writers' Week. Look, I should also note that this session is being live streamed across Australia through our friends at the Wheeler Centre in Melbourne, and you might want to remember that later when we have audience Q&A. I'm also going to warn you that this session comes with a language warning. Okay, Amia, congratulations on the success of the book. It's indeed a stunning collection, and we could spend an hour on each of the 6 essays that it contains. We haven't got that time, unfortunately, so I thought maybe we could start by getting to know you a little bit. You were both the first woman and the first person of colour to hold the Tsiolkas Professorship of Social and Political Theory at All Souls, a position that was once held by Isaiah Berlin. At 36, you're also its youngest ever incumbent. I wonder whether you can tell us how a nice girl like you ended up in a place like that. Of all the professions open to women, what drew you to philosophy?
When I was growing up, I moved around a lot with my family, sort of every 3 to 4 years. And I think that gave me a sense of the kind of contingency of the way our minds related to the world, right? I always felt that each of us was trying to get onto the world, but through a very particular set of concepts, a particular perspective, a particular worldview that was given to us by the kind of contingencies of our birth, right? Where we happened to be born, what sort of family we happened to be born into, what sort of important experiences we had, what sort of language we spoke. And that experience, I think, made me attracted to philosophy as a discipline because it's a discipline that promises, at least, to be able to allow you to stand outside the relationship of mind and world and reflect back on it. Of course, I actually have come to think that philosophy can't deliver on that promise, right? That you're always sort of thrown back on yourself and your own particularity. But I say to my students sometimes that philosophy is a discipline that can give language to certain anxieties or existential pains that you have. And that's what philosophy was for me. But my story about coming to Oxford is a bit more convoluted and again has lots of contingencies and and involves lots of luck and chance happenings. I think I could have very easily not ended up as an academic, especially because as a woman, I don't think I was socialized to see myself in the position of my professors, even though I was a very good student and loved being an excellent student. Somehow the idea of becoming the professor was more obvious, was sort of more natural to a lot of my like tweed wearing peers than it was to me. But I was very lucky to get a set of scholarships which meant that I stayed in the university, and I'm very glad I did.
Maybe luck. I suspect you worked pretty hard too. You mentioned your students there, and teaching and pedagogy more generally is clearly very important to your practice as a philosopher and a writer. You discuss your students a lot in the book, and you draw your classroom experiences and anecdotes as inspiration and evidence for your theorising. I found that really interesting because universities have been under sustained attack here in Australia, particularly the humanities. Indeed, 40,000 jobs have been shed from the tertiary sector since COVID pandemic began, largely through lack of support from our government. I wonder how important it is for you to be located in an academic institution. Do you feel like it puts you at the cutting edge of theory and politics?
I'll just say that, the sustained attack on academia is something that is also very much being experienced here in the UK. In fact, many universities currently are on strike in the UK. Oxford's not one of them because we just missed the vote here, but that's a global phenomenon. The neoliberalization of the academy, the attack on the academy, especially as a humanities institution, a liberal arts institution, and it's a tragedy not just for those people who work in universities and students, but for democratic society at large. And we will only really feel the long-term consequences of this attack in generations to come, and it will be very, very unfortunate. is the university the cutting edge of theory? I mean, in some ways, yes, right? Because the university allows us, and this is part of why it's so important. It's one of the few places that still affords time and space to think, and think as a kind of quasi-leisure activity, right? Where you don't simply have a predetermined outcome, and then the question is just how to take the most efficient means to it. It's one of those spaces that, at least when it's working well, encourages people to have a real openness about where they might end up. And I think that is really essential for deep creativity and imaginativeness. That said, especially when it comes to feminist theory, which is at least one of the bodies of theory I'm very interested in. I mean, I don't need to tell you this, Claire, as a historian and part of feminism. So much of the most important theory comes from the movement, right? And then only later comes to be taken up within the university and domesticated as an academic pursuit. And I think they're sometimes lost there. So I think sometimes feminists within the academy can forget where these ideas really came from, which is usually outside of the academy. And I think feminism often goes wrong precisely when that relationship between theory and practice is severed, and when the ideas are thought of as things to be examined in a way that's totally decontextualized from their actual specific political origins. And that also leads to people thinking of certain ideas like intersectionality as the products of academia, when actually something like intersectionality is the product of a very lived, real, practical struggle by especially poor women and women of color. And so I always encourage my students to return to the history of political movements, the history of feminist movement, in order to recover that relation between theory and practice. So I don't want to give too much importance, in fact, to the academy as a site of theorizing, although it's the thing that allows me the space and time to theorize.
That's a fascinating idea, that the academy is the place where ideas are domesticated. I'm going to be thinking about that one for a while. Okay, let's turn to your book now. But first I'm going to ask for a little bit of audience participation here. People, I want you to close your eyes for a second. I want you to think about what turns you on. Got it? Now I want you to ask yourself why. Why do I desire whatever it is that I most desire? Because this is the fundamental question that... okay, you can open your eyes again. This is the fundamental question that Amia's book asks us to confront. And that is how we are conditioned, socialised, educated, and even harassed into our desires. Amia, as I mentioned, the book sprang from your incendiary LRB essay of 2018, which itself turned on the case of Elliot Rodger, the world's most famous incel. Can you tell us firstly why you wrote that essay and what conclusions you drew in it about the limits of liberal discourse of rights and entitlements when it comes to sex?
Yes. So by now everyone knows the horrific story of Elliot Rodger's murderous rampage, and is also familiar with his quite twisted and disturbing justifications of that rampage. But I initially started writing the essay as just an analysis of these kind of compounding pathologies you see in Rodger. So not just male sexual entitlement, but also racism. He had quite a bit of internalized self-loathing as someone who was part Asian, but also was filled with anti-Black racism. There was also a lot of class entitlement. He was very rich and thought of himself as deserving of women's attention and access to their bodies because of his family's money. But then what I came to be interested in with Rodger was the way in which the mainstream feminists seemed unwilling to even go near Elliot Rodger's central part of Roger's own account of his rampage and the justifications for it. Because yes, there was enormous amounts of racism and sexism in what he said, but he also said something that was quite interesting. He claimed that he had been sort of sexually excluded and marginalized because he didn't live up to the norms of heteromasculinity, right? He was effete, he wasn't good at sports, he was shy, and he diagnosed himself as being sexually marginalized as a result of failing to live up to these kind of stereotypical demands of, white heteromasculinity. And I don't think this was a good account, to be clear. I think it was at least massively overdetermined that women were terrified of Roger and didn't want to go near him. But in principle, the idea that people are sometimes sexually marginalized as a result of racism, of other structures of oppression like racism or classism or ableism, is absolutely right. I mean, it's not just in principle possible, it's actually real. I mean, you can look at for example, something like dating apps that give a very clear illustration of this phenomenon, right? The way in which lots of people will just explicitly say that they aren't interested in dating or having sex with people of certain races, for example. And we're used to thinking of our sexual desires, and this is why your little experiment, Claire, was so great, as these highly personal things, right? We have to close our eyes because we have to get inside ourselves and it's no one else's business. It's not something that should be subject to any kind of public, let alone political scrutiny. But at the same time, if we honestly reflect, it's very clear that our sexual desires and preferences are, in many cases, shaped by these broader political forces, often very ugly forces like racism, sexism, and so on. And so what I'm trying to do in that essay is open up the space for that conversation, right? And to do so requires us moving beyond this kind of standard liberal or sex positive way of thinking about sexual desire. I don't think it's totally fair to put those two things together, right? Because I think sex positivity as it emerged in the 1980s was a much more radical project of really trying to encourage all forms of sexuality, not just hegemonic straight sexuality. But as sex positivity is often practiced now or understood now, it just is a kind of milquetoast liberal view, which is to say, oh, we don't have to interrogate desires. Everyone wants what they want. The only relevant question is whether sex is consensual or not. And that's what I'm trying to push against.
And we're going to get back to that question of consent in a minute because it's fundamental to this conversation we're having. I want to touch base first, though, on a concept that you introduce in that discussion about Roger Elliott and the incel. And for people who don't know what incel is, it stands for involuntary celibacy that has become a kind of movement. Central to your analysis of that is the idea of fuckability, the trained, ingrained idea that certain people are sexy or hot, to use common parlance, and others not so much or not at all. That there's like a hierarchy of desirability that you argue ultimately impoverishes both the fucker and the fuckee. So what does it mean to be fuckable?
I mean, it's 6:50 in the morning here, so I'm just like, this feels more like an evening conversation. So, yeah, the notion of fuckable or fuckability that I'm using in the book as a bit of a term of art is not supposed to be tracking who actually is or is not having sex. So but rather, exactly as you said, Claire, it's supposed to be about one's place in a sexual hierarchy, right? A way of thinking about that is which sexual partners accrue to me social status, right? Being attractive to which sorts of people, which sorts of bodies make me increase my own social value or my own social standing. And I think there are clearly sexual hierarchies in this sense. I don't think that they're natural. I think they are the creation of politics. And you see lots of other systems of oppression that we do recognize sort of outside the bedroom, constructing and creating those hierarchies of fuckability or sexual desirability. So race, class, ability, and so on. One reason that these two things come apart, the question of where you stand on this kind of social hierarchy and whether or not you are in fact having sex, is precisely because some people, in virtue of being fairly low in the hierarchy, are more susceptible to forms of sexual assault, right? I mean, so under conditions of white domination, women of color, especially Black women, Aboriginal women, have been historically coded as super sexually promiscuous, right? And therefore, kind of unrapeable, right? Not unrapeable in the sense that you can't rape them, but if you were to have coercive sex with them, it wouldn't even count as rape because, as it were, the consent is always given. Rapeability exists against a background assumption of chastity, so it's kind of racialized as white under conditions of white domination, white supremacy. So this, in part, I think, explains the much higher rates of sexual assault against women of color, especially Black women and Aboriginal women, and is explained in part by the relatively low status on a sexual hierarchy, right? That they hold. So fuckability has very little to do with who is actually having sex or not, and everything to do with a broader understanding of social stratification and social esteem as relates to our bodies.
Let's go back to consent, because what you're talking about here is that it's not only who we are conditioned to find and consider sexy, but what we are trained to find sexy about sex. And that's the issue, isn't it? Perhaps my favourite essay in the book is the one titled "On Not Sleeping with Your Students." And in it you grapple with the notion of consent, and you argue that the absence of consent isn't the only indicator of problematic sex. Just as worrisome, you argue, is the fact that, quote, boys and men are socialised to find domination sexy and girls and women to find subordination sexy. And also that there is a kind of coercion, not directly, but by the informal regulatory system of gendered sexual expectations. And therefore what I'm saying is that you make a distinction between what is legal and what is ethical. So we focused a lot of attention on consent. There's certainly in Australia recently, there's been a lot of feminist activism and policy work done. As recently as last year, we had affirmative consent laws passed, and I know that's the same in Britain. But what you're arguing is that for most women, what we are actively consenting to is a kind of patriarchal sex that isn't based on what women desire in any sense. So I want to ask you, in what ways are ideas about what sex looks like and how it should feel and how it should sound produced and reproduced so that women's subordination to what men want from them is in itself eroticized?
Yes, great question. So I don't want to be too universalist here, right? I think that in the book, I'm reaching back to, as some people will already have kind of detected from the conversation, Claire, you and I have been having, I reach back to an older second wave feminist tradition in which this very idea that you were just mentioning plays a central role, right? This idea that women's subordination in the workplace or in the university, in the factory, is bound up with the eroticization of women's subordination in the bedroom, right? And actually comes from that in a fundamental way. And I think that second wave perspective, or that radical feminist perspective, is extremely powerful, but I also think at the same time it can be taken to be too universal. So I don't think one has to insist that that is true of every sexual encounter or every heterosexual encounter, or it's true for every woman. But I think what we're really talking about is a social script, right? A kind of a social tendency which is reinforced by different kinds of training that people, women and men, girls and boys, undergo from a very young age. Training that happens in the family, it happens via media, now by social media, by online pornography, but also reinforced by practices of subordination that happen outside the bedroom. So to give an example of the university, one thing I'm trying to argue in that essay on not sleeping with your students is that, when universities try and regulate against professor-student relationships, they also almost always do it in terms of the power difference between teacher and student. And they say that that power difference doesn't allow the student to freely consent to having sex with her professor. And I think that's just very often inaccurate, right? I think there are lots of students who are perfectly capable of consent and enthusiastically consent to sex with their professors. But I do think that there is nonetheless a kind of problematic dynamic going on there, which is an eroticization of a differential, not just a general differential in power, but the kind of specific differential in power that you find in the classroom, the differential in knowledge and understanding. And I think women and men, girls and boys alike are socialized to find that differential erotically charged. So the problem isn't consent. It's not even, I think, always people not having the kind of sex they want to have, although that's very often true, I think, especially for young women. I think lots of young women, university-age women, are not having the kind of sex that they want to have and feel like they don't have options for different forms of sex. But sometimes it's also that people are having the kind of sex that they want to have, but the kind of sex that they themselves want to have is something that is determined by a script not written by them, is maybe a good way of putting it.
People are nodding furiously in the audience here with you, Amia. So is what you're saying also that consent education in schools, which is a very big thing that we're talking about now and investing a lot of money in now, the kind of no means no consent education and affirmative consent laws. So are you saying that's only the start of this story, not the end of the story?
Absolutely. So I think consent training is a good thing, and I think affirmative consent training is a good thing. I'm a little skeptical, I have to say, of affirmative consent laws. I mean, if you think about the history of rape law, we have these kind of shifting goalposts as to what is the criterion of rape, right? What makes a sexual interaction rape? We begin historically with the presence of violence, right? Then we have the presence of coercion, which might not involve violence, might just involve threat. We then have the absence of consent. And then with the shift to affirmative consent, we have the absence of affirmation, the absence of a yes. And when you look at this history, it's a bit like we're trying to chase down this thing. We're trying to put our finger on this thing that's bad about intuitively bad about certain kinds of sex. And what is it that's bad? Well, think about an affirmative consent law. What is it that now needs to be present such that a sexual interaction is no longer rape? We just need whereas before with the traditional consent law, you needed a man to make sure that a woman just didn't say no. Now we need to make sure that the man needs to make sure that the woman says yes, right? But a woman saying yes is consistent with there still being something problematic in that sexual interaction. Because what is it that's problematic? Well, what we want people, one of the questions is, why is it such a widespread phenomenon for men to be turned on by women's not wanting to have sex, right? Why is there this kind of systematic misalignment of interests and desires? Like what's missing here? And so in a sense, what we're trying to do when we change the law on rape is we're trying to use the law to do something I think it can't really do, which is to rule out patriarchal forms of sex, right? Sex that is based not on something like mutual respect and creativity, but is instead based on, again, this eroticization of a particular gender dynamic. And I don't think the law can really ever do that for us by its very nature, because the way the law needs to work is it needs to have a very clear criterion that can then be applied in cases, right? So you can make decisions. And that's just the nature of the law, and that's fine. But I don't think we should be trying, when we're educating young people, to be reaching to notions that are central to the law alone, right? We need to be thinking about things like agency, desire, respect, mutual respect, forms of self-respect. These are the kinds of things I think we need to be talking about when we're talking about sex with young people. And conversations about consent and affirmative consent will only take us so far.
Rousing round of applause for you there, Amia, on that point. You can't hear it. That's why I'm subtitling it for you. Amia, you mentioned, we're getting a big burst of wind. Amia, you mentioned before, you touched on your own intellectual practice of going back to second wave feminism. And that's one of the things I think I appreciated most about the book, was its constant referral to and critical assessment of a previous generation of feminist scholars. Andrea Dawkin and Catherine McKinnon are particular touchstones for your own reading. And you never claim or insinuate that you're the first person ever to discover sexism or engage in these ideas, which I think is a common fault of many younger feminist writers who lack your intellectual rigour. I also found myself thinking back to the first wave feminists and how the women we now most associate with winning the vote, winning political autonomy, were also arguing for autonomy over their own sex lives, for the legal and moral right to say no to their husbands. It wasn't lack of birth control that meant that women had 8 or 12 babies, but conjugal rights were actually the law. And a husband could beat his wife or divorce her for non-compliance in the bedroom. And obviously conjugal rights still do exist in some countries like India. I'm wondering how necessary you think, how empowering you think it is to know our own collective history. I mean, how important is it? How important has the erasure of women's or gay or trans history been as a tool of patriarchy by disconnecting us from our histories?
Yeah, I mean, I still think that the person who's best on that particular question is Adrienne Rich, another second wave American feminist and wonderful poet who, this is a recurring theme for her, but she writes about it very eloquently in Of Woman Born, and I won't do justice, but also in her famous essay on compulsory heterosexuality and lesbian existence, right? Where for her, the erasure of women's history, or not even the erasure, the the denial of its very existence, that there is a history to women's ideas, women's actions, women as agents in history, things that move society in directions, in new directions, is just absolutely central to women's contemporary lack of political self-understanding, right? And I think that's right. I mean, I think we are at a moment where that's less true, at least in various cases. I mean, you know, in the UK, in the US, in Australia, you know, there are lots of people who now work on women's history. There's obviously still much more work to be done. But I also think that there's maybe this kind of specific issue for young contemporary feminists. So I love that feminism is back. When I was an undergraduate, feminism was not a thing. It was not cool. I mean, feminism had died a death in you know, the Anglophone world in the kind of mid-90s. And when I was an undergraduate in the early 21st century, it didn't really have any kind of presence on campus. And that, I think, started changing after 2008 with the financial crisis. And we started renewing lots of attention to forms of kind of radical politics, including feminist politics. And I think that's altogether a good thing. But I do think that there's this tendency in contemporary young feminism to want to just leave aside historical feminists as just having been sort of crucially mistaken, right? Or alternatively, just venerate them as, you know, they're your foremothers who have to be worshipped. And I think, and I'm not the first person to say this, I mean, someone like Kathy Weeks is really wonderful on this issue. We need to find ways of relating to women's history and feminist history that don't involve just maternal veneration or maternal sort of hatred, right? And on the question of the second wave feminists in particular, so someone like McKinnon's an incredibly powerful and important feminist thinker and writer. She is continuously thrilling for me to read. At the same time, I disagree with her profoundly on some of the most important issues for her. So it's not just kind of fringe disagreements. I disagree with her kind of centrally about the use of the law and the use of state power in pursuit of gender justice. I'm a kind of quite strong critic of carceral approaches to feminism generally. And so want to show in the book in part that we can tease apart different pieces of the kind of feminist legacy, right? So we could agree with McKinnon on her powerful indictment of the eroticization of gendered subordination, while disagreeing with her on the role that the law or the state, and especially the carceral state, should play in addressing that. So I'd like to advocate for a more complex relationship to feminist history, one that doesn't think it's something to just be accepted or rejected, but it's something to be creatively reappropriated and reimagined as we go forward into a 21st century feminism.
You're getting more applause on that one there as well. Amia, I want to stick with the kind of the generational aspect of your work here. I must admit, reading your book made me feel a bit old. I felt like maybe you were talking to a generation who's kind of your age or under. I'm 53. And maybe, you know, your students, millennials, the generation whose sexuality most interfaces with Tinder and Grindr and Instagram. As a woman who has children of the Tinder generation, I'm curious to see how you see your idea of emancipatory sexual ethics and practices might apply to an older cohort of women, much like the women who make up our audience here, and perhaps women who have been married for decades. It's these women, I'd suggest, for whom the nature of consent can perhaps be most problematic, given, as you write, quote, the psychological structures that make men want to have sex with women who don't really want it, and that make women feel they must have sex with men when they don't want to, those psychological structures are very hard to break. So I know I'm kind of dipping into Estelle Perel territory here, but I wonder what the right to sex might constitute for older married women. Is it feasible or beneficial or preferable to leave long-term marriages and dismantle nuclear families because the sex isn't great?
Yeah, I mean, despite having written a book called The Right to Sex and whose chapters in one way or another intersect with sexual politics, I think that the importance of sex is sort of often overstated, in part because popular culture is so run by and geared towards young people for whom, sex, not for everyone, but for many of them is a very kind of live preoccupation, especially once they leave their family homes. And I'm concerned by a discourse around sex that sees sex as another component in a potentially perfectible individual life, right? And that wants us all to see our lives, women and men, as I don't want to say sort of, as projects that see sort of self-fulfillment, right, as something that can be achieved individually, right? And self-fulfillment is about having, depending on what age you are, about having like the right kind of family, having the right sort of children and the right sort of careers, having the right sort of body through the right sort of exercise regime, having the right sort of sexually fulfilling relationship with the right sort of person. And this way of thinking, which is very congenial to capital, right? Because it's a great way of selling people stuff that they don't really need, is also terrifyingly individualistic, right? And distracts from the fact that most of our problems are social and structural. I'm not saying that we don't all have individual existential crises. I'm a philosopher after all, but so much of our, I think, pathologies of loneliness and social ennui and meaninglessness cannot be addressed at a kind of individual level or even within an individual family or within an individual relationship. I think we're often crying out for better forms of community, better public spaces, more social support, more hope, ecological hope, right? So this is a weird way I take it to answer the question about whether someone should leave their partner. But I mean, obviously if people are profoundly unhappy, then if they feel, I think, that growth isn't possible anymore in a context, then, I certainly wouldn't counsel anyone to stay. At the same time, I think this idea that the individual can be perfected, right? And that if I only make the right decisions, I can be happy, is a very pernicious idea. I think it's very interesting. I always tell my students this when we read Simone de Beauvoir's Second Sex. I say, look, it's really important for you to remember that Beauvoir actually isn't interested in happiness. Her complaint isn't that patriarchy makes women unhappy. She actually thinks a lot of women are very perfectly happy under patriarchy. The problem is that there are forms of unfreedom, right? And freedom can only be really found for Beauvoir through the emancipation of everyone, including men. She sees men as also being unfree. And this is how I think about freedom. I don't think about freedom as just an individual project. I also think that forms of unhappiness and suffering and tragedy are kind of inherent in what it is to be human. I mean, we all decay and grow old and die. One of the things I wish I had written about in the book, and I think it was a failure not to, was about aging. And aging is a gendered phenomenon. We all do grow old. But it means something very different for women and men, especially when it comes to sexual desire and sexual desirability and that hierarchy of fuckability we were speaking about. And I certainly think we should think about age as up there with these other categories that structure hierarchies of desirability in really problematic ways. But I think what's needed is forms of collective emancipation. And the fact that older women are scripted as unsexually desirable is completely bound up with the implicit function to which women are assigned, which is that, they're assigned the function of reproducing the species, right? So it's no surprise that, quote, female desirability ends with the moment that women, are no longer able, if they were ever able, to play that traditional role in biological reproduction. So really at the heart of this is this understanding of what women are for, right? And what we want is a society in which no one is really for anything, right? They aren't seen as having an implicit social purpose, but rather are seen as subjects of, subjects who get to decide what they are for. So I think there are, deep questions here about age that reveal fundamental political truths about gender. So this isn't really to give specific advice to any particular woman, but I think there's a lot more to be said here.
Again, big round of applause for you, Amia. I'm going to ask one more question while people consider what questions they might like to ask. And if you want to come up to the mic, it's in the middle of the grounds here. So do come up if you've got a question. Amia, we've been talking a lot today about women and men, and I know that intersectionality is integral to your analysis, and you're clearly a trans ally. You do direct engagement with trans women in the Right to Sex. But I wonder what the trans challenge to the gender binary might have to contribute to the sort of critique of feminism you are espousing. How might the radical emancipatory possibilities of non-binary thinking challenge the politics and the practice of desire?
Yes, so I think, so I want to say two things. So I want to both agree with the presupposition, so I want to begin by agreeing with the presupposition of the question. I think that it's really important to see that trans people, non-binary people, are kicking back against that very same system, that very same disciplinary system of sex and gender distinction that oppresses women and many men, especially gay men and queer men. And those forms of resistance can look very different, right? And I think one thing that can be a struggle for certain, cis feminists is to understand that resistance against the sex-gender binary takes many forms and forms that might not be familiar to oneself. But I despair, I have to say, at a feminism that doesn't see these different modes of resistance as resistance, right? I mean, the wonderful feminist theorist Jacqueline Rose, says something to the effect of, all of us grate against the bar of the gender difference in kind of different ways. And the thing she says she wants to say to trans exclusionary feminists is, who do you think you are, right? How do you really think you have such a secure relation to your body, your gender, your sex, that you can simply insist on the identities of other people. And if you want to say to yourself, yeah, I do have such a secure sense. I mean, think about your dreams, your actual literal dreams. I don't mean your hopes for the future. Think about the way in which alternative, counterfactual versions of yourself, different sexed versions, different gendered versions, non-binary versions, literally haunt you, right? What for someone like Jacqueline Rose, who's a Freudian feminist, that reveals the kind of uneasy relationships that we all have, all humans have, to these questions of sex and gender, these regimes of difference that are sort of imposed on us. And what I would like for feminism is a broad recognition of the way in which these regimes, these disciplinary regimes, serve really none of us very well, including the men who superficially benefit, but I think deeply are punished by these systems as well. And then to see lots of different people trying to make different forms of accommodation. And I think the interesting political question is, which forms of accommodation are recognized and legally sanctified, and which forms of accommodation are not, are punished?
That's a great answer, and that goes back to your arguments about carceralism as well. We might not have much time to talk about that, but it's a very important aspect of your book in terms of what legal solutions, where the limits of the legal solutions are. Those were very stimulating parts of the book. Got a question from a fella back here.
Yes, look, thank you for that outstanding presentation. I ran a trauma unit for 30 years, and at the end of it, towards the end, I was seeing people with HIV, which took me to Africa. And the right to sex for women was tied up with their source of income, even though they were well educated. So at the truck stops, all the way from Kampala down to, through Addis Ababa, down to Johannesburg, the only way to persuade women who needed to have sex for income was to persuade them to wear femidoms. So to what extent is that a feminist, something that is planned and promoted by people who seek to protect women whose principal source of income often, especially in poor countries, is to have sex?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm just so grateful for the way you posed that question, because so often when we have conversations, I mean, I think less in Australia, but certainly in the UK and in the US, when we have conversations about sex workers, the money issue, the financial drive is sort of pushed to the side, right? So, for example, people will ask questions like, well, would a sex worker do this work if she weren't being paid? And as if that's supposed to show that there's something especially wrong or bad about sex work. But of course, most of us wouldn't do the work we do if we weren't being paid. And financial necessity lies at the base of most choices, especially the work choices made by poor women in the global South. I think a feminism worth having must center sex workers and must specifically have a relationship to sex work that is sort of ruthlessly practical, right? It is an affront and a provocation, I think, to lots of feminists for really good reason. The very idea of sex work, the very idea of a woman having to sell sex for money, and the very idea of a man who would be, who finds that transaction itself erotically satisfying, right? Who again who is turned on by the financial and often racial asymmetry that produces sex work. That, I think, is a provocation to feminist sensibilities. But I think too many feminists are motivated by their kind of symbolic dislike of sex work, to endorse policies that actually end up harming sex workers, right? So forms of criminalization, or even something like the Nordic model, these are things that make life worse for sex workers, and sex workers, as you've just so correctly pointed out, are very often the poorest women in a society. And so this is a way in which I think this is part of how I think feminists need to relate to questions of the law. They need to set aside sometimes the symbolic satisfactions that can be had from, outlawing sex work or criminalizing sex work, for example, and instead be, as I said, kind of ruthlessly realistic, thinking, what can we actually do to improve the lives of sex workers who are very often the worst off women? So the kind of thing you were describing would be, for me, absolutely central to a feminism that we can really get behind.
More clapping. I've got another question here for you, Amia.
Hello, thank you so much for your wisdom and insights. I think particularly it's apt being International Women's Day today, and I know that you've kind of prefaced your philosophical work as being existential and not shying away from the heaviness that brings. But I'm sensing in my circles at least there's this collective unease and exhaustion when it comes to kind of unpacking the patriarchy and the things that I'm really looking forward to looking at your book. I'm interested in what your thoughts on despair and how you sit with despair when it comes to the patriarchy and I guess in a day like today, the silence of men, and it's often the women standing up and voicing and speaking up, which is clearly important, but how that can be a collective thing for everyone.
Yeah, thank you. I think despair is a political emotion. It's an emotion that is kind of systematically produced by certain forms of politics and political reality. I mean, I feel despair, I'll say, most often when just thinking about climate change and the climate crisis. I think at the same time, it is not it's not something you can dwell in, right? I think it's something you can feel, and then you need to move on from that. I think the best antidote to despair is action, right? So I think sometimes we think of ourselves as needing to first feel some sort of hope and optimism, and then getting involved in an action that will be a vehicle for that hope. I actually think that's getting it backwards. I think the people who are least despairing are the people who are most engaged in forms of actual political engagement. And I think, and this was actually said to me by a friend who works on climate things when I was expressing intense despair. He's like, well, that's just because you're not doing anything. But if you were actually simply very involved in forms of liberatory, radical practice around climate, you would be, those feelings in a sense would go away. They don't go away totally, of course. Everyone sort of moves, I think, between a dialectic of despair and hope. But I think it's easiest to feel despair when one isn't doing something, and when one is also politically isolated, when one isn't forming forms of solidarity and camaraderie with people. So that's my kind of personal answer to the problem of despair. And men, yes. The silence of men. One needs to demand more, I think, and want more. I think that the idea of want and desire and its role in feminism goes way beyond sexual want and desire. I think women need to just want more in general and demand more in general, and tell the men who are being silent what it is that we would like to hear from them and what it is we would like them to do. So, and women are trained not to want and not to express their wants. So I think that's very hard. But I think this project of wanting goes beyond the bedroom, right? And and its most important side, I actually think, is the political arena. So if there are men who aren't saying what you want them to say, tell them what it is we would like them to hear.
Whoa, that's dangerous, isn't it? We've got time for one last quick question, and it's from a man in the audience.
I think that women would probably agree that their lot has improved over the last 200 years or so, and probably since 2008, as you said, with the GFC, it's accelerated the gains that they have made. If you where do you think it'll finish? I mean, men and women are different. Biologically, we aren't the same.
I'm so sorry. My internet briefly cut out, so I heard men and women are different. We aren't the same, but where will it?
That's probably a good place to end it. I think we're actually past 6 o'clock, and I think our gentleman's question was somewhat rhetorical. So let's thank Amia very much for her extremely stimulating, inspiring work. If my university hadn't have gotten rid of its philosophy department recently, I think that there would be a great spike in student numbers with people like you leading the charge in philosophy, politics, and taking it to the streets. Thank you so much, Amia. Everybody, please go to the bookstore. If you're watching this somewhere else in Australia, go to your local independent bookstore. If you're here in Adelaide, it's in the book tent. I'm sorry you can't be here, Amia, to sign copies and to go to the hotel bar with me now and talk a lot more about these things and also other things. Thank you for being with us. Thanks for everybody for coming today.